Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku is Pure-Blooded Vampire. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The exam's final fighting. Aizawa could only stare and smirk when witness his troublesome vampire student standing against one of most powerful human pro-hero, All Might, along the current first year's strongest human students, Todoroki and Katsuki, where he was also the teacher that lectures them. Aizawa Shouta, also known as Eraserhead, was worried with the accidental discovery of the mutant witcher signs that enhance the damage of a relatively benign magic spell, turning them potentially lethal. Even with this danger, Aizawa hopes that Midoriya would try to finish the whole fight without abuse the dangerous dark Schneider's chaos magic. Midoriya, at the meantime, while still trying to hide the excitation and stamina rush when he discovered the witcher mutant signs almost by accident. He remembers from the last fights during the whole semester the chain linkage between the Aiden sign and the quirk blockage effects. During all semester, even during the disastrous mission on North Korea, I noticed that when I cast the Aiden supercharged glyph's magic skill, it always disables or causes malfunction on several quirks. I think that probably should exist room to improve such sign to use against quirks more efficiency. Izuku mumbles while scans the environment in order to counter any attack from his colleges or All Might itself. Izuku notices a red hue glowing from his peripheral vision, prompting to dodge a sudden explosion that leaves a debris cloud that appears to be aligned on the previous afterglow. Very interesting, the Witcher senses. The vampire's own instincts prove be right, however, this don't mean that. Since the debris cloud around the ruins is the perfect setting for a particular human friend counter-attack mercilessly. What's your next damn trick, Deku? Suddenly the quirk explosive boy appears and almost takes down the green-haired vampire by surprise. Izuku reacts and casts the Aiden magic trap in order to slow down the explosive quirk user's activation. To prevent unexpected surprises, the vampire delivers a strong punch against the explosive boy to take down of action, while he swears curses about the instability of the Witcher senses activation when needed. As expected from Kaken, Izuku grins when grabs his childhood friend and takes down against the ground. Suddenly, the young vampire flinches when fells an instant freezing, followed by a heavy fall of shreds of ice, damn it, partially blocked by a well-known magic barrier. Todoroki smirks with some disappointed, once noticed the slight golden glowing barrier and encircles the green-haired vampire. The vampire quickly noticed that the alchemical potion enhanced by the Flesh God Apocalypse ritualistic spell was not only increasing the Witcher sign's damage, but also the critical hits rate. The major limitation was the increasing instability that makes worse when activate two different kinds of Witcher signs. Fortunately, when Todoroki launched several ice shreds against him, Izuku just needed to combine the Quen intensity with the Quen discharge to stop the first quirk attack and shield against physical damage before the Quen sign fades away. The real limitation is the time that the Quen sign holds without fading, rarely lasting more than 15 seconds. It was enough to prevent surprise attacks, but it's too little to confront strong quirk users, especially with long-range attacks or at more endurance, like Todoroki. However, Izuku couldn't avoid the next foe's move that starts with an unexpected yell, New Hampshire Smash. Making no time to the vampire react, even he couldn't blink his eyes. Neither had time to react against a strong punch and related gust that shatters the ground in pieces of shrapnel, and thrown him away by the opposite direction of the initial punch. What's you pretending for? Spoke Izuku before noticed the person who attacked unexpectedly, which was All Might. The famous #1 pro hero was attacking him from his back. The vampire decides to take measures in order to not be catch off guard again, and decides to take a risk and increases the Aiden sign intensity at absurd levels, while burn the remains of the magic energy from the alchemical potion at fullest. The young vampire pretends to use the Aiden supercharged glyphs combo with the Aiden magic trap spell. However, Izuku noticed that the Aiden sign energy release at this moment was strange in terms of structure, hinting that unlocks a second mutant sign, since some core features was changing from the expected ones. The new mutant magic barrier was about the triple radius of the standard Aiden magic trap, while inside the magic field changes from the expected fainted golden domain to a more reddish hue. Izuku decides to increase the barrier before All Might hit him again. Once All Might penetrate the Aiden domain, his body glows purple and releases a dark miasma that evades from him, that appears to slow them, while the miasma are quickly absorbed by the magic barrier structure. In about a third part of a second, All Might physical strength and his quirk suffers a brutal collapse, slow him down enough to Izuku slides and evades without great rush. At an extreme cursing field, Izuku Christianizes the new Witcher sign skill, as he thought that was unlocked some secret skill that was foregone from the ancient magic grimoires. All Might, much due to his superior muscular constitution, don't evade or flee away from such formidable adversary, and he could deliver a strong punch against Izuku. Even when the vampire cast the ard-piercing cold to counter the physical attack, he was thrown away several meters from the punch impact, and the magic barrier collapses swiftly. The #1 pro hero still suffers damage from the frostbite, but he was able to stage a smile when faced a strong magic sorcerer. Young Midoriya, as I expected, you have raw potential, but this don't mean that you should overpower everything. Very few humans deserve to face the real strength from a vampire. Izuku retributes their respect. At the same time, Izuku's magic arts teacher, also known as Sakura, takes note on the new mutant witcher Sine effects. That's cute and funny, this strange Eden-derived magic spell. Neither Midoriya's grimoire or my own research notes had any mutant signs derived from ether magic. Aizawa hears the Sakura's mumble, while pretends to not take attention. I need to update the Midoriya's profile file before the beginning of the second semester. Blowing everything on the last step. Once the standoff between All Might and Izuku ends with a tactical draw, the strongest boys decide to attack the vampire off guard again with their quirks. When they attack him, Izuku just deflects all attacks back using the Eden extreme cursing field that weakens the quirk's forehand. Tish. Katsuki recovers from the first strike, but with a mad face. Damn it. Deku had too much defenses. I need to trick him, to blow him. And orders to one of his rivals, half and half. Kid, you had a damning suck plan, a way to blast the weakling vampire. Todoroki was stunned with the Eden extreme cursing field effects that not only disable all quirks around Midoriya in a similar way that his class teacher and pro hero Eraserhead, but also weaken his stamina proportionally when he tries to use the block quirk. Katsuki is trying to break Midoriya's magic barriers, however I can, spoke Yaezuru, who was the last girl in action trying to approach the vampire during the whole confusion. Yaezuru was first trying to find the best way to use her creation quirk to craft a tool to help the boys fight against the vampire. Instead, she almost wails when Katsuki blasts her away, just because the explosive blonde thought that she was blocking their path. To make the things worse, the dual-quirked boy decided to grab her, while she was stunned due to Katsuki's explosion, and use as a shield against Izuku, while he used the ice quirk to throw ice shreds. Izuku, who was still recovering from the All Might's punch, decided to counter the vicious Todoroki quirk attacks with a moderate ice magic spell, Soaring Dragon from Northern Realms. But he couldn't notice at that moment that Yaezuru was in front of Todoroki, under your ancestors' bloodlines pact. Release your wrath, and she receives the damage instead, raging ice bullets. Tankard, a young girl, suffers frosting pain and collapses due to the icicle's impact, losing the consciousness. Todoroki, much due to his mistake, simply leave her on the site and decide to launch a full fire and ice attack against Izuku, and Katsuki simply follow him by the opposite side. Izuku was in shock when notices that Yaezuru was hurt by his own mistake, but also notices that Todoroki and Katsuki not only leave her in the middle of fighting, but also use her as a shield, and don't help her when she's hurt. The medical teams also retracts to rescue the girl, much due to the damage. And rubble from the false buildings collapsed during the fighting, increased with the damage delivered by fire and ice quirks. Young Shadow, how you dare to abuse your classmate like that? All Might recovers his attention to surroundings at this moment, but was shocked with the bad behavior of some boys, especially Todoroki and Katsuki. Why Midoriya switched to another kind of magic. Aizawa blinks his eyes when the lasting girl was defeated by the Tankard spell, which was an ancient magic spell recorded by the Dark Schneider's grimoire. The green-haired vampire mood was swinging dangerously due to the fight against All Might, and the terrible duo composed by the ice and fire quirk user, along the infamous explosive blonde boy. Izuku was a little disgusted due to the way that Yaezuru was defeated by the two males, hinting that she was been antagonized by them. Humans, always fighting for their own pleasures. Izuku snaps with all events unfolding. If you think that you can betray the trust and teamwork like that. The two boys yells with great defiance, before unleashing all his quirk's powers with their best techniques against the vampire. Stun grenade. Katsuki flares a blinding explosion, while Todoroki releases a ring of fire and a wall of ice against Izuku. Cassidy's collapse. I'm done with this joke. Izuku quickly discharge all active Witcher signs, and stare against his foes, ignoring that All Might was trying to stop both of them. Lassen Sion's DC stuck Chase Beenden. Aizawa blinks when his unfriendly student swears straight in German, but quickly notices that the things will not end nicely. Midoriya, please don't. Izuku raises his stretched right arm and start to conjure a magic spell akin to the Dark Schneider's ones. Gabriel, Hummer, Michael, Mensch, Lucifer, Kinderzimmer, Heimkehr, ancient sages of Lucifer, capital lords of deathly curses, crafting a dark miasma cloud that forms an ominous vortex floating about 4 meters above Izuku and starts collapsing due to their own strong black magic energy. During the collapse, the exterior parts crafts a wicked web of dark lightning with red and purple hue that once materialized. It pierces around the ground like a swarm of arrows. Ancient kings from the sacred underworld, praying within their infinite wisdom, I will become the offering supreme sacrifice to link the kingdom of heavens to the empire of hell. While at this incantation stage, the central vortex collapsed swiftly to a dark star. Under your pact of evil ills, I summon the shadowy star of death. Before the three targets could ever think to counter such terrible magic spell, the entire cursing web shatters when the dark star collapses with a powerful explosion that obliterates everything at full circle, catching them totally off guard. While Izuku yells madly, Bethlehem. When the three adversaries faced this dark sphere star, they barely had time to dodge, and ended engulfed by the terrible black magic spell. With the explosive barrier impact, they suffer an excruciating pain, and quickly knocks out all of them, as like their souls been ripped apart or been draining away. The Bethlehem black magic spell not only nullify all quirks, but also reduce all stamina to 0 instantaneously. Also, the previous quirks attacks was shattered apart or deflected back when the black sphere composed by dark energy passed through it. Quickly, Izuku casts the Witcher Sine in order to slow down the Bethlehem spell and stop the potential lethal effects on the poor humans. Once everything settles down and Izuku releases all magic energy, he notices that All Might, Todoroki and Katsuki ended fainted and unconscious, but alive. Midoriya. Izuku flinches when Aizawa yells on the smartphone, "That's one serious offense. Casting a dangerous magic spell against students will deliver to you a severe penalty. Not only losing 5,000 points for each stunned student, but also the first rank position. Honestly, why you blow away at the last minute? I'm sorry. Izuku flinches again and bows 100 times, until resumes. I fell too enraged when the stupid Todoroki used Ieyasu as a cowardly shield, stunned by Katsuki, and enough. Apologies will be delivered later. For now, the exam will end without a winner. Both of you still need to learn. Secure aside when everything ends so nicely, especially when the rescue team sends the wounded pro heroes and students to the infirmary. And the immediate conclusion of this silliest exam on Yui history is that ended with a general disqualification. Aftermath. Once the dust settles down, Midoriya's immediate penalty to his overpowering abuse was more vampire-like than everything expected, since Aizawa, his mother and Sakura bite him and drink more than half of his blood. To make the things a little harder, he couldn't drink any blood for the rest of the day. And Midoriya couldn't do much more for now, but she was disappointed with the ruthlessness of his son when waste a fair good classification that could ease his redemption from last year's mistakes. The forced blood deprivation reveals to be a little dangerous, since at the next morning, Izuku was too thirsty and bites his own mother when she tries to wake up. Luckily, such a reaction was expected by Inko, as she prepared forehand a reinforced blood canister mixed with some sweets and fresh sushi from a supermarket to coat it with lots of fresh blood, hoping that would help Izuku to recover his usual sweet self. On next and also the final semester week before summer vacations, Aizawa gathered all 20 students to the one classroom and made some declarations. As you already know, the Battle Royal exam ends without an official winner, since Midoriya casts a forbidden black magic spell that knocks out the competition. Midoriya was now the target of 19 pairs of eyes, and some of them start to rationalize about the kind of magic used. I was a rage burst due to some colleges, in the middle of active mutant Witcher signs. Please, don't try to justify such irresponsible act. Aizawa bares his fangs, as I could read, the Bethlehem spell, if used correctly at full stoke, would kill your mates. Yelling at the word kill. Sorry. Izuku flinches when Aizawa was mad. I think that Endeavor's son deserves this. Ieyasu intervenes with a defiant tone, or the stupid blonde that always liked to make trouble. Oh? Katsuki reacts madly, you had balls to defy me. Todoroki itself barely reacts, since he felt the guilt at his dry throat. Aizawa signals to Izuku join for a little punish, even he was the main issue, before the hotheads creates more trouble. The older vampire swiftly grabs Katsuki and throws against his deck. Before the blonde could ever react, Aizawa bites Katsuki's neck when facing upwards, craving the fangs at the fullest. Todoroki don't react when Izuku's fangs bites him, and compared with his teacher's brutal way to punish his students, it was more contained. Katsuki falls ill due to the blood drained, and needs to go to the recovery girl infirmary afterwards. The day was not going good, especially when Ada witnessed two vampires biting troublesome students, but he was also disappointed with the Izuku's frequent snapping bursts that ends with troubles like this. Aizawa quickly returns to the main topic. A part of this little punishment, let's talk about the summer break. Some boys like Kaminari and Minda start to dwindle in their dirty fantasies when notice the magic keywords. Others maintain the focus to pay attention. The Yui board accept a mind suggestion to bring the first year's hero course to a summer camp in order to better train your quirks and your skills, especially when the law enforcement officers request the help of pro heroes to handle villainy acts, terrorism, arson, kidnapping, etc., etc. And breaks his voice with the cancellation quirk activated, all of those things, except supernatural threats, of course. Sorry Midoriya. You should be the Geralt of Rivia, not Dark Schneider. Oh great. Izuku sighs when read the notice written on an official signed paper that only confirms the tip spoken by his teacher. Now I have a second secret identity. The Bloodhound Witcher, the successor of Geralt. The green-haired vampire fells a strange blow in a psychological sense, since he always reviewed the Witcher magic as a support, not the real way of things. Once all things settle down, Aizawa informs to Izuku that retained 4,000 points on the exam, making halfway on the final classification table. After all, Izuku lost more than 50,000 points just to their own mistakes and overpowering his own magic window needed. Both one-class students passes the first semester exams, and Izuku lose 3 values from 20 maximum on both disciplines grades is a reminder to not be silly. Either way, he had an average of 14 on their grades, when it could have 17. and before he could start the next semester, he need to pass the summer camp test, that he knew that will be the first time when he could be requested on a civilian duty, and start to carry the name of Geralt as the new pro-hero to restore the law and order. During the summer vacations, all Hero Course students was obligatory invited to a full-week crash course to learn how to better optimize their quirks on their heroic duties. It was intended to Aizawa students prepare to the first of 3 tries to gain a provisional license. Izuku's birthday. During the summer, Izuku reaches his 16th anniversary, without any real changes compared with the previous ones. The young vampire didn't really care that his human friends never could visit him at home, especially on this anniversary. Such way of reasoning was more to protect the Yui's colleges from the shenanigans of a vampiric family, especially when his relatives joined the party. Even the Midoriyas adopt some human standards on Izuku's birthday party. The real ordeal of a vampire party was always blood. And the younger green-haired vampire already knew that, due to some ancient fetishism, the guests will try to bite him and drink his blood. One of most troublesome vampires was one peculiar cousin, Shingo Tatsumi, that always pretend to care him, before exploits a way to deceive and bite him. This old fox again. Izuku sighs when Shingo smiles and waves his hands, barely hiding his real thoughts, and I never seen this younger boy, which appears to be more curious and inoffensive. But a 10-year-old vampire, that apparently was too cute and soft, could be a worse enemy than the older ones. Izuku snaps from his distraction when the young boy with brown hair bites his left wrist and start to drink like he spot the last Coke on desert. And before Izuku could ask politely to stop, the troublesome cousin takes his guard down and crave his sharp fangs right below the chin, since his neck was exposed. The green-haired vampire swiftly grabs the offender, holding tightly Shingo's neck, while pretends to throw against the floor. The little vampire who still drinks Izuku's blood quickly noticed that the teenager vampire was mad. Please, be nice. The child makes a dumb and apologetic face, before Izuku could cast some magic spell. Shingo was slammed against the nearest sofa once Izuku locks his arm and throw him. In clear contrast to the violent arm thrown, the green vampire sighs and asks politely to the little vampire boy, "Your parents don't teach you to not bite strangers without permission." I think that the old manners was draining out the water, and makes a depressed look. I'm sorry, Midoriya Mau. He treats Izuku as a demon king straight as an honorific, making him brushed and annoyed. My name is Iori Itsuka. Please, don't treat to me as in Lord Demon, or even Overlord. And Izuku fell ashamed, while hides his red face with his hand. That's funny for a vampire that want to be treated as Dark Schneider, the Viriko Warlock of Chaos Destruction Overlord. Shingo makes a goofy remark as he remembers the official Izuku's pro-hero title, once recovers and stand up from the sofa. Actually is also Geralt of Rivia, the elemental witcher of Doomsday, and co-intervenes, without making a worried face, once she reads the latest school bulletin. Before Izuku could reply, Iori displays a card-fight Vanguard deck of cards, making the older vampire dumbfounded and astonished. Vanguard. Izuku sighs when remembers that once played the same game with some colleges on elementary school. Let's duel. Iori picks another deck from their pockets, that times was a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. I once played both games when I was more younger, at your current age, more precisely. But for now Izuku agrees to play with Iori, hoping that the guests don't try to bite him again. Swiftly, in less than 2 minutes, Iori assembles the Vanguard playmate, while Izuku goes to his room and bring back his own deck that was closed on a dusty box below his bed. Without more formalities, Izuku and Iori plays 10 Vanguard duels in a row. And Ko was also a little surprised, since it was one of rare times that gather relationships with other young humans, participating even to school championships of card games. And now, after some years of retirements, he plays again. Stand up, Vanguard. Both boys shouted together, flipping the grade 0 monster on Vanguard circle. Sprout the letter, Luchai. Izuku reveals his initial unit. Full bow, and Iori makes the same. At the first turn, both players deduce their favorite clans, archetypes, where Izuku plays the Letters deck from Link Joker clan of Stargate Nation, while Iori uses the Shadow Paladins clan from United Sanctuary. Both players had villainous decks, since such clans was used by the main antagonists of the Vanguard franchise. In reality, much of youngsters' dueling skills was not so good due to the lack of experience and the reduced number of duelists on their neighborhoods. After 10 duels, both duelists had the same number of victories, even much of them reveal the lack of experience of their strategies. I wonder if you or me had a quirk capable to force a Vanguard fight between us as pro-heroes and the villains. Spoke Iori, capable even to summon your units, making rides. He quickly ventilates in pure ecstasy, making our Vanguard a real thing and fight the evil. That would be a chase damned quirk. Izuku swears boldly. I suggest a duel again, and the winner shall bite the loser. Iori smile with his fangs open and shinning. Very tricky one. Izuku agrees. Meanwhile, the Bakugo family arrives on Izuku's apartment, as they was the only human family that was invited to Izuku's birthdays. Both they knew that the odds to one of them ended the visit with at least one bite was significant. The quirked family hope that the party goes without incidents. Welcome, Mitsuki, Nesaru, Bakugo, and points to her son, and my Izuku was playing Card Fight Vanguard with one of my close relatives. My baby once played this with some duelists a few years ago. However, the blonde family, especially Katsuki, pretends to not understand about it, and follows straight to the living room, where all action unfolds. When the 11th duel reaches the apex, Izuku and Iori were so focused on it, as they ignore the bewildered faces of the Bakugus. They hope the vampires won't bite them, but witnessing Izuku playing a card game was totally unexpected. Very interesting formation. Iori enumerates the summoned monsters: Ferment to letter Gin, Bloating to letter Geo, Swift to letter Geely, and your vanguard is Hailing to letter Elro. Let's hope that my photo make that combo again. Ride, Docking to letter Gran. Izuku screams. While mimicry the mannerisms of a peculiar character on Vanguard anime, I activate the ride skill, Counter Blast. Damn it, Gran will seal my main monster. Iori grits his teeth and fangs. Your Vanguard are deleted, losing all attack and effects, but picks an additional card, Imaginary Gift, Force. My Vanguard offensive power will increase 10,000. Iori almost panics when Izuku reinforced the rear guards, and declares a frontal attack against this Vanguard, the Dark Dictator. He tries to block, but Izuku used the Twin Drive effect that draws 2 critical triggers, that combined with the sealed Vanguard, it was too much damage. Iori was defeated badly, just to Izuku bites him as a punishment, delete end. WTF was that? Katsuki was a little shocked with their eyes wide opened. 11 duels of Vanguard is not for everyone. It's better to. Now a time to Yu-Gi-Oh! The little vampire boy decides to fight back, and changes the whole game and playmate. As expected, I already bring my beloved deck, while quickly puts the cards on place. Iori smiles when Izuku accepts to the younger starts first, but he reveals to be skillful on archetypes tailored to summon several monsters in a row. Like on Vanguard counterpart, Iori assembles his deck based on a villain character, this time a top fictitious hacker called Revolver, and play hard straight on first turn. I set my field magic card, Revolboot Sector, that enabled a special summon 2 Varret monsters from his hand, while summons a third. Iori also imitates the mannerisms of several Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters franchise. Arrowhead confirmed. The summoning conditions are at least 2 effect monsters. Link summon. Placing a strong monster on the extra monster zone, Link 3. Topological Trispina. Later, Iori set a reverse card, and ends his turn, but Izuku had more dueling skills to this game, while Mumbles, setting a trap. To Naive. It's my turn. Draw. And once Izuku saw the card, he mumble, excellent. I can start at my fullest force. I don't like it. Iori snaps coldly. Then I start quickly. Izuku quickly discard 2 cards from his hand. I tribute some cards to special summon Black Magic Hierophant Priest. A 32 points of attack monster in a single move. Since I send Azure Dragon Summoner, I had another spellcaster normal monster from my deck to my hand. Then I summon Chariot the Magic Swordsman, which enable to return Alchemist of Black Magic from the dead to my hand. Once I discard Spellbook of Olma and activate another magic card. Finally, I use the Ritual Magic card, Black Magic Ritual of Chaos, which will tribute Chariot the Magic Swordsman and Alchemist of Black Magic. Ritual Summon. Appear my Great Master of Black Magic, Magician of Black Chaos, both placed on opposite ends of main monster zones. Quickly Izuku orders Magician of Black Chaos to attack Topological Trispina, but Iori reacts. I will react. Reverse trap card open. Remote Reborn. Making Izuku stunned with great stupefaction, I will special summon your Azure Dragon Summoner pointed to my Topological Trispina's link marker. And with this move, Iori could destroy all Izuku's monsters. So naive. Izuku quickly reacts. I use Black Magic Hierophant Priest monster effect. A trap card activation are negated and destroyed. In the end, Iori lose the monster, but not got enough damage to be defeated easily. When Iori draws his card, he smiles before resumes. Since I don't have monsters on field, I use the second effect of Revolboot Sector to special summon the 2 Vullet monsters from my graveyard. Appear. Magnavullet Dragon, Autovullet Dragon. It summons the monster from his hand, and I summon Vullet Synchron. A tuner monster. Izuku almost screams, ignoring the bewildered Katsuki's face. Correct. Attribute both 3 monsters to Synchro Summon, Borreload Savage Dragon. And due to his effect it equips Topological Trispina that not increases the attack, but also disables for 3 times Izuku's monster effects. With this, the Black Magic Hierophant Priest was destroyed. The duel follow 4 more turns, until at 9th turn, Iori starts with only 100 life points, against Izuku that had 35-0. Izuku had summoned a Link monster earlier, Magical Original Text, Crowley, and had summoned Black Magician and Kaiku, the Spirit Eradicator. Alright, I release my Imperial Order of the Royal Palace, since I cannot pay more life. Using my field magic card Revolboot Sector, I summon Anisvollet Dragon and Shelvollet Dragon from my hand. It continues to summon more monsters. Since you control a Link monster, I special summon Gateway Dragon, that enables to special summon Hibernation Dragon. And due to Chain of Summons, it also grabs a monster from his graveyard to his hand, which was Magnavullet Dragon. 4 monsters in a row. Domain, Izuku snatches. Appear my Revengeful Circuit. I tribute both 4 effects monsters to Link Summon. Link 4, Topological Bomber Dragon. A Link 4 monster. If it was like the another one, it need to link to my monsters in order to activate their effects. To end this, I normal summon Magnavullet Dragon. and use the last card on hand, and I use the Quick Play card, Quick Revolve, to special summon from my deck Malevolent Dragon with all effects sealed, but cannot attack and will be destroyed once my turn ends. Katsuki makes an annoying statement. What's the damn point to use such thing, as he cannot use it all. 1 minute. Both 2 non-link monsters are level 4. Don't mean. Iori makes a bold smile. That's right. I overlay Malevolent Dragon, Malevolent Dragon, Zai Summon, and places the new Zai's monster on the bottom link marker of Topological Bomber Dragon, appear. Rank 4. Borreloadix Charged Dragon. Oh great, such terrible monster. Izuku never expected such surprise from the canonical Revolvers deck, according to the franchise. I'd attach all overlay units to use Borreloadix Charged Dragon main effect. I don't only special summon Borreload Savage Dragon below another Topological Bomber Dragon link. Iori points to Izuku's main monster zone, but also will affect your monster's link to magical original text, Crowley losing 600 points of attack and defense, and makes a swift pause because use another effect. Finally, when a monster is special summoned below Topological Bomber Dragon link, it will destroy all of your monsters on your main monster zone since it was co-linked. And finally, give the final order, Topological Bomber Dragon attack magical original text, Crowley, and gives the original Izuku's monster attack to the damage calculation, ending with 500 life points. Damn it, Izuku felt badly humiliated, in a dual sense, to not prevent such turn of events. And since Topological Bomber Dragon attacks your main monster, an additional 1000 damage points are also inflicted, defeating Izuku swiftly. Deku, what's the hell was those games? While Katsuki pretends to not care, I never expected you playing such unknown stuff. I lost. I made too much mistakes due to my lack of expertise. Iori may be right. Kaken, if some pro hero had a quirk capable to summon Yu-Gi-Oh monsters like those both played, it could be viable. Katsuki turn his head and don't answer. Probably it could be most overpowered quirk ever, or a complete disaster. Inko decided to intervene once they play 2 hours straight on several duels and shift the party focus to chant happy birthday. At least, Izuku don't care too much when Iori turn on Izuku's Steam machine and plays a handful number of games. The Bakugus couldn't escape the ritual bite by all vampires, but never expected Izuku's birthday cake was coated with honey and fresh blood, and the beverages was coffee and tea mixed with blood. The best thing that Mitsuki Bakugu could ever do after the party was inviting the Midoriyas to dinner at next Sunday. Dining on Bakugu's house. Midoriya vampire family accepted the invitation to dining at that at Bakugu's house. Since Mitsuki decided to invite the odd vampire family, Katsuki was trying not to pretending to be nauseous when Izuku fills a bowl of rice with blood. It tastes better if I put some fresh blood on it. The younger vampire spokes as answers some non-existent question. It is really necessary. Katsuki's mother asks to Inko or Izuku, who simply nods. Unfortunately, yes, Inko also sips a little blood, or both of us could launch a bloody spree. Not to mention that our classroom teacher is also a vampire, Izuku said while rolling their eyes. Katsuki's father sighs, especially when bites their own students. Just to everyone resume eating. Izuku was a little jealous that Katsuki had both parents alive, and somehow blames his father to either dies or flee, leaving his mother alone. Still recovering from my birthday duels. That little vampire must be a huge fan of Kugami Ryokan. Izuku mumbles openly, that fictitious character and his army of dragons. Nowadays are rare some child, let alone a vampire, so focused on card games when the majority only pretends to be pro heroes. His mother spokes. Either way, that brat's dueling skills are driven to the correct direction. He correctly built their deck to disable the adversary strategies. Izuku sighs with all fangs dropped. No one dared to ask more questions until the end of visit. The summer training field. At the ends of July, the Yui's Hero Courses classes was summoned to participate to the summer training field, where during a full week, they go to a rural area to better training his skills, quirks, or even magic, if applicable. Making patrols with other pro heroes are also the main spot of this event. Like other major lectures, the first time for the training field, which appears to locate on the middle of Gunma Prefecture, starts with an early morning meeting at the Yui High School grounds. Aizawa yawns tiredly while tries to not display any weakness to all students. Licking your fangs as always, Aizawa, the home classroom teacher of 1B, Blood King, plays with the older vampire. Don't talk to me, I'm tired. As Aizawa disdains such compliments, the younger green-haired vampire arrive at the same time of the pointless conversation between the two main teachers of the current first-year hero courses. Izuku, like many of his colleges, was dressed their costumes. The standard mage costume that resembles the Witcher from his Geralt ancestor, mixed with the sorcerers from the Diablo franchise, still makes some bewildered views, especially when the school board decide my provisional nickname, Geralt of Rivia, the elemental Witcher of Doomsday, before rectifies and hide my real title, Dark Schneider, the Viriko Warlock of Chaos Destruction Overlord. Honestly, he sighed, even knowing that was their own choice at all. You appear more mature than on beginning. Vlad King recognized the odd vampire on the battle simulation class. Even you resemble a little more the demon lords on their own castle on several RPG games, when faced the heroes that sought to defeat him. Please, on my last birthday, I have another young vampire calling me a demon king. Aizawa blinks his eyes. Midoriya, you had your birthday recently, making a fuss along the students. Why didn't you invite us? Kaminari makes a slight disappointed face. We are friends, or... Katsuki intervenes with a loud explosion. Please, never appear on a WTF vampire party. Of course, the biting and blood that all vampire love. Uraraka was ashamed when remembers the vampire shenanigans, especially during a birthday party filled with vampires. Izuku spilled the beans that don't pretend to say, and the best thing was playing with a younger vampire. That was a relative that I saw for the first time. It didn't hide the blushed freckled face once noticed the mistake, ending playing a total of 12 duels of card trading games. I never witnessed such powerful duelist when my army of sorcerers lose at the last turn. Katsuki's memory snaps at the precise time. Oh, that WTF cards. Since when a young boy grabs the entire Ryokan Kagami deck of Dark Dragons so easily. I was too optimistic playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And Cardfight Vanguard against him. Aizawa eyes wide open before dare to ask, what? Cardfight Vanguard. Yu-Gi-Oh! Making Izuku with the same perplexed face when notice his teacher had similar hobbies. I used the Link Joker clan on the first game, and a custom deck of sorcerers on the later one. The green-haired vampire explains his preferences. Now I remember, 5 years ago you got the 3rd place on the Vanguard event on Orudra Town. I almost forget that you was a duelist on such games. Like me, many of their own colleges was much more astonished, barely understand about that niche game. Unbelievable. Izuku head drops dead, with all fangs and claws opened. After that, you play Magic the Gathering. Aizawa asks, since it was the favorite card trading game at all. Nope, I don't know the rules. It appears to be much older and more complex to play. Now I understand you're psychic during all battles until now. You use the mechanisms of magic, trap and monster cards of such games to plan your strategy using your magic. Later, you evolve to a more physical combat model. Izuku knew that remark was a little flawed, since the actual magic training was not made with trading card games, but with meditation, mental training, energy flow control, and playing with more realistic simulation models. The video games such The Witcher provided a more realistic playground model to learn and control their magic. Once all conversation ends, the two classes take the buses and takes the road until the destination. Little of them knew that their movements was been monitored by the Millennium Army. At the outskirts of the little town, still dawn, a group of vampires and demons gather together. Tish, spoke a blonde-haired vampire with rounded glasses. My major couldn't find a more wonderful place to make our hive, said with a silly face. And the worst part is the flaming skeleton, said the brother vampire with dark hair and their minions. Don't make any foolish movement, spoke the strongest undead, the Skull Knight. I never understand who both of you, Jan and Luke Valentine, could end with me at the same 12 wise men of Europa group. Do you want to fight, such piece of spasmischer schween chase? John Valentine suddenly feel totally constricted by the dark magic emanated by the Skull Knight, who was furious for such lack of respect. Learn your real position here. If I could, you will die more fast than blink your filthy eye. Yes, sir, both afraid brothers answer without itch. Good, that band of brats will arrive at noon. We need a full day and night to assemble all pieces of your mission. We will attack tomorrow night. It gives a hummed laugh from his jaws. I'm respectfully waiting for you. Dark Schneider, Hanamigahara Forest Park, Gunma. The early morning bus ride on Gunma Prefecture's countryside was going without great issues, a part of the typical traffic jams around Great Tokyo main roads. Quickly the highways and pollution gives way to the mountainous roads, dense forests, and small villages. During the whole trip, about half of students of Hero Course was either sleeping or chatting to the opposite seatmate. The famous vampire was dreaming, since he barely sleep at all, and was a little malaise. At right side of him, it was the Vine's quirk user Ibara Shuzaki, who was constantly target the menacing vampire with her left eye, partially opened. For most classmates from 1A and 1B, it was a very deceiving couple at first sight. Both had greenish hair, but one was a terrible monster and the other was a frightened human. Finally at noon, somewhere on the outskirts of Numata, on Gunma Prefecture, all half-sleepy students on the bus was awakened suddenly when Aizawa yells, "Everyone listen to me." While tries to not yawn too, we almost arrive to destination, while points to the peaks of 2 mountains, Akagi and Tsukai, and to make the things really harder, and slaps against the bus door. Both of you should find the correct path to the lodge house, otherwise you don't have lunch. Izuku yawns comically with his fangs fully extended, while barely open his reddish eyes, instead the normal green ones when he was relaxed. Midoriya was a little confused with the sudden flow of visual information, seeing the Kai flow and auras emanated by humans. Midoriya, Aizawa was annoyed. Wake up. Making an unpleasant hissing make the young vampire to jump from the seat violently, and latch with their claws on windows handles, made by rubber. What? Izuku finally recovers his humanized form once fully recovers his senses. Aizawa-sensei, please don't make such fuss. I expected you to awake more smoothly. And please don't use the Witcher senses so lightly, making everyone thinking about such peculiar thing. To avoid more distracting plethoras, the teacher's orders to all students to swiftly go out of the bus. On exited to the parking area, some of students stretches out outside, especially the infamous vampire. Others quickly complains the huge forest landscape and the nearly absence of villages. Very well, Blood King intervenes. Welcome to Hanamigahara Forest Park. More precisely, the vicinity of this great place. Making some of them sighing or complain evermore, your mission is to find the correct path along the forest and discover our secret basement. Prompting the teachers to resume in order to avoid more problems or excuses, and since this is an official training field, I and a racehead will give authorization to use our quirks, as long don't damage the forest. Which makes sense as everyone brings their costumes. Aizawa intervenes, and to make an additional remark, as displays a mad face with his fangs dropped while talks like an unmotivated salaried man. I recommend to Geralt of Rivia, the elemental witcher of Doomsday, also known by the alternative alias by Dark Schneider, the Viriko warlock of chaos destruction overlord, to restrain his supernatural powers use and do not use black magic spells at normal circumstances. Thank you. It ends with a wide open yawn before snaps as he couldn't find their favorite yellow bag, since he never bring with him at first. This is a real hero name. Someone from 1B class was bewildered. What kind of horrible costume was that? Said another one from the same class. It resembles a video game character from some weird fantasy game. As he complains about Izuku's dress costume that was a tweaked version of Geralt's character 1. Izuku just sighed deadpan when hear all conversations. It's so bad that I can't cast hexes. Aizawa replies a little angry, Midoriya, don't play with witchcraft. And the green-haired vampire shut up for good. Let's go. Blood King orders to begin the field exercise. Before the students divert to other things, stand on line about a meter off the bus facing the fence and then wait to my signal. Blood King counts up 3 and swings his left arm to signal the beginning of the race, and then all 40 students runs over the parking zone and dwells around the trees. It won't make than a minute to the teachers lost direct sight of them. The compact vegetation and the tricky environment was perfect to hide the hellhound. In reality, the forest boundary was covered by a system of security cameras and electronic traps intended to alert the presence of outside intruders. Some security cameras are also inside the zone, since it was useful to verify if a quirk student don't fool the rules. Ignoring for a while all mundane problems, Izuku runs at full speed around the forest about 2 minutes, like some ninja character running and jumping across breaches, before the strain causes him to slow down. When he finishes to jump around the forest patches, it automatically uses the Witcher senses, while charges the Aiden and Ard signs to prevent badly surprises from some troublemakers that could appear from nowhere. The very first step is to find my position, mumbles Izuku when climb fast a large pine tree and scans over the cleared view, the potential site of the targeted lodge. After some seconds, Izuku quickly learns that he was a little far from the route, but notices some unnatural movement at the boundaries of the forest park, much due to the aura signature that vampires senses at certain circumstances. And vampires with magic knowledge add a much higher sensibility to such things. The greenette vampire quickly jumps to the ground and goes forward around the forest again. And about 20 minutes of a good pacing, Izuku smells blood from a certain spot. Someone's hurt, said Izuku, while trying to not drive his hunting instincts, especially when he remembers the first time he bite a human. Awkward times. He rubs his freckled cheeks and eyes, trying to not bite the presumably wounded student. I should have 5 or 6 when such thing happened. Due to Izuku being a vampire, his mother was very protective to his son, and she don't wanted to wander outside until a certain age. And since all humans should go to school before 6 years old, Inko knew that his son should learn to socialize with humans, at least a minimal level. When Izuku was on Eve to go to elementary school, he was with her mother shopping at late evening, in order to ensure that the sun won't burn the skin, since vampires has low tolerance on sun and take some time to adapt. The problem happens when some quirked ruffian decide to attack Inko, and due to panic and havoc, the little Izuku scream and bite the aggressor almost in panic, spilling blood all over the place. About a minute later, the police arrived to handle the case, and was the beginning of another problem, that was attack of a vampire against a human. Fortunately, all legal problems settle quickly. Once Izuku though that reaches the potential site, he barely hold from screaming aloud when witness a strange 3-headed beast that resemble an oversized wolf, as height as an African elephant. Even his body had a grayish fur, it had a huge spiky patch along the back. Their legs ends with massive claws retracting from their paws. To make the things worse, the creature had a heavy mace on tail, and strange lightning-shaped eyes and menacing fangs for each head. The sudden appearance of such monstrosity causes Izuku backflips once jump from a tree and slides to the middle of a trench. When the strange creature notices the presence of the vampire, both heads growls and split corrosive saliva that burns the ground, hot enough to catch fire. What the hell is this thing? Izuku quickly noticed from his magic abilities that such living creature shouldn't exist naturally. Izuku quickly notices that the blood smell trail don't fit to the monster location. Instead, it come from two boys, probably from 1B class, that appears to be severely wounded from the creature. One of them appeared to use his air-based quirk to make a fragile shield that was quickly break apart by the massive tail swing, or when the creature gives a brave kick in such a way that the quirked barrier is broken apart and rips the boy's flesh in the same act. The another boy appears to be capable to spin at higher speeds, but was useless when the creature strikes down with other powerful chop kick. It could kill them, mumbles Izuku before he slides back when faced the massive black aura emanating from the beast. Damn it. That strange wolf-like aberration had magic emission. This is not a thing that normal or quirked humans should face at all. The green-haired vampire never experienced such magic vitality clash, except the wonderful mission on North Korea base. But unlike a vampire, this magic creature is not sentient, and such scenario means big troubles. Instead, to face off the creature, Izuku slides to catch the boys, asking, "I'm Izuku Midoriya, you are alright. Please, don't kill us." The air-based quirk user, called Kosei Tsubiraba, was also too freighted to the close presence of the vampire. Honestly, the vampire glares. I expect a more defiant person, especially when both of you wanted to take the bull by the horns and not complaining. Leave me. We are plenty fine. I don't want. Another boy, Senkaibara, neither wanted to be rescued by a vampire. The vampire ignored the pleas, and he just grabbed them, one of each tightly closed arm, before trying to jump from the danger before the unnatural creature strike back again. Refusing help are out of question, said the vampire apologetic, while quickly scanned the blood drip and wounds from the students. Both of you, since you faced that creature. None of students dare to reply back, making Izuku a little angry seeing such childish, prideful behavior. The vampire knew that his top priority is to flee the zone and avoid to confront the creature, but when he tries to run away and find a more safe place, the monster swiftly react and split a venomous mucus that burn and catch fire, followed by a sudden leg stroke with their huge claws opened. The combined swing effect tears apart several trees and spread the venomous mucus at greater angular range. The huge wind gust was also enough to Izuku lose balance and falls down, dropping the boys to the ground. He was caught off guard and ends wounded too, and his body serves as an unintentional shield to avoid more damage to the boys. It appears that the beast will hold some instance. Izuku remarks, slightly burned from the acidic saliva, and both of you, what's happened to face that? Senkaibara interrupts, without hiding a sense of shame and defeat. Me and my friend was running around to find a clearance that served to orientate and find the lodge, and after a pause said, until we find that aberration that defeat us in a blink of an eye. Later, Kosei Tsubiraba intervenes. I use my quirk to defend, but it was totally useless. A single leg stroke almost rips us apart. Suddenly the creature strike again at greater force than before, leaving Izuku to cast the Quen active shield to protect not only the wounded behind him, and itself. The barrier don't hold totally, and the three boys flown apart against the nearest tree that was destroyed by the same creature's attack. Aizawa, this is an emergency. Very well. I don't think that Yui would release such creature on wild, said defiant with the absurd situation and dialed to Aizawa using his smartphone. Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya calling. This is an emergency. The older vampire was genuinely curious when the infamous student dialed to him. Aizawa here. Midoriya, what's the problem? When he also hear a sudden slash from the smartphone. If you hear correctly, currently I had 2 injured 1B class students and a creature that resemble a demonic wolf, capable to tear apart trees and rocks too. WTF, can you detail carefully? Aizawa expects that some of Guest's pro heroes would make some pranks, like the Pixie Bob ability to manipulate dirt and molding large but inoffensive golems. They are not made from stone or dirt. Izuku waits a little before resumes, since he noticed that his teacher was not taking seriously. Never mind. We faced a thing that resembles a living creature, and I notice and confirm that normal quirks don't work against it. To make the things worse, both of 3 heads split saliva capable to catch fire, and releases an ominous black aura emanation. It appears that Izuku was caught off guard again at the same instant when the creature breathed black reddish flames against him and other students, incinerating the whole site. The vampire still manages to cast magic barriers at time, but is not fully concentrated and the fire heat would burn them easily. Izuku holds silent several seconds while tries to avoid being burned alive, until notices that the ring of fire also acts as a medium to summon more magic creatures, albeit with smaller size. Aizawa almost panics when we're panic and silence. This is not good. Why? Midoriya. Then Izuku talks back while tries to cast again the Quen shield again to hold the flames. Forget it. He magically summoned more creatures. Unlike the dinosaur-sized 3-headed monster, now both of us faced a pack of wolf-sized pitch-black burning wolves. Don't mean that creature was recorded from Sakura-sensei books. Burning wolves, summon magic. Aizawa freezes with horror even it was a supernatural vampire, but he never expects such scenario. The whole thing. That monster is an hellhound. The vampire remembers with a sudden flashback when once read some old book, and it's an abnormal type with 3 heads. When I read a book about Western folklore, from it said and carefully analyze such beast, it actually resembles the Cerberus, the guardian of the gates of hell itself. In Hellhound, Aizawa screams, how it's possible to a mythological creature from hell appear here. Izuku quickly noticed that the smaller hound monsters was also dangerous. They not only form a considerable pack size, but many of them are very fast and dodge quickly. The boys also use their quirks to fight against the demon wolves, and their usefulness are very dim, since the boy with a solid air barrier quirk fails to catch a single foe. And the driller quirk boy wasn't effective either, as the demon just plays and dodge safely any close-ranged attack. One of those smaller hellhounds, and also the swiftly one breaks the weakened vampire's magic barrier, jumps over Izuku and bite the right Kosai's arm, screaming in pain. "Nuts, that bastard. It inflict a hex," said Izuku. "A what?" said Sine. "Kosai, what's happened?" Kosai screams with pain, quickly evolving to strong convulsions and white eyes. Quirked villains is one thing, but a whole swarm of supernatural and magic-blessed creatures are too much for a human to handle. Damn it. Izuku grits his teeth, felling some impotence. Quickly Izuku pick up their smartphone and pledge to Aizawa. One student was bitten and cursed. "If I don't use all magic powers, both will die. With such emergency, I request permission to use Dark Schneider's magic." "Wait, please use the Geralt's magic first, and try to not use higher spells unless the things goes awry. If you want to do so, then I will use ritual seals to enhance the Witcher signs." But he knew that without magic swords their usefulness are very limited, and should be a little creative. "I really sorry for those two watching this, but I need to overcharge my signs," spoke Izuku, and prepare his mind and body to make a blood ritual spell. "Ancient souls lying on my bloodlines, I request your ritual pact. Enlightenment executors of tyrants, lay my ancient seal to summon your cursed oracle. Vititi autumn sanguis sigillum. Exio, that makes his blood as potion. Fleshgod apocalypse." Quickly Izuku cast the Somni sign to slow the cursing hex that was killing the 1B class student. "What kind of hocus pocus was that?" asked Sine, visibly horrified. "Don't distract me. I apply a witch sign spell to gain time before the magic poison kill your friend." Izuku knew that fighting hellhounds with some signs, especially the Axii, would be useless. This means that cast hexes against the demons would be waste of time, and he need to try the mutant sign that caused an uproar on final semester exam. Without waste more precious seconds, in such dire situation, Izuku cast the mutant ard-piercing cold spell against 3 hellhounds that was attacking the group. They froze quickly, giving a rush motivation to attack another ones. The sudden turn of events was quickly acknowledged by the main hellbound, that releases more dark magic energy to the remaining monsters. Izuku's defiant face turns into a shocked one when notices that the next waves of demonic wolves survived the telekinetic freezing spell, while some of them was capable strike back madly. The main one passes untouched, since he deflect all quirk and such magic attack with a barrier from the beginning. And after 5 or 6 waves, some smaller hellhound managed to break the vampire magic defense and rips the flesh. "Damn it, it hurts," screams Izuku in agony, exacerbated by the drawbacks of their own potion poisoning. "That bastards." Once he thought that the pain fades enough, then the vampire turned his head to check if the two are relatively safe, but he noticed that 3 or 4 hellhounds attacked both of them and couldn't do more unless scream. "That demons. Since this aren't enough, let's try this." And this time he uses a ritual alchemical spell that enhances the stamina and vitality regeneration, that also serve as mutagens to the Witcher signs, old fairy tales of swiftly creatures of night. "Under your bronze sanctuary to honor fallen heroes of war. I never sleep until your pact of swords aren't aced. May your will of iron be my Valentine's massacre and overkill my enemies." When Izuku finishes the main incantation stage, with raised arms, cross his arms like he was slashing his own flesh, Demonibus anita dimiter maledictus a defuncti, Exio, and finally crafts a wicked regenerative potion, once absorbed on his body, enhances the hit rate and kill spree, without forgetting to yell the spell's name, Motorhead. The Motorhead ritual spell acts like a magical methamphetamine, making the caster body reacting like he had an overdose of drugs, which is in reality a poisoning side effect. That dangerous alchemical potion accelerate the physical reaction and deathly precision hit more than 10-fold. However, such spell are not useful without an adequate mage costume, or magic-crafted swords that could seal the contracts with the magic poison blood. Motorhead acts as the foundation of the adrenaline rush skill, and combined with the flesh god apocalypse with also unlocks the bloodbath skill. Such magic and tactic skills enables to increase the sign's hit rates at expense of his natural defenses. If Izuku are physically hurt by enemy with those skills activated, their recoil and damage are much greater than normal. Acquainting with those drawbacks, the green-haired vampire jumps straight against the giant hellhound, without forgetting the minions along the path. Along their youth lives, neither Kosai Tsubiraba or Senkaibara expected to witness the beyond-the-rational phenomena that was a vampire with a glowing red haze and inconsiderable. Bloodthirsty. In a blink of eye, Izuku disappears from Sai, and 3 minor demons was slashed with bare hands, when cast the Ard sweep, while his body regenerates quickly. Finally the giant beast unleashed their real magic powers, releasing a pillar of fire that almost hit the quirked boys, and Izuku was unable to make any damage against the main monster. To make the things even worse, the minor demon wolves appears to encircle the vampire, and the humans, like has been commanded by the major one. "What? Hey, monster," said the drilling quirk user, before faint as the curse was dominating their body at alarming speed. "Sen, Kosai, there's no hope unless I use Dark Schneider's magic. But I need first to." Activating the ritual spells was largely unsuccessful against the Hellhound. Still, it could be useful to Izuku cast quickly that secret healing spell that his magic teacher teach him before the hexes kill the students. She once said that such healing spell was recovered and adapted from an ancient palimpsest, and could be cast if Izuku combined correctly the signs and ritual mutagens, turning them as the necessary ingredients to cast advanced white magic. For a vampire, the main problem is the enormous vitality cost and crafting time to a black magic mage cast a polar opposite spell. Even it could make unusable to cast more magic until next day. That's a question of life or death. To fix the timing problem, Izuku quickly engenders a way to deceive the Hellhound. "To gain the necessary time, I need some kind of spell to decoy the beast," said the vampire when remembers, and quickly casts the decay gas spell that may don't cause much damage to the smaller creatures, and probably it was ineffective to the main one, but still it causes the necessary havoc. Psycho, know your worth. I granted your wills into a amber flash of ash and wound." And finally the vampire releases the spell, Suicidal Tendencies. The vampire holds firm and opens their arms for some long seconds, releasing a chaotic black cloud that rots and burns everything with black flames. The minor Hellhound growls with agony, making a wrecking havoc that breaks the enemy siege against the wounded students, giving the precious time needed. It was highly risking to a black mage cast advanced healing magic, but Izuku need to make such sacrifice to heal the boys before the poisonous hexes kills them. "My merciful healing god, I pledge your wisdom and display the holy path." The vampire fells agonized when pushes white vitality during the incantation prelude, and Izuku manages to craft from point of view a giant magic hand that encircles the target. Layered by a stack of magic circles, may your healing hand mercifully cure the human wound, blood to blood, flesh to flesh, bone to bone. And once activated it squeezes the boys, but heals and breaks the hexes instead. Silver Mountain. The healing spell works, but discharges all active Witcher signs, making vulnerable for a while. He lost all alchemical ritual potions proprietous to pay the magic cast, however without erasing the poisonous side effects that can take some hours to fade. Izuku still had some remaining magic energy of the kinds not used earlier to cast other kind of magic, but the main problem was the instability, and the alternatives aren't good either. Now I only have energy enough for 2 or 3 magic spells. I hope this works. The main Hellhound was furious with such tricks delivered by the green-haired vampire, and decided to focus against him. The monster takes a long breath and releases a blazing inferno that almost caught Izuku and other students. The partially exposed tree roots gives entrance to a fragile shelter, but the trees was obliterated in a blink of an eye. When Izuku faces another ring of fire unleashed by the enemy, he delivers a smirk, since he could make the same. "If you want to siege against me, I will redistribute back your favor," and makes a greater wall of fire that counterblocks and encircles all foes. Tio, rained, hellish rainfall of fire. Guns N' Roses. Why each so-called magic spell is named from death metal bands. The boy with air shield quirk connect the dots and makes such awkward sentence, but nothing unexpected by Izuku's view. Ignored the astonished faces from rescued boys, Izuku stepped forward and delivers another fire spell that hopes that would destroy the aberrations for good. Brained, dead. Izuku's eyes flashes red and conjure an increasing size and speedy twist of fire. Obey your blood oath and come forth from the land of Abaddon. Forming a blazing inferno, shielded by circle of hellish fire, delivered straight from hell, liberate the Gehenna's fire that incinerated all it touches. While increasing the temperature to several thousand degrees, give the evil blaze of burning to destroy and burn everything at will. And finally compresses the hellish fire against the target, Exodus. The massive unnatural heat cause and havoc due to the explosion, burning every Hellhounds until left nothing, but the real target appears to resist for a while. Izuku holds the magic spell several seconds, until notice that the fur and spikes of the monstrous beast starts to crack and burn, while notice that some invisible magic shield cracks and explodes in sequence. Surprisingly, the main Hellhound managed to survive the 100,000 Kelvin fire, enough to break down their bizarre magic barrier and suffer some physical damage. That absolute aberration. He had magic barriers. I doubt that a real Hellhound could make enchantment on their own body to increase their defense. That's insane. Even Endeavor couldn't make such thing. Sen spoke astonished with the massive fire. Unbelievable. The demon wolf survived. Kosai shakes their left hand. Izuku's remaining vitality was lost, or he thought, this beast will recover quickly, and I need to focus, and meditates to find some capable kind of magic to be cast. The boys notices a sudden freezing aura around the vampire that was noticed by him. If fire don't work, let's freeze instead, using the most powerful one with the courtesy of Dark Schneider, as he laughs defiantly and displays the same wicked aura of the sighted ancestor. This vampire, he's not normal. Some boy makes the same remark when witness their magic powers on the Yui Sports Festival. Lors, Healy, Gray, Skull, Billy, may your soul purify me. Izuku create a magic magnetic field that traps the burned Hellhound itself, Hellking. In this powerful gathering of sovereign beings, I will bear the destructive ice storms. And finally Izuku releases the ice magic energy against the trapped target. Let a new link unite me to the forces of snow and ice. That freezes at atomic level, absolute zero annihilation. Testament. Once the supreme ice spell hits the abnormal hellhound, it freezes instantly to absolute 0 Kelvin. And due to the massive thermal gradient and explosive magnetic compression, the hellhound explodes, releasing a catastrophic blast that wiped out everything around 100 meters. An entire patch of forest was burned and frozen at the same time, but the supernatural enemy was finally defeated. Izuku almost faints due to exhaustion, but he had luck as the two boys decides to grab him side by side and walk off the lodge that was about 3 kilometers away. Other groups already arrived, taking an average 4 hours to find the place, but Izuku's group needs 7 long hours due to the insane fighting against the hellhound and the slow pace due to their wounds. Aizawa was terrible, upset the whole incident and trying to convince, by their own security protocols, that the whole summer camp was compromised, just to receive a terrible bad news from Blood King. Unfortunately, it is not possible to cancel everything and going back. The entire surrounding area suffer a blackout, and we are the only ones to stay on standby. Instead, they need to rest and train harder to defend itself. What on earth? Erased Head was astonished. This is clearly a very cleared scheme beyond any quirked villainy, and who could scheme such thing was only positioning their pawns at the eve of the real attack. At the same time, when Izuku fought against the hellhound threat and their colleges bring to the guest house for treatment, Aizawa was in shock about the whole situation. It's better to explain more detailed, Blood King, as he talks to the Class 1B home class teacher, why we can't simply cancel all appointments and return to Yui grounds. It was a radio emergency report about a Rouge military troop that invaded the nearest town and cut all rail and road access to outside. What? Aizawa was dumbfounded, without avoiding an intimidating hiss with sharp fangs. Are you really sure that is a terrorist threat, not some villainy show-off? Before the two teachers could thought to reply, the entire site suffered a massive shake due to some heavy bombing. It was the signal that a group of civilian heroes in training ended in the middle of a wreckage military game that begins earlier when the peaceful Numata town was under siege of an unknown military power. Numata, Gunma, late afternoon. For every year of this life, a middle-aged grocery shop owner that makes businesses at the same yard of the junior high school of Numata never thought that a peaceful late afternoon ended quickly to a warfare situation. It all begins when some jets roams at very low altitude. About 10 minutes later, the same jets return to Numata and fire some air-to-ground missiles against some civilian targets. One of the targets was the main service transformer that gives power supply to the village, causing a power outage in the process. Other missiles blows the main narrow-gauge railway in several sites, including the main railway station building, causing havoc, innocent causalities, and a swift descent to hell. The sighted owner quickly closed their own shop and dashed quickly to a small basement. Using the home's furniture, he created a barrier to shield the basement door and hide before the second round of aerial bombing begins. Before the military jets returns to Numata once made the initial strike, they launched cluster bombs or inertial laser-guided heavy bombs to blow all roads that link Numata and the national park located some kilometers east, cutting effectively an entire area of Japan from outside. With the initial bombing, the enemy managed to cut any fast method to the Yui's heroic classes evacuate from the danger. The last guided missiles also managed to blow all stations used to internet and television broadcast, including cellular base stations. With such surgical aerial bombing, the enemy managed to knock out an entire modern little town, leaving only the shortwave military radio as one of few options to send a disaster signal. Just in a matter of minutes, the only police station, and also a pro-hero agency living at the same building of Numata, which is normal for rural places, but not for large cities, was in a total state of awe and chaos. The sudden loss of electricity, wireless internet, and mobile coverage causes confusion that only increases the increasing list of problems. The emergency generators quickly turns on the minimal infrastructure, enabling to use the emergency radio and use some computers. We have a severe loss of communications. The senior office quickly assemble and run some software on their laptop to diagnose the sudden blackout and electricity. Any new information from our patrols? Ask another one. According to one report delivered by radio, there's a total chaos caused by explosions. Some said that the central railway station was bombed by a missile. A third office answers. What? The first office was bewildered. Some quirked villains may cause some wreckage, but missiles is too. And the same witness also sightseeing planes flying at great speed. The dialogue ended brutally when another missile hits the police office building, which happens when the enemy starts a second air raid that happens less than 3 minutes after the initial attack. Normally on many rural places, crime and villainy incidents are rare, and much of pro-hero groundwork was more to help with their quirk powers the task of police and other agencies to common threats, like flash flooding, wildfires, and earthquakes. Real pro-hero groundwork only happens when some thief stole something, or a very rare villain decides to make show off. Facing a military invasion was clearly out of range and capabilities, and when a supernatural threat joined such horde was beyond any rational plan of defense. WTF is happening? Some seconds before the impact, at the pro-hero agency located at the same police building, the captain officer shouts when dashes upstairs to the main balcony when notice a sequence of explosions that shatters pneumata. Arg. I was making my routine patrol when suddenly this town. We are out of power. A rookie officer intervenes when tries to follow the emergency's procedures, and also the mobile cellular network goes offline. What kind of freaking villain is? A spiky rocky quirked pro-hero was no less astonished than others. We are still trying to contact all police, firefighters, emergency, even witness. When the emergency backup finally kicks in, the police starts their work. However, the superpowered hero noticed the sibling hissing of a drop bomb when here falling against the building, prompting to create a rock dome that partially shielded the blast that tears apart the building facade. Several causalities was the inevitable outcome of the impact. The hounded pro-hero fades due to injuries, just to be killed a minute later when a cluster bomb hit the damaged building, along many survivors. At a global scope, it only takes a matter of minutes to many freighted citizens start to panic when witness with horror all the rampage that disrupt all normal life. With a total power and security disruption, many of them started to flee from the smoke from the debris and also the burning gas from broken pipes. And the most panicking moment happens when witness a massive invasion of 3 paratroopers units roaming at the urban core. Once they land, at the same time the evening sun fades, the paratroopers bring their heavy machine guns and start to fire randomly against everyone at sight. Meanwhile, a teammate with a pro-hero and 2 policemen decide to approach the disaster zone, ignoring that his own office was obliterated at the same time, only to witness a horde of vampire soldiers wearing military outfits with Nazi symbol badges. It's shielded by their cannon fodder, which was a special army of North Korean zombies, made from former political prisoners or even dishonored common criminals. 3 humans facing some non-human dozens was even too much for many superhumans to handle, but ignoring the horrible fate, the quirked hero advances and faces the threat. What kind of bad joke is this? The pro-hero shouts when witness the unthinkable setup of supernatural beings. It will be stupid to arrest on spot, said the younger police officer points the 9mm handgun against the horde of zombies, while the vampires simply ignore the authorities. The most well-armed vampire, who appears to be the captain of the military unit, ignores the paltry standoff until the prosaic hero uses their water-based jet stream quirk against him. Stream chase. The hero, like many others, like to name their special quirk techniques just to the subtle angry vampire reacts. Dem Lutsalten den Mund halten, shout the vampire while fires with a magic-enhanced bullet from a magnum pistol against the forehead, killing the hero instantaneously. Damn it, Jet Fury is down. The second police office screams seeing his ally been killed so easily. Half a second later the 2 police offices was bitten then ripped apart by 2 vampires, who was subordinates from the captain, killing them. Using dark vampire magic, the Nazi vampire uses the chaos to cast some spells to the zombie servants' rams against the human targets, including the deceased ones, and bite them to turn into mindless zombies. The former hero is no exception. The net result was a cheapness way to increase the invading army. With all authorities neutralized in few minutes, the civilians faced the horrors of a military rampage mixed with a supernatural deadly threat. Less than an hour after this event, more than 60% of original Numata population was killed or converted into mindless zombies, while the former crippled city was converted into a military playground. When the invading army engineers greatly enhanced the makeshift fortress by placing bobby traps, landmines, and deadly barbed wire, all of them blessed with vampiric black magic. The only survivors flees to outskirts with great risk, or hide on perilous basements or improvised shelters. Das Sekundär Ziel liegt unter unserer Kontrolle. Die Übernaturliche Spezialeinheit, Grailknights, Ruck zum Hauptziel vor, said the invader captain over a military radio. The invasion of UU's summer camp. The Rouge Nazi army wasn't the only invader, since under the disguise of night, the ancient dark knight known as Skull Knight followed by some strange creatures that was demons summoned by their mysterious black demon magic. In fact, Skull Knight was already working before the actual invasion, and was the primary responsible to the abnormal hellhound that was too difficult, even for Izuku, to handle and defeat with great magic energy expanse. Aizawa's little policy mistake to Izuku's not forced Dark Schneider's magic at fullest will reveal at full swing on this terrible event. About 2 hours since the beginning of the Millennium Army invasion operation, 6 fighter jets with enhanced stealth magic converge to the Park Lodge and drops at 20 seconds intervals several bombs. A little behind, a final group with 2 cargo planes filled with paratroopers and heavy weaponry was under the way, lasting few minutes before the actual drop. To make the things worst, the 2 Valentine brothers, who was stayed hidden 2 days earlier, joins the invaders by launching a ground assault. They also bring 4 loaded buses of elite zombies, made from North Korean prisoners and traitors, along a few ethnically Japanese people in the mix. Both of them carry heavy shields with a parody of the Horus's Eye and the Millennium Army logo on top, along the Valentine's uninspired motto, Voodoo. People, murder, people, on the middle. The shield was also a crest on bottom that resembled an old Japanese Yakuza symbol, but defaced with a Nazi swastika overwritten on top of it. If the Yui students group invade earlier the Hanamigahara Park by the backyards to reach the campus site, the Valentine brothers decided to invade the campus by the main entrance door located at the east side of the cited park. Since this place was also bombed earlier, the zombie army started to warm up their mission by killing any survivors on spot. One of leading commanders was the vampire Jan Valentine, who was covered by piercings, wears an anti-bullet vest, and likes to swing two monstrous prototypical weapons, development by the Millennium Army. A super heavy direct energy weapon Uberjuair 2 capable to fire high energy plasma streams at left side, and the Kugeljuair 2 heavy barrel loader shotgun on the right side. Those monstrous weapons was derived from secret weapons development by the Millennium Army at the beginning of 21st century. Some enhancements includes black magic crafted ammo and a 10-fold destruction from the first generation of such weapons. In theory, even quirked pro heroes could be killed by those weapons at 1 or 2 single shots. "Oh, that's great for this revenge mission," said the younger Valentine brother, with his lips full of piercings, displaying a menacing pose with the sighted weapons, pointing to some random civilian car trapped on crater created by earlier bombings, on a secondary road that links the Hanamigahara Park to Numata Village. "Who wants to play a game with me?" Before the poor family could even reply, Jan Valentine beheads them with bare hands. The zombie army used more common machine guns due to their cheapness, but was terribly effective to kill scores of fleeing civilians. Quickly they reached the first real obstacle of their mission. "Stop it, filthy villain." For some reason the checkpoint's heavy barrier door survived all aerial bombings, and some rookie pro heroes was standing to guard the entrance. "This zone are restricted." "Oh, the filthy bitch that wants to play," while signals to the front row of assault team to raise their weapons and place the heavy shields in position. However, the piercing-faced vampire noticed that a second pro hero appears from behind and tries to attack him off guard, a stabbing back attack. Oh. But the vampire fire their right machine gun, killing the poor hero, too naive. Some zombie starts to feed the former hero corpse, turning also it to a zombie, while the first hero who stand on front ended riddled by bullets fired by the zombies. Prepare the howitzer for fire. Jan order the backward zombie unit that carry a mortar cannon for the case of needing. The vampire makes an annoyed face when a third courageous hero jumps from the barrier and tried to kick Jan's face before their body been blown apart by a single shoot of the plasma gun. Seconds later, the first mortar fire blasts the blinded security door, enabling to the zombie army to storm the place. Meanwhile, Eraserhead and Blood King joins All Might at the same time when the same initial mortar blast on security gate causes a strong impact that almost tears down the lodge. My lord, Blood King was apoplectic. From where and when this strange explosion came from? This is not a normal villain attack could make. The explosion and means are too militaristic to my. All Might snaps in cold sweats with such implication. All Might, Aizawa froze with such magic word, hoping that his was a fluke mistake. Duck under the table. Blood King shouts and points to an heavy wooden table, when hear a hissing sound, unknowing him that was a mortar shell. When the 3 pro heroes slides under the improvised shelter, a third of the lodge shatters and collapses due to the explosion. The students also begins to panic when the blast shatters the windows and cracks the ceiling. The student starts to panic, and some of strongest ones prepare for combat almost instinctively, just after the destructive impact. The green-haired vampire who was resting after their mandatory blood meal wakes up with all chaos. What? Since when our summer camp includes artillery barrages? Todoroki, who was in defense stance, and huge explosion occurs at the entrance hall, destroying it. Our teachers was chatting earlier about something terrible. Meanwhile, on the remains of entrance hall, now a open small crater, and bent wood frames scattered everywhere, All Might recovers his senses about 30 seconds after the impact, but freezes when notices not only the destruction on the site that was entrance hall, but also the terrible vision of several paratroops on sky. Damn it. At the same direction of sightseeing, the teacher's mood changed from shock to uncontrollable anger when noticed that some monitors and rookie heroes been shoot or rip apart by living ammunition. A young freak with weapons, ignoring that was the Jan Valentine himself, leading an entire army with more weapons and shields, was quickly spotted. Eraserhead was the first to notice the zombie army right on his eyes, why a foreign army would violate our sovereignty so scandalously, making him mumbling so badly, and where is our SDF doing, by permitting to bomb and send a ground invading force in the middle of Japan. And grabs All Might so violently, don't mean that as the Nazi vampire army and their North Korean army puppets. That almost strangulates the poor human superhero due to Aizawa's rage outburst. All Might swiftly associates the wonderful Midoriya's assignment on foreign soil under the first heroic internship's disguise, making probably the entire invasion operation was their payback. Blood King tried to handle the confrontation between the two colleges, but the sheer muscular force of Aizawa, due to be a vampire, was too dangerous to handle. One rookie joined the teachers group just in time to avoid more confrontation. What a chaos. No cell phone network, no electricity, no nothing. And stop few second to take breath. All rookies guarding the gates was overwhelmed, destroyed by those grunts. Oh my god. All Might sweats badly. This is really a professional army invading Japan. Why you act as the Mr. Obvious clown at such situation? Eraserhead facepalms hidden while mumbles to himself. And waiting for rescue means instant death. replied Blood King to the rookie. There's a little hope. The young rookie pro hero calms enough to speak. This area was once a testing military camp with an underground network to tunnels that links to the nearby village of Numata. You mean that training field closed 50 years ago? The raised head asks. The last question was left unanswered, since the enemy restart to fire, prompting All Might to dash and punch against the zombie horde with some success. Aizawa grabs the rookie and Blood King and runs until kicks and breaks the wooden divisions of the residential area. All students was dumbfounded when those three appears in such way. WTF was that? Bakugo dares to ask. All students, since Eraserhead and Blood King, the teachers of 1A and 1B classes respectively, orders, prepare our quirks for defensive battle. An invading army with paratroopers, infantry ground assault troops, carry heavy weaponry, joined by military aircraft was invaded our secret summer camp. The rookie explained nicely the situation was he heard from the emergency radio broadcast. The two classes opened their eyes very widely, just to focus the green-haired vampire who was changing the cute freckled face to a madman face. Sorry to interrupt you, but any of this unit had Nazi swastikas insignia or Hangul words placed on their uniforms. I saw a unit with heavy shields with some strange symbols, but I think that I saw an inclined swastika printed on that. So, we are facing a surprise attack from the Anthrax and Millennium Army which currently control North Korea. Izuku red glowing eyes was making everyone frightened, so where is Pip Bernadotte and their mercenary gears from Wild Geese doing, except to dining with forks and knives? And slams against the cracked floor. Their military base on Funabashi is just a short trip by plane, and where they are. What this freak are talking about, said one Class 1B student. Izuku's first internship was on the military on Funabashi, and Pip Bernadotte was the motherfucker who grabs my student to North Korea to blow an enemy base. And now they retaliate back. Simple as we gets, Aizawa explains to the group. And before the state of shock hinders further reaction, the residential area was now tear apart by the Vanguard zombie unit, prompting some strongest students like Bakugo and Todoroki to fight back and blast, burn, and freeze apart. Finally, some real freaks to kill. Bakugo's usually evil demeanor was recovered when destroys scores of zombies. Don't forget to gradually retreat. Todoroki freezes the entire ground to immobilize the zombies, making the leading vampires to overact badly. Meanwhile, the teachers lead their students to flee to a bad-shaped barracks, while the rookie warns. Quickly, everyone, there's a small shed about 50 meters away that covers a blinded entrance to an underground bunker. To all students, retreat to the shed. It is a safe house, said Aizawa. The green-haired vampire decided to fight back, and since his magic was much depleted, he simply tears apart the zombie until faces another vampire who appears to be the ringleader. Finally, Dark Schneider, said Jan Valentine. Welcome to our reception party, said an older vampire, called Luke Valentine, for all units. Focus your firepower against this vampire menace. Then the vampire faced a direct attack of live ammunition and mortal shells that was deflected by a magic shield, which was the Witcher's Quen shield, and hold enough to not be fatally wounded by the shrapnel. Izuku's could activate faintly the Witcher signs. That means that his magic was gradually recovering, but still not enough to be used on combat. Deku, Bakugo was a little surprised or worried when his childhood friend barely survived the enemy attack. Hihaha, cried Luke Valentine, it appears that Skull Knight's little gift torn out your mana. That's wonderful. A wizard without magic, a battleship without ammo. That bastard, that hellhound was their craftsmanship. I bet that you cannot cast anything at such dire situation, Dark Schneider. Izuku's mind was in a state of total madness and rage, displaying no mercy to the horde of zombies that menace not only him, but their human colleges and teachers, which one is also a vampire. I already drink some human blood, if you dare to ask. Finally you got senses to act like your kind should act. Luke Valentine disdains, and enough to try a single shot. Be prepared, making Luke a little curious. The vampire quickly raises his left hand and starts to conjure a new terrible Dark Schneider's black magic spell, Ancient God of War, leading the hellish Doomsday Fire, under the Hammer of Hearts and Thunder. I release your old age pact. That begins when some small fireballs forms from the sky and falls at higher speed, converging to the target. May this sacred firestorm shall lade your graveyard, and purge your deeds to eternity. They combine into a massive ball of fire that impacts and burns everything on path, martial law. Another heavy metal magic spell. Some college made such trivial remark, useful to snap everyone their senses, and runs quickly to the bunker. That's cheating. Luke was dumbfounded with the chaos created by the fire magic explosions, making enough confusion to everyone flee to the shed, open the heavy door lock, and climb down to the underground bunker, located several meters of profundity. Jan smiles, don't worry, big brother. They just escaped to an old and decommissioned military complex located underground. That's why I ordered to raise Numata, since the other entrance was located on that village. Excellent. Luke smiles, they are trapped like mice on the cage. The entrance of secret underground bunker, midnight. The unstable and fortunate Linu Izuku's magic spell martial law causes the bare minimum impact to all 40 students, a remaining monitor and 3 teachers to flee from the chaos, and enter to a reinforced steel concrete underground bunker. After climbing down a vertical ladder in very bad shape, the group face a twisted, blinded door and a claustrophobic, damaged entrance room. When Izuku noticed a rust-blinded door with explosive locks partly hidden by old crates, garbage, and nasty oil leaks, he smiles when notice a good-shaped crowbar. For all Iori favorite games, and pick the crowbar, why this place gives to be the vibes of Black Mesa. Welcome to Black Mesa Transit System. Aizawa makes a dumbfounded remark. After all, you played one my cousin first-person shooters. Izuku smiles. The enemy thinks like Wolfenstein, but I will show to him the quirks of Black Mesa. The two vampires would laugh in such silliness, but they knew that a terrible survival game was just begun, and they need to bring everyone safely to home. At the same time, when Izuku and his human friends managed to escape to an underground bunker, they strange the lack of reaction of the military forces. The reason was still unknown by them, since the Funabashi base was under attack of a third enemy force at the same time. SDF Funabashi Military Base, Narashino. It takes no more than an hour to an important Japanese military base to be reduced to havoc and chaos. Before the events, it was a normal working day when suddenly several portals opens from mid-air, triggering alarms. Even with the fast reaction of the military staff, they was caught in surprise when they faced an unbelievable invasion of armored fiend soldiers storming the complex. At first glance, the invaders appears to be a kind of Black Ops units, and since they quickly revealed to had superpowers like the human quirks or bizarre magic. Once all soldiers managed to organize and execute the emergency plan about a sudden invasion, the garrison commanders order a full mobilization of all military personnel inside the complex and send an emergency request to the nearest bases to mobilize their reserves. After a few minutes of combat, the situation escalates chaotically when witness some bizarre flying aberrations that resemble a mixture of a robot and a living creature appears from new portals. Once the stupefaction ends, the cybernetic drone starts to attack, firing from their electromagnetic Gauss plasma guns attached to their bodies. Quickly, the ground assault was reinforced by other kinds of cybernetic organisms, like a mammoth-sized crab with plasma rifles and flamethrowers firing at a constant rate, causing more damage and chaos. Inside the Cerberus garrison, home of the vampire leading special ops Wild Geese, which was an infamous acquaintance by Izuku, was stormed by a swarm of black-dressed soldiers with overpowered strength, tearing apart the mess furniture and roaming against the corridors. All fiends ears an oversized metallic gas mask, covering a quarter of the entire helmet surface area. When the Wild Geese members and their support intercept the invaders, they notice a strange but recognizable arm badge by the top vampires, which was Pip and Gara. Due to Pip Bernadotte's years of expertise, he deduced that the leaders of each enemy squadron could be vampires due to their behavior. However, he was astonished when noticed that many fiends carry energy-based weapons, like a plasma rifle or a Gauss cannon, but apparently the majority uses more conventional weaponry, like heavy machine guns and turrets. Other factor that supports Pip's vampire deduction was the fact the enemy squadron carry heavy artillery weapons that normal quirkless humans would need a team to transport and assembler. If they are quirked humans, it was an abnormal number of soldiers with strength-based quirks, but it was unlikely to endure carrying weapons weighing a ton. The like normal person would carry a pistol or a submachine gun. WTF is that tailored bastards, shout Gara when barely slashed their Murasama sword against the fiends. Just when I receive a message that also a rural town are under attack, now happens this. Pip Bernadotte reply angrily, hopping to create makeshift barricades with the wreckage before the enemy reorganize and resume the assault. Pip Bernadotte was also astonished when noticed that wasn't the Millennium Army leading the attack against the SDF headquarters. As he quickly readied from the bandages, it was an elite force directly related to the Anthrax that maintained distance from the major Montana Max paramilitary forces. He may also be bewildered about the horrendous carnage occurring on a little mountainous town of nearby Gunma Prefecture, and still thinks about the true motive to the enemy forces sends different teams to each Japan's prefecture. And this all happens when the Anthrax minions finally take full control of North Korea. As he madly bites the cigarette, it's better to not think about the enemy strategies, but instead it's necessary to handle the motherfuckers. And what's your plan? Gara asks before prepare to the enemy storming wave. Pip Bernadotte orders for anyone capable to contract the HQ or any external bases to request reinforcements, make such thing. Now, since you notice that insignia don't belong to a certain terrorist. Very well observed. The mumbling, smoking vampire quickly noticed the strange similitude of the enemy, including some badges and the terrorist and mercenary group led by Chisaki Kai in terms of uniforms, an organization that once caused mayhem on Kyushu 5 years ago. Once he suddenly disappeared from the authorized iWatch, it was not seen active until appears at a local North Korean newspaper about a new paramilitary force aiding the local North Korean law enforcement. The most disturbing feature, like the previous Chisaki's past self, he modeled their rogue militia from the combined Overwatch from the Half-Life 2 franchise. And to add more similitude, recently on Pyongyang, as he remembered from the previous day news, a new military and political police was formed to protect the Anthrax and Millennium Army interests there just before replace the crippling human judge dictatorship by their own, which was called Universal Union Patriotic Protection, that was almost a copy of the City 17 civilian protection metropolis from Half-Life. and the military group of this terrorist combined Overwatch are called the Universal Union's Disinfection Unit. What a bad taste. The next minutes was a hellish firestorm of bullets from heavy machine guns, lots of dead bodies, and some occasional magic spell or quirk technique to counter the invasion. Unfortunately, the brutal sheer force of the monstrous synths overrun the defenses in half-hour, and about an hour the Numata base on surface was reduced to rubble, and only the subterranean installations resists the second wave of invaders. What's the situation? Pip asks to all personnel, once barricade inside in reinforced room. An older vampire called Bomb, who was the brother of Bang, answers politely, "It takes about half an hour, but I managed to send emergency requests to the Ministry of Defense." And Breather a little while makes a strong stance of warning, who reply me that will broadcast emergency bulletins to television and radio, since the National Security Council deliberate to put the affected areas under martial law. And also the United States Army will join any military operation to destroy the invaders. Martial law. Many pro-heroes who tough that punch one clown would save the day. They will be devastated when face a carnage made with blood and steel. Pip Bernadotte makes an unwiggled smile. What's your plan of action? Other capable vampire mage, called Rohalek, asks. According to all intel, it is possible that the true motive to all invasion are to make revenge on Dark Schneider by killing the major possible number of civilians and put our allies under stress. A captain vampire opens a sheet with a printer map and circles the forest around Numata and the Yui school. I discovered that our younger future partner was along there dressed clowns at a summer camp east of Numata. And not only the Millennium Army almost razed the village to the ground, but also strike precisely the summer camp, and puts other sheet with an underground railway and bunkers. And the most funny thing are this huge abandoned military complex made by an underground military bunker with a long railway tunnel which connects the Numata railway station with an emergency escape that corresponds to the actual summer camp. And to add one joke, it resembles the Black Mesa of Half-Life. It is certain that those hero students take refuge on this abandoned shelter, said Gara. That's why I will make a team make with me, Gara and Rohalek, to assist and rescue Dark Schneider and this thugs, since the city will be in hellish trap. Since their school will be a target due to the armor relic, Bang, Bomb and the others due to their stealthiness will retrieve the magic armor and fight the combined bastards. If anyone managed to retrieve the item, one of them shall bring to Numata. That Virika Warlock will need such thing to fight back. Roger. Every member agree and salute. Gara aside, since the very first problem to solve was to take not only but 2 planes or helicopters to the plane could ever work, and he doubts that due to intense fire and shelling any utilizable plane are ever present on surface. The Pip's intuition was proven correct, since few minutes earlier, one part of the Chisaki Kai's combined force that begins of initial assault uses the chaos to divert and reach the Yui facilities using a synth drone as carrier. Once reached stealthy on destination, they receive more reinforcements that was sent directly by a portal above that school. North Korea coup staged by Anthrax, a day earlier than the Numata invasion. 2 weeks ago, the last human dictator of North Korea, who was complacent with Anthrax and the Millennium Army to establish there, died by some mysterious circumstances. Their death was made hidden several days, making the local Politburo worried and demands explanations or the presence of the former leader, unknowing that was deceased, since they could name a new successor. During this deliberate blackout period, the local elite was increasing, making worried about this potential power vacuum, and the rumors was enticing first the opportunists, later the impoverished population to demand explanations. Some small rebellions broke on some rural villages, all of them brutally quelled not by the human-based North Korea army, but the Anthrax or Millennium Army. Quickly the Combine and the vampire-led army also overrun the NKA, killing the retractable commanders and seizing their assets. Even with those surgical strikes, the truth was hidden long enough to the Anthrax's Praetorian Guard led by the infamous Japanese-born terrorist called Chisaki Kai, who named Universal Union Patriotic Protection by itself, finally stage a coup on previous night of Numata events to overthrow the dilapidated Dutch regime, while due to previous agreement the coup was seized quickly by the Millennium Army take control of the entire country. The Millennium Army was already in control of the North Korea Army several years earlier, despite the China worries about their allegiance with a rogue Nazi organization. To ensure a quick blow and takeover, several days before the coup the elucidated Chisaki Kai's Combine takes control of all Pyongyang police infrastructure, claiming that was a request by the deceased dictator. Very few, if any, resist, and the new police force will make an unprecedented repression like to the first days of Kim Il-sung government. Finally, at the coup day, they only need to request help of all Millennium Army units to take control of all administrative building and overthrow the puppet human government, taking no more than an hour of chaotic resistance of the Politburo to achieve the objectives. Everyone who once belonged to the Politburo, including their relatives, was summarily executed and converted into zombies using black magic, and sent to the planned invasion on Japan that would occur on next day. Once seized control, the local television broadcast that the Millennium Army take control of North Korea, and Major Montana Max was invited to become the Reichskommissar of the new Reichskommissariat Weltreich Korea. The new regime would maintain all friendship treaties with China and Russia, while maintain the rhetoric against South Korea, just to appease the local intelligentsia. When the Major finishes his short speech, the military operations on Japan started in less than 3 hours. The official announcement of the new North Korea government was caught China and their allies by surprise, and before trying to call their diplomats about the situation, the Japan was under attack, spiraling to the worst crisis in a century on Far East. Major Montana Max denies any involvement on Japan, claiming that could be rogue units or terrorists disguised by North Korean soldiers, and such blatant lie will serve nicely to stall any emergency United Nations Security Council reunion to regard the status quo between the China and United States groups. The disaster headed to national and international media. Meanwhile, on Greater Tokyo region, especially around the affected areas, all unfolding of events was making an uproar, including some small-scale villainy incidents made by opportunists. The first signal of alarm was the sudden disruption of transport on northern yards of Gunma Prefecture, making many relatives and close friends to ask the authorities for help. The lack of news was making many citizens impatient, and the sudden road blockage and transport blackout causes some moments of tension. Many police agents and pro-heroes was trying desperately to contact Numata authorities or to face a sudden spike of vandalism, theft, and small quirk-based villainy incidents. And the rumors about explosions on a nearby military base was causing even more confusion to an economical and political hub, while the lack of information only fuels the spread of any dubious information. The situation would spiral out of control when at the evening, the citizens' ears all sirens roar on public streets and the loudspeakers reply an emergency bulletin given on television. Emergency alert broadcast, this is not a test. The government of Japan issued a national alert. At 18 hours, local time, an undisclosed military and terrorist group attacked the Numata village, Gunma, and their surroundings. All local pro-hero and police forces was brutally killed and no match against the enemy military army, which also started a killing spree against the citizens. Therefore, the prefecture of Gunma are under martial law. I repeat, all prefecture of Gunma are under martial law. Emergency alert broadcast update, this is not a test. And mandatory civilian evacuation are issued on entire Gunma Prefecture. I repeat, and mandatory civilian evacuation are issued on entire Gunma Prefecture. For all citizens around Numata, please take shelter immediately or swiftly pack emergency provisions before leave your home. In case of trouble or any impeding issues, please request further evacuation instructions at the nearest pro-hero agency or police station. All pro-heroes of Gunma are now under military control and should follow their instructions. Any ill-behaved or villainous actions against the military will be treated severally and can be treated as a genuine military target. This is not a test. I repeat, this is not a test. Biohazard Black Level Alert. Foreign Military Invasion Alert. According to the last report, special forces from the North Korean army, including Supernatural Begins allies of NKA, started a military invasion of our sovereign territory, beginning at the mountainous village of Numata, killing innocent lives, and convert them to supernatural deadly weapons. The U.S. Army located on Okinawa will join the SDF military assault against the terrorist army on Numata, including airstrikes and heavy bombing beginning no more late than the 21 hours. It is strongly recommended to all citizens on Gunma to take shelter or evacuate immediately. When the bad days made official, the main reactions was shock, awe, and fear. Quickly, many associate the village with a popular training camp for many heroic schools, and the media tries to break the censorship to disclose if a school was rented the place. But the headlines will change quickly, since around the Chiba, not only a military base was under attack, but also a school was under fire. Few minutes later, another emergency broadcast will make more panic and chaos. Emergency update. SDF HQ on Narashino under foreign military attack. Martial law now imposed on Chiba Prefecture. At 19 hours, local time, the military installations of Narashino, Chiba was under attack of the same terrorist and foreign army. Further updates about this horrific event will be disclosed as soon as possible. Curfew imposed on Great Tokyo. Due to the tragic and horrendous events, Chiba and Gunma prefectures are now under martial law. The remaining yards and prefectures around Tokyo metropolitan area are under mandatory curfew. All pro-heroes around Greater Tokyo are under military control and requested to every emergency mandated. Any disobedience will be harshly punished, including use of deadly force. The same apply to villainous acts. In case of escalation, martial law can be imposed as well. The transport network was quickly severing their service or closed as the emergency broadens. The authorities knew that the bridges over Tokyo Bay and highways will not handle quickly an emergency evacuation. Realistically, it is impossible to evacuate a 30 million city swiftly, therefore a curfew was more realistic. Any evacuation needed to be by steps and may take days. Then huge explosions heard from many Tokyo yards quickly spiraled the odd citizens into panic and chaos. Once the news stated that the Yui ground was under military fire, they knew that the nightmare was spinning out of control. Meanwhile in Midoriya, and all mothers of all Yui students was stared at the escalating bad news emitting from the television. Her son was on a summer trip on the epicenter of doom. Breaking news. The television resumed the normal broadcasting, and the news anchor tried to not panic. Numata are under siege of a terrorist military group. while other headlines on bottom screen includes mysterious Nazi group overthrown the communist government of North Korea. Inko tried to call to his soon, but without avail, and before she enter in panic mode, she hear a multiple hammering on his apartment door. Let's hope my baby are fine. But who was rigging and punching the door? Inko, and she realizes that was Mitsuki. Where is Katsuki? It was their neighbor human friend, and also the childhood friend's mother, who was totally in shock and panic. They are around Namada, but no phones works, and the school lines are also down. That's also I want to know. Inko also cries and swirls in panic, since don't know more than her. Oh my god. Katsuki's father stares with the new emergency bulletin. Emergency alert broadcast, this is not a test. Terrorist attack on Yui High School, black level alert. At 20 hours, local time, the yards of Kimitsu, Kisarazu, Sogora and Ordura are under obligatory curfew and under military law due to the vicinity of the famous heroics academia called Yui High School of Heroics. Unfortunately, the terror military group that invade Narashino, Chiba, and Namada, Gunma, also start shelling and take a ground military assault of the cited academic facilities. This is not a test. I repeat, this is not a test. Yui High School are under enemy military shelling and siege. For all residents until 15 kilometers radius of Yui, including Kimitsu, Kisarazu, Sogora and Ordura towns, and potentially the borders of Tokyo Bay shall take shelter immediately, or prepare emergency kits or leave by all means before the situation deteriorate. Please ask the military, police and pro-hero authorities for further instructions, and plan to evacuate as soon as possible. There is a highly possibilities to announce a mandatory evacuation of the cited region. Please stay alert for further updates. Emergency alert broadcast, this is not a test. National alert, no-fly zone established. Due to the escalation of hostilities, a no-fly zone was established at 2015 for the entire Japan. A total flying ban is established from the entire Honshu, and only emergency flights to Hokkaido or Kyushu require special permission of the authorities. All train, bus and ferry services on entire Japan was cancelled and shall wait for further updates to any special requested transportation, taking high priority for evacuation of the affected areas. Emergency alert broadcast update, this is not a test. National alert, Great Tokyo Metropolitan Military Warning. It was confirmed that the United States 7th Fleet will join the counterattack operation led by RSDF, and no more late than 21 hours, airstrikes and cruiser missiles will start against Tokyo targets that was overrun by the enemy forces. Further waves will also target Numata vicinity. For all residents within a 15 kilometers radius of Narashino, Chiba and Yui, Chiba shall immediately evacuate or take shelter due to impeding airstrikes and bombing led by SDF and U.S. Army. Do not attempt to reach the target area, and please request further informations to your nearest police department or pro-hero agency. The Bakigu's family could only pray that everyone would escape from such danger. Yui's main building entrance, early night. One of most iconic views, which was the top secure electronic doors of the Yui's entrance building, was tear apart by a 10-second continuous steam of a plasma-based pulse weapon emitted by one of 3 synth drones, a more weighty synth air carrier and a synth crab beast, while an entire group of combined soldiers, ignoring their official naming for now, that had only plasma rifles, blasts 20 police patrol cars and 6 pro-heroes who they was desperate to block the school entrance, like they was made by wet paper. Attention to all disinfection units. One cybernetic transhuman male speaks over a synthesizer voice speaker attached to their mouth. Anti-citizen conspiracy and quirk malaise detected. Main orders, lock, cauterize, stabilize. It was Chisaki Kai, a man with a quirk called Combine Universal Union, capable to recombine and destroy almost everything on touch, later enhanced using alchemy and technological-based black magic. Roger, copy that. All subordinates who was all cybernetic transhuman soldiers replied and start to storm the Yui, joining other group who attack from the backyards. With this settled, it begins a race to bring back the Dragon Knight Lucifer DKL-1 or been permanently destroyed. Meanwhile, inside the underground bunker, the entire chaos happens while the brave heroes in training still fighting inside the wet and dark corridors and rusted blinded doors that links the emergency escape shaft that was used by the students to escape from the zombies' attack to the underground railway station. Izuku picks a crowbar and uses to break old crates to find anything relayed to torch lights or ammunition, while some students' quirks helps to light up torches made from rotten wood and leaked grease. Kaminari makes some experiments with their electrification quirk and manage to power momentary some lights before they short-circuited. Still, the majority prefer to stay alert against the enemies. Attention! One freak with an heavy shield found us, said one student from 1B class, who was like a mouth mantis-shaped, called Kamikari Tagaru. Notice that one of Valentine's zombies spots them and start to fire using their submachine gun. Luckily, the student jumps and slides fast enough to avoid being targeted. But this short achievement ends when a gas canister was thrown, and several zombies storm the blinder division, which many students take shelter, prompting the pro-heroes teachers to fight back. With a trapped group of students, a military blocked by enemy fire, and a powerful magic weapon on the path of enemy, and a national alert that announced martial law, what kind of summer vacation Midoriya Izuku ever deserves. Pip Bernadotte wasn't so excited and bloodthirsted in a single stance by a long time, making even the older vampire brothers skilled on martial arts a little worried. They are ordered to storm the Yui grounds that was under military siege and ground assault, but the very first step according to their captain signals them to follow him. Part of their mission was to retrieve the DKL-1 magic armor, and Pip Bernadotte was implemented some weird plans. The three vampires stare each other when their captain brings a strange key to open an armored door that protects a steel-reinforced concrete division. Once the door opens, the dusty room inside it was empty, except an heavy metal alloy vault that requires to use 10 different keys to unlock it. During the last weeks I take the liberty to examine the details of the techno-magical armor called DKL-1, and once I played Doom and Doom Eternal it gives to me some inspiration to mod that thing. The captain said while opens all crazy custom key locks. Silverfang blinks when notice a 2 meters wide weapon that resemble one of the mysterious plasma weapons used by the enemy. Daring to question, don't means that you bring that prototype. Pip Bernadotte makes a strange smirk. My finest broken weapon, the SDF 666, also known as Skull Demon Fiend 666, which is a Gauss cannon with plasma pulse rifle interchangeable heavy weapon that with additional changes can convert to a Gatling-like pulse machine gun. Typical. Silverfang facepalms and nods their head. To make all wizardry complete it requires to equip the computer module and all sensors subsystems which will monitor all Dark Schneider's vitals and widgets, including magic and weaponry. Just to make a childish pose, and then our future partner will turn to be the ultimate Doomslayer. If the DKL-1 don't had already 2 magic dragon cannons, and you have the brilliant idea to add a third one. Bomb intervenes visibly concerned. And how a teenager vampire will mount such abomination on their armor and fire? Silverfang asks. The SDF 666 had a magic item capable to convert magic energy into ammo. While Pip makes a bad face, and never try to call my creation an abomination, since this weapon and auxiliary modules will upgrade the magic armor, making more precise to eradicate all those bastards in a single swing. The two vampire brothers sighs before packs the new equipment, and flees quickly to reach the entrance of an hidden escape tunnel. The first group, which includes Pip, uses another escape tunnel. Once they reach the outside, the older vampires almost catch off guard when a synth drone that resemble a combination of a locust with an assault helicopter notices them and starts to fire plasma shoots. Swiftly Bomb, who was a formidable martial arts fighter, delivers a fatal blow against the flying robot, Senpu Tetsuzen-ken. One uses their signature technique, unleashing a chaotic whirlwind capable to break the metal and organic parts of their enemy. Afterward, the whirlwind iron-cutting fist martial art was just destroyed the annoying drone, prompting to bang and bong. Along Rohalek fleeing and jumping like a madman ninja between the chaos unleashed when the drone's broken pieces fall into the damaged ground and ignites more explosions. Much of this havoc happens when Rohalek uses their magic to explode all fuel tanks and explosive containers along the wreckage. Finally, unfortunately, the Canning Gear Sanctum don't suffer any visible damage. Rohalek felt some relief once they reach a secret spot, which was a hidden bomb-proof vault located outside the main base, where the Mage vampire stores a customized armored vehicle with a Gauss gun and 2 turret machine guns on top. A kind of magic staff with some weird magic crystals was also part of the main weapon, placed between the 2 turret machine guns and interchanges with the cannon. Inside the marvelous weapon was a magic device composed by vampiric magic runes and several enchantment crystals that convert the magic energy from the caster to plasma energy, enabling to fire the cannon. Why this crazy vehicle are now named by a Doom chapter? Asked Silverfang. I was the true developer of the SDF 666, then it makes sense. Rohalek replies once turn the engine on and activates a protective magic shield to avoid a premature ending of their wonder. I will drive, and both of 2 seat on rear seats. I don't like this. The older vampires lost in thoughts, remembering the hot-headed driver that was Rohalek. Without warning, the older vampires almost lost balance from their seats since the Canning Gear Sanctum vehicle leaves the bunker before they could fasten their seatbelts. Bomb was visible annoyed once he fastened the seatbelt at third try. Once Rohalek drives like a madman, don't because of their poor taste on the interior, but their dangerous driving skills. Rohalek shift up the gearbox using their handle composed by a silver skull with red flashing eyes that makes the top of gearbox handle, and drives with a steering wheel that was no more than a black skull with horns that are actually used as handles. All pedals are bone-shaped metal bars. The seats are actually coffin-shaped, or the driver's seat that resemble a demon and with an entire skeleton fouled inside the metal frame of the seat. A part of a computer with military-grade hardware, it actually features some multimedia playing, such as the heavy metal playlists that was Rohalek's favorites. It was about 70 kilometers to drive between the Funabashi base, which was almost razed to ground, and the Yui High School. On normal situations it takes an hour to reach, but the greater Tokyo area was under a military raid. In fact, one Tomahawk missile fired from the U.S. Navy hits the SDF HQ at the same time when the bewildered soldiers on main gates gives permission to the Wild Geese. New Havoc uses the civilian roads to reach their destination. Few minutes later they reach the proper Funabashi yard, when Rohalek notices some pretty villains to take advantage of the chaos to make their debut and ignore the martial law in effect. When some 5 meters tall kind of octopus tries to stomp the strange vehicle, Rohalek adverts, "Attention. This is the self-defense forces of Japanese army. This city are under military control, and any belligerent act against us are legitimate to use deadly force." "What the hell is that cumbersome piece of scrap?" said the dumbfounded villain. "It's your rest in peace, just relax and we'll send to hell." Since the octopus villain don't dare to listen, the vehicle fire their turrets are maximum speed, followed by a pulse of ice magic energy from the wand cannon, obliterating the villain head in the process. Petty idiots. One more glory kill. Silverfang notices the freezing right hand holding a magic device that connects to outside. Joking aside, I bet that such techno-magic apparatus are helping to cooling the turrets. A pleasant use of magic to create devices beyond the normal science could ever dreaming. Once they notice a more safer detour route using the onboard computer, the insane vehicle reaches in about an hour to the vicinity of Yui grounds. That was only a few kilometers of Ojura. The SDF was fast enough to mount a barricade to all road accesses, and also to make an impatient Rohalek to wait 5 minutes to check all authorizations and credentials. We are in a state of war, and the first thing are to check permits. Not that Vampire Death Squadron again. A young official sighs when confirms all identities. You have all credentials to use lethal force inside the Yui complex. However, we have an important mission to carry. As Rohalek was putting the foot on the gas impatiently. For God's sake, do not override the laws like our captain. Bang pinches the right Rohalek's elbow. Permission cleared. However, do not commit any unlawful acts punishable by martial court. The top official salutes and opens the barricade to permit the heavy vehicle invade the war zone. Once the two annoyed officials seeing the strange vehicle roaming like a madman, the older one remarks, "Are all vampires a kind of punks, or something? Are you thinking about their behavior, or that vehicle rip-off from Carmageddon? I don't even know surely why." Yui High School main building, early night. The U.S. Navy begins the retaliatory campaign, firing from the vessels located on international waters several cruise missiles against 3 targets, with the coordination of SDF. The first wave of missiles was designed to hit the enemy that was over on a civilian hero school, a military base, and a rural village. A few generals of high commands knew that a punishing strike against military targets on North Korea was preferable, but the diplomacy quirks obligate to dismiss such operation, and focusing on tight the grip on the demilitarized zone border that divide the two Koreas, and persuade them to avoid any retaliatory attack. Meanwhile, the Yui High School complex, especially the famous main building, was overrun by 2 dozens of cyborg soldiers from the combine led by Chisaki Kai. The few pro-heroes that guard the school on night was easily defeated or retreat to hidden spots. Once the first assault fades and the combine regroup in order to prepare the next stage, Chisaki Kai's cybernetic sensors detects a high-speed object or even some more reaching to him. Their cybernetic soldiers swiftly take cover only by receiving the electronic distress signal, just in time before the entire complex shakes due to violent explosion. To all units, code 243, enemy presence detected. Stand by, said their captain after anyone does automatically. He was annoyed when some missiles explode midair or hit the ground, betting to him that the SDF or any ally was treating his menace as a genuine military threat. Agent 241 to leader. Sentry Defense Online. Kai hears from the implemented radio transponder inside his exoskeleton body an audio and text message from one of their soldiers. When a mortar shell explodes and causes mayhem, the powerful cyborg order to attack. To all units, code 243, enemy presence detected. Main orders, stand, isolate, cauterize. Few seconds earlier before the mortar shelling, the damaged Yui main entrance was overrun by a small group of heavy tanks, where the majority of them was the Mitsubishi Type 150 model, followed by a column of M370 multiple launch rocket systems. Once they make a warning barrage against the buildings and the giant synths, all sighted artillery units start to shell against designated targets, instead the random initial one. The attack was also coordinated by heavy assault helicopters, which also begins to fire missiles against the cybernetic synths, hoping to damage or destroy them. Due to previous reports, the military team designed to assault Yui knew about the unbelievable technological achievement of the enemy, which was to create a viable plasma rifle, making this crisis as the very first battle on mankind's history when direct energy weaponry premieres. Hoping that the enemy's advanced weapons was still on development stage, they devised to use the conventional military artillery in order to exploit their weakness. Even they knew that a single shot of a plasma weapon would bring down an helicopter or few of them fry and destroy a tank. The most effective counter-maneuver was the helicopters to make fast movements or use electronic decoys to slow down the enemy's automatic firing locks. Attention to all units. Once Chisaki Kai decodes the military presence, he swiftly ordered, Code 148, Action Order, Malignant Inoculation, which orders their cybernetic soldiers to take offensive position. Roger. Exposing target, Code 148, Duty Sword Operate. All cybernetic soldiers uses their sophisticated military hardware to find and lock all tank positions. Using a broken window from an internal rec division, it takes less than a second to both soldiers fire a dozen of plasma rifles with an inhumanely accurate precision, destroying a third of artillery pieces in few seconds, causing great explosions and havoc. Then Chisaki Kai transforms to a mechanical chimeric creature using a gifting combination of their combined Universal Union quirk and technological crafted alchemy. The former human-sized body was shielded by oblate spheroid shielded by magic runes inside a mammoth-sized chimeric spider with a crab. 12 heavy legs with plasma rifles on each articulation forms a terrible first line of defense. 4 huge arms with spikes and venom holds a giant shield composed by a silver skull and sword, which was the combined insignia, and also a kind of cannon that magnifies the destructive power of plasma weaponry. The two parts are actually connected to the arms, making a formidable second line of defense. Even an insane creature could break apart the absurd exoskeleton. The Chisaki's quirk and mastered alchemy was the third and last line of defense. One of potential uses of Chisaki's quirk was to form a kind of telepathic wave capable of make heavy things float or rip apart. It also shatters the ground, creating spikes or other types of ground deformation. Once all techniques was combined, the havoc and chaos was general, with an entire military division ripped apart. Even he managed to pick a fried tank destroyed before by their own soldiers and ram at high speeds against 2 aligned helicopters, destroying them. The last remnants was wiped out using all plasma rifles attached on their legs. However, Chisaki Kai was preparing another bold move in order to deliver to the remaining half of original military column a final strike, and this time it involves black magic, requiring to sink their biologic material and cybernetic one to a rune artifact hidden by their platted metal chest. Master of ancient fiends that shall domain for all eternity. Then Chisaki Kai unleash a black flare from their body, reaching the sky about 50 meters above the mesmerized soldier faces. Accept my dishonor to sate your malevolence, and incites the apostles from hell to us. And once the caster screams, it creates a rain of sharp red pieces of demonic matter, piercing and shattering all soldiers and weapons. May the evil triumphs again. BONEHUNTER. The sudden and unexpected magic spell casting was a devastating blow to all military who was in disarray, and losing more than half of manpower and almost all heavy weaponry in a couple of seconds was too much to handle. The chain of command breaks apart, and the unfortunate last remaining terrorized soldiers start to flee to panicking, shooting at everything on sight. The combined request to their leader to finish them, and he accepted since it need to undo the transformation back to humanoid form to recover their energy. The major problem was the uselessness to use weak quirks of lighter weapons to kill an full armored cyborg. 5 full loads of cartridges barely damage a single enemy, and then a single cyborg unleash a crushing counter-attack defeat, ending frequently in a gore manner, either by twisting and ripping their limbs or break their necks. Some 100 meters being the carnage, a lone surviving heavy tank still tries to fight back only to face the impeding doom when a mammoth-sized cybernetic crab, which was the crab beast synth, delivers a powerful plasma shoot and fries the menace without difficulties. In a nutshell, the first military wave made by SDF against UE ended with total failure, with no survivors to witness, except some panicked citizen who was watching the carnage at a safe distance, before leave by car as part of the evacuation efforts. Now it's time to rip and tear. When the Victor Synth Crab Beast prepare to resume their patrolling, it suffers a strong blow that resembles a strange whirlwind, Senpu Tetsuzen Ken, that tears and breaks apart instead. Then a couple of elder vampires who leaves a strange vehicle earlier starts to run and jump like some ninjas to invade Yui. Since the strange vehicle was the Canning Gear Sanctum, Rohalek, now driving alone, step the gas at full force and activate the magic apparatus. Using the sudden attack as diversion, Rohalek start to firing magic-coated bullets from the top installed turrets against 2 combined soldiers, tearing and ripping apart like made by wet cardboard. Once Rohalek drives through the damaged walls and doors from Yui main building, he parks inside the entrance hall and leaves the vehicle detaching the mobile turret with magic staff. Such bizarre weapon could change their format to turn a mobile heavy turret, while the magic wand now can be used as a magic-powered plasma-like cannon. Normal humans couldn't pick a ton monstrous weapon and bring alone, and even strength quirks-based humans fail to operate, due to the lack of another quirk that convert magic into energy. Due to some previous experience, Rohalek used the recoil of the magic-enhanced plasma shoots to fly once made hit any solid spot, and gains gradually momentum to catch their prey by surprise. It was also common to kill the combined soldiers brutally, especially when Rohalek fires the gun to explode the robotic head, and with a swift arm stroke tear apart the remaining body. With a quick torso swing, fire the turret to riddle a second enemy with bullets, and finally he grinds the head and jaw and twist apart, and fire the plasma-like rifle aimed to the forced mouth, down to the ground, blasting and ripping the entire body into a cloud of lubricant, blood, and sweeping broken body parts. Even with a powerful magic weapon coupled with a conventional one, Rohalek don't forget to cast magic spells in an old-fashioned way, unleashing 3 ice spears against a trio of enemies who was trying to aim their plasma rifles at the end of corridor. Bang and Bomb also fight almost evenly against 3 cyborgs using their strength, extreme agility, and martial arts knowledge. Once they reach the climax, the 2 brothers unleash their signature martial arts and defeat their enemies. More 3 down. Bomb was more focused to their real mission, whereas this school stored the DKL one. Ask Silver Gang. There's a safe storage room at the Hero Course building, just beneath the support department studio, which is a few steps away. For a vampire perspective, Bringing all extra components alone are still too rough. Silverfang pokes their brother, while scans the corridors littered with dust and debris from the recent military shelling to avoid being attacked by surprise. Then Bomb receive an electronic message from Pip Bernadotte, warning them that the new special assault helicopter Argent Endure survived the onslaught on Funabashi and managed to flee from the secret storage area. Since the direct path to Numata was blocked due to intense fighting and missiles attacks, requiring to take a detour, the initial plane was changed, and they will pick them all on Yui. For Rohalek's perspective, it was the best option, since it would be impossible to reach Numata in time without air support, giving to him additional motivation to finish their mission. Killing all combined soldiers was more or less easy to achieve, since they are no match for the crazy turret with magic plasma-like rifle, but the real problem would be the final enemy. Once he spotted the older vampires, he noticed that the support studio was wrecked and burned, meaning that the enemy was trying to find the magic armor and destroy anything unrelated. Suddenly, the three vampires skid outside the damaged room when the floor breaks due to some kind of energetic blast. Once the debris falls, they notice that was Chisaki Kai bringing the huge vault that was the DKL-1 inside. Attention! Code 404. Main orders, Luck. 0. Sterilize. Oh great. Rohalek was the first to react and cast a magic spell, Isager Nebel, and used the sudden chaos caused by the freezing mist to grab the vault. However, Chisaki delivers a strong punch that thrown against the ceiling, making the two brothers step back. Rohalek also uses the recoil effect of their wonder weapon to skid to outside, using a broken window, quickly followed by Bang and Bomb. Once all vampires going outside, they notice the surviving flying synths start to hunt them down, while Chisaki Kai also hops off the damaged building and tries to catch on a cybernetic synth to flee, when a demonic-looking four-blade helicopter with two dragon magic cannon on their edges appears seconds later. It's the Argent Endure, our very last acquisition to Wild Geese Arsenal. The remaining cyborg tries to destroy the strange helicopter either by order of the surviving synths or himself, but the Argent Endure shields with a dark red blood-colored spherical magic barrier. The helicopter unleashes hundreds of red bolts from the dragon-styled magic cannons against the cybernetic beast, damaged severally, including the already severed building once hosts the heroic development studio. That school building are now a burned derelict. The problem was Chisaki Kai was able to reshape to the chimeric monstrous form while holds the precious vault. I don't know if such Frankenstein helicopter can handle this demonic arachnid offspring, since it wiped out an entire battalion without problems. Bang signals to his brother. That damned Rohalek are now bringing their beloved car, instead to fight the titanic aberration. Then, like the old days, the two martial experts stand side by side and rotated their arms until twisting the bow shocks that resembles their major signature moves, unleashing a pressure wave capable to destroy everything at this path. Senpu Ryusui Gauki Kuretsu Ken. Like an ancient dragon roar that fall from sky and impact the earth, in accordance to their name, whirlwind water stream roaring or a sky-ripping fist. Normally even a powerful quirked villain would be shattered in pieces or reduced to dust, but the aberration was shielded by a magic field generated from their implanted runes. The only achievement done was the vault that was projected upward at high altitude, only to be catched midair by Gar with a chain and pulled back to the helicopter hangar. That insane bastard was only stunned with a martial art capable to reduce anything to dust. That freak will be a dragon-type hazard if you don't handle this. Pip Bernadotte mumbles. Our strict orders are to bring our team in that freaking car and fly directly to Numata. Serpico intervened since it was piloting the helicopter. No problem. That creature will reach us on Numata, no matter the choices we made. Gara concludes with a wicked smile. Chisaki Kai was terribly damaged, but still totally reparable using their alchemy aided by cybernetic technology fueled by own quirk. Since he noticed that their foes are flying to Numata, he decided to focus on repair and then move to pursuit them. Underground railway tunnel. Meanwhile, the sudden war wreckage was passing unnoticed by the Yui students trapped inside a decommissioned military bunker that was nicely accessible from a hero summer school training camp overrun by a zombie army led by vampires. The strongest Izuku's class like Todoroki and Bakugo was swift to kill the major score possible of zombies, using their superpowers. Their shields don't provide much problem against their quirks, and the narrow corridors and stairways was slowing the enemy invasion. Other students like Yaoi make some lanterns, using their creation quirk, to light the dark corridors, since the electricity on that place was lost a long time ago. A perfect situation to everyone flee the bunker, while All Might also delivers some punches against some zombies. When Aizawa and Blood King discovered the correct path to reach an escape route, while reading a faded plaque on a dusty wall, they ordered to all of their own students to retreat from the fighting positions and follow them to an hidden hatch. The heavy hatch lid was rusty and the gears are partially loosened, but a 1B class student was capable to use their quirk to open, which follows another rusty staircase to a small room, which reaches their main goal. In less than 3 minutes, everyone reaches a wide-open subterranean concourse that appears to be a makeshift railway station. Are everyone here? Aizawa was mentally counting the number of students. I bet that the enemy commanders will reach soon this place. Bring them all, that I will. Show them. Katsuki was one of the few that still wanted to punch them at all, even overnumbered. Why Kaminari don't use their electrification quirk to power that electric train? Izuku points to an electric locomotive coupled with an additional wagon capable to carry all 44 people with minimal overloading. In fact, a quarter of an hour earlier, Kaminari was playing with the remaining electrical devices left behind. Powering a third railway appears to be feasible. Shoot Kaminari would unleash their electrifying superpowers, giving enough power to the train moving around at a fantastic top speed of 25 kilometers per hour, and since from an ancient source, the tunnel had 15 kilometers, it would take more than half hour to reach the termini. In practice, Kaminari couldn't hold more than 1 minute, and to avoid injuries they decided to Kaminari only use their quirk when the trains lose their momentum. Fortunately, the tunnel declination are negative in respect to our direction, making more time to Kaminari to rest, and we are gaining speed exclusively by the gravitation, Aizawa comments, hoping that he could escape or would be rescued once reached Numata. The real problem was the real danger that was ignoring due to the lack of information. The electric train powered by a third rail, which in reality was due to Kaminari's quirk, was following downwards inside the dark and wet railway tunnel that supposedly connect an abandoned military bunker to an emergency depot located on a nearby town. Due to the Kaminari's electrifying quirk and the descent tunnel slope, the train, composed by small-sized car locomotive and a coupled open carriage, was advancing at a slow but steady pace. One of many issues was the absolute lack of illumination, partially solved by sharing some students' smartphones that lighting their screens or by turning on some weak lights scattered on the locomotive's console. The two vampires of the group could see in the dark due to the thermal night vision. Still, the major problem was the enemy that probably won't leave them so quickly. Such long deep tunnel would have at least 1 or 2 vertical shafts for maintenance, and knowing the capabilities of the enemy, it makes another way to encircle them. However, once the train reaches the 4th kilometer mark, Izuku needs to pull the emergency lever once he notices a barricade made by crates and sand sacks blocking their path. It also takes no more than a few seconds to notice a machine gun nest guarded by soldiers, and the same kind of zombies carrying heavy shields on stand position as long don't block the artillery operator. Damn it, Aizawa screams almost in panic. Everyone, brace and duck down. The enemy are on our foresight. Swiftly the enemy started to fire resiliently, putting the legendary vampiric regeneration on stake. Once Aizawa or Izuku couldn't avoid being hit by some lost bullet. Ignoring the pain, Izuku could cast the Quen and Aiden signs since he started to recover part of their magic powers. Izuku's costume also had some magic items, normally bracelets with alchemical seals, that increases the magic defenses but still couldn't block all incoming projectiles. The fire barrage halts a little just for some menacing vampire sneaky appears from the hidden ladder shaft from Izuku's point of view and speaks. Like a mouse on the trap, said a blonde younger vampire, you may escape barely from my brother Jan trap, but you wouldn't be so lucky with me, Luke Valentine. As he menaces everyone with a Skockhammer X modded shotgun on their left hand and a Kugeljur Y barrel shotgun on their right side. The blonde vampire body swiftly flashes red before vanishes from everyone's point of sight, just to appear off guard in line of fire by those two weapons. Hiroshima and Tetsu quickly uses their hardening quirks to protect their colleges, just in time when the enemy unleashes several gunshots. The two hardening boys' quirks manage to resist 2 or 3 shoots, even those weapons could fire 4 cartridges of each shot. Hiroshima was the first to fall down, when Luke delivers an uppercut arm stroke straight on wound that he barely manages to not break the spine apart before loses consciousness. During the chaotic strike, other 1B student who appears to have a slight shape-shifting quirk, called Huryurin, unleashes a stream of scales or spikes from a specially made gauntlet against Luke, just to be pulled down by other terrified student before he could be headshot at short distance. Quickly the students with more offensive grade quirks, such as the Katsuki, Sen or Todoroki ones, start to fight against the blonde vampire. Enclosing the enemy with ice appear to be more effective, while also Shadow create another ice barrage on front and backward of the train to shield all students and teachers from the onslaught that the machine's guns could cause. Quickly the top 4 or 5 hero students shift to offensive mode to blast, burn, pierce or freeze all zombies, and tear apart the machine gun nest. Izuku was still on hold to meditate, as he couldn't fully recover all magic energy lost a few hours ago against the Hellhound. Everyone, pay attention. I notice a murderous aura emanating from our backside, said Izuku almost in panic when noticed the anomalous Kai flow from the direction of the underground base station. Few seconds later, a plasma bolt traveling at high speed shatters the ice placed by Todoroki that otherwise could destroy all students including the train. Damn it, Izuku remembers the previous almost forgotten experience on SDF, when Pip Bernadotte shares some insights on future warfare technologies. I never expected that our enemy could ever create a portable high-energy weapon, a plasma rifle. Since when a viable plasma rifle exists, it was All Might or Aizawa who noticed the fasting approach younger Jan Valentine vampire, which makes an annoying face expression. Jan appears to carrying the Uberjuair 2 plasma rifle, while holds the Kugeljuair 2 affixed on backside. Since he knew that the plasma rifle would need up to 1 minute to recharge since it uses a flat discharge, instead to make a turret of smaller bolts, he switched to the more conventional rotating shotgun. The younger brother vampire appears to be more athletic, as he bounces at higher speeds to the ceiling and walls of the tunnel to gain momentum and divert anyone who try to target him. For Izuku, ratiocinating it means that he need to use their magic, even only partially regenerated, to fight back. His colleges was quickly to use their quirks against zombies, but he knew that those two vampire will be the major dangerous ones. Old fairy tales of swiftly creatures of night. Under your bronze sanctuary to honor fallen heroes of war. I never sleep until your pact granted by the will of the Ace of Swords left unresolved. May your will of iron be my Valentine's massacre and overkill my enemies. Izuku finally meditates and makes a ritual enhancement to stop the Valentines. Demonibus inita dimiter maledictus a defuncti. Exio. That requires to make cuts and bruises and spill the blood to specific parts of their arms, forming a kind of alchemist circle that crafts and absorbs a potion capable to increase the damage and expense of high poisoning and regenerative capabilities. MOTORHEAD. With this ritualistic alchemical crafted potion, still highly dangerous due to their toxicity, unleashes a menacing fueled aura emanated by the green-haired vampire, just in time to headbutt Luke Valentine before he could fire and punch them against the ceiling. Unsurprising, the wounded Valentine starts to shapeshift their form, and counters with a strong punch against Izuku, making him fly and bounce with the train and crash against the machine gun nest. Unlike the humans, quirked or not, the vampire had an excellent night vision due to their sensibility to the infrared light, making even to the most of pro heroes a quite difficulty to fight against a vampire. Still, the railway path was now left unblocked, and the zombie army was shattered in pieces. The Valentine brothers was still the last in the major menace. Damn it, Jan uproars. I never expected that Dark Schneider could lay a finger against me, or even a strong punch against my guts. Prepare to die. As he prepared to unleash a major plasma discharge against Izuku. I have a nice idea. The green-haired vampire position in front of Jan 4 range, making their students and teachers awry. What are you thinking, Midoriya? Aizawa yells when noticed their own student roaming straight to the younger vampire, while the blonde one was smiling. Izuku premieres a new spell, but taking care to the incantation formula to be barely audible, blessing troop of lavish clowns. Izuku stops behind Jun Valentine, while join their hands over their face, especially when position their index fingers over their nose on a triangular shape that shall deceive any enemy traps, making himself glow with a fade blue hue. Accept my offer and release all maleficence. And return strangely to normal state on the same spot, since the actual magic spell activation was barely audible. Malice Miser. Jun Valentine then simply fires the plasma rifle against Izuku, causing him to disintegrate almost instantaneously. I don't know what are you plotting, but you are never a match against my Uber Juair 2 plasma rifle. Heyohaha. Before the students could ever react to the disastrous apparent killing, where was the Midoriya's corpse reducing to minced meat, it fades and the entire tunnel was echoed by a strange wicked laughing. Ahaha. It was the real Izuku that uses an illusion magic spell, called Malice Miser, to fool Jan Valentine. I never expected that a vampire would be so easy to deceive. An illusion? Jan Valentine almost panicked. Aizawa's own feelings was in a total disarray as he real thought that witnessed the brutal killing of one of this own students. What an illusionist. Where they are. Jan then start to fire at random places with the shotgun, and then notices an high-speed greener object approaching them. Ed, Haze, Skin, Great Priest of the Undead. And the real Midoriya appears with the charging right closed hand charged with black magic. Grant to me your wrath, and punch the enemy. That punches and breaks the arms and legs of the younger vampire, Skid Row. Finally, Izuku also casts some Witcher signs to exploit other abnormal weaknesses that those vampires exhibit. At first sight, he don't expect that an earlier adult vampire to not regenerate lesser wounds, and the absence of some supernatural powers was also itching their mind. Izuku was surprised that the Axii sign was affecting those two vampires, especially Luke Valentine, and then he used the confusion to stole the Skakhammer X and Kyujoljur Y, including all ammunition from Luke's pockets, and jump back to the students' group. Even I will curse them. My hero internship includes a swift course with military-grade weapons, and this kind of Gatling gun will have a pleasant use, said Izuku when releases the security locks of the two weapons and starts to fire against the zombie horde, and fires the shotgun against the panicked Luke Valentine vampire. Other students also unleashes their own quirk techniques, but it only destroyed the remaining zombies, and the vampire duo only dodged at ease. A long minute of relentless fighting later, the Valentines appears to stop, but quickly started to punch to themselves. You greatest idiot. Jun punches against Luke. The enemy now stole two top-secret weapons given by our benefactors. And since you failed to notice that Dark Schneider only cast an illusion to fool you, Luke punches back. A few seconds later, the Valentines are stabbed by a cursed sword, inflicting an excruciating pain on their bodies to the point of Jan falls paralyzed and drops their own weapons. The Valentines tried and barely divert to avoid being slayed when a low-pressure wave almost could eviscerate them. Both defeated vampires raise their eyes before he suffer another unexpected strike from an ominous knight riding a skeleton horse partially covered by an armor. After all, I always expected to both of you are no more than tangible dirt. Big words and plans, but no real accomplishment, said the dreadful Skull Knight. By other hand, I still specially honor you, Dark Schneider. I really hope to see you again. And he noticed the greenette vampire a little far away. Skull Knight, one of strongest Anthrax subordinates, probably the strongest one of the 12 wise men of Europa. Izuku grabs the Uberjuer-2 and the Kugeljuer-2 before the demonic foe could attack them. Some students was astonished by the witness of a skull riding a dead horse, and some of them said, what kind of quirk this aberration have? From all possible creatures, why this incarnation of death just had to appear on from of us? All Might remembers the same apparition on the SDF headquarters. Katsuki dared to ask, Deku, do you really know who was this damn rusted skeleton? All Might yells, young Bakugo, this monster are in par of Midoriya Shounen. He are probably one of the strongest enemies. Skull Knight don't even answered, and turned their attention to the screaming Valentine's vampires. The powerful Dread Wizard twists both Valentine's heads, and eviscerates with the Beherit sword straight across the two skulls, while makes a dark ritual magic that infuses a black miasma that convert in seconds to giant-shaped monsters, with scales, rotten bat wings, and poisonous claws and fangs. Finally, their body absorbed the remains of the defeated zombies to a new ritual summoning circle. Few seconds later, a new monster emerges and quickly reveals to be an absolute horror. Feel honored to face my ancestral subjugate Severag, since you could defeat my Hell Guardian that I sent to you as a gift, Dark Schneider. The monster sees the morphed Valentine's vampires into submission and partially absorbed to the main exoskeleton body, transforming in things that Skull Knight explains, and those idiots are now my aspects of pain and one of the best Armadons of my beloved Severag, which simply converted to two shells capable to deflect or nullify many magic, quirk, and weaponry attacks. Another aberration from hell. Izuku was madly, but also frightened with the presence of such monster and the abomination on their side. However, I don't play with easy winnable wars unless you prove your worthiness, said Skull Knight before vanishes by a portal opened by the Beherit sword. Wait, you got him it, said Izuku before noticed Katsuki propelling itself against the fading portal or the new monster. Katsuki's quirk delivers a nice explosion that caused debris falling and a blind flash. But the creature stroked their tail against the explosive quirk blonde and pushes against the crackling floor. Bakugo, Shoto yells before unleashes a strong fire stream against the creature and then blasts ice bolts to produce a smog. Aizawa was fast enough to rescue the wounded Bakugo back to the train and quickly notices that the confused creature was unblocked the railway, Midoriya. In Kaminari, in orders, this horrendous monster was confused by the relentless Todoroki's ice and fire quirk attack. The railway are now unimpeded. Quickly, we have few seconds to back to roll, Izuku said, and Denki swiftly power up the train with their quirk and start to run again. The creature also recover from the chaotic smog that was fading at an alarming speed, and when notices the passing train and just a few meters away, he roars and starts to chase them. Izuku also knew that his magic powers requires a little time to rest, and once said sorry before bite some random healthy colleges. He placed all 4 weapons that belongs to the former Valentine vampire brothers, that was now fused with an abomination monster. I'm done. Yeah, Kaminari quirk was exhausted another time, and now suffers the clownish face after effect. The train loses their electric traction again, leaving the momentum drifted by the tunnel descending slope to avoid stalling the movement. Meanwhile, Izuku was cracking their reasoning about the weapons. All sticking information was only on German, giving an unpleasant deja vu when faced the same thing on the North Korean underground base. The rifles probably would fail to make a slight scratch on a dangerous roaming creature that was gaining momentum. The plasma cannon probably was the best option, and was the weapon chosen by Izuku, who mount on Reed Wagon and verify carefully all possible clues to operate them. When the green vampire notice a warning seal and read it loud, it's done. Sie inside den Lades stand, mein Plasma aufnahme mit Voller und Ladung zu ermöglichen. Worten sei zwischen 60 und 90 Sekunden, sich abzukulen, bever sei ernutskisen, das sonst die Waff versagt oder exploder. Everyone raised their eyebrows when someone spoke such foreign language, but Aizawa answers, attention. Pull the charging level to enable a full discharge plasma shot. Wait between 60 to 90 seconds to cool down before shot again, or the weapon will malfunction or explode. Thank you. Pull the Lades stand level to Gantz, and I can fire 1 shot per minute. Izuku understand more German than earlier this year, when I was on college and chose German as a second foreign language. Sigh. Aizawa just deliver a bad moment for joking. Verges und sei nicht, Eihermachen mit bedacht einzusetzen. Denk, said Izuku, remembering the whole work gained to read all ancient grimoires, spellbooks, and other magic stuff written in German, since it was the lingua franca for many vampires. Izuku fire a full plasma discharge against the enraging monster that was about 100 meters away, delivering a strong bow shot, but was almost deflected or absorbed by some strong magic barrier, and the monster unleashes a purple bolt that discharges straight purple rays against the train. Fortunately, Todoroki unleashes an ice barrier before the impact to prevent being hit. Another military barrier on other side. Kaminari that was partly recovered wails when reaches the 10th kilometer mark, and another emergency shaft filled with zombie soldiers and traps. I will treat those pests. Izuku picks the plasma cannon that was barely cooled enough and unleashes a full discharge, killing and blasting the barrier trap within a single shot. The train passes the open cavern that connect to the emergency shaft, but the monster volleys with the widened space and punches the edges to make the debris from the cracking ceiling fall. Many quirk students, let alone the teachers, also tried to fight back the dangerous creature, but with very limited or no success, since magic barrier shields many quirk-based attacks. The green-haired sorcerer vampire, who is processing the last emergency blood meal since he bites some random healthy colleges to drink, then decides to cast another spell, hoping that it will break the absurd level magic defenses. Helen, Colleen, Alan, Savage, I summon and pledge my heroic gods of war. Izuku Swift start the incantation prelude, and holds a black vortex straight on line of the ever-reaching monster. I request your mystic symbols fire and lend me to let love and hate collide. That collapse to a kind of black hole and start to crack the absurd amount of magic barriers placed by Skull Knight, archaic black liquid lightning sphere. Purify them all. And finally he activate the anti-magic and anti-quirk spell, Def Leopard. What a wonderful magic spell, for God's sake. Blood King exclaims, feeling his quirk been rip apart. Why he don't choose other one that don't affect us either. Wasn't Def Leppard a British band? The only serving local pro hero makes an unpleasant remark. Will you ever make something so special to complain about? Aizawa replies just in case to Blood King when Midoriya pushes the brake lever. Finally, after a full hour of horror, the train finishes the 15 kilometers underground ride and reaches to an underground depot, filled with dirt, rusty trains and a derelict building that appears to connect to the exit tunnel. Some fires helps to lit the dark place, but causes to natural anxiety to possible bobby traps. Before they would react, the creature reaches the same depot few seconds later, visibly enraged. Since the Def Leopard spell was still in effect, albeit in sharp decline, some students' quirks recovers and swiftly resumed the resentfulness attack against the creature. With the magic barriers partially drained by Izuku's spell, now Todoroki and Katsuki quirks finally cause severe damage. Unfortunately, the place was also under control of elite Nazi vampire soldiers, since they roam from the derelict building and start to attack everyone on spot, opening a second front when the monster itself was too dangerous to handle. And now the Millennium Army. All Might recognizes the new foes and starts to punch them. Those vampires was abnormally fast to dodge, and was common to swap places on opposite sides in a blink of an eye. Izuku first tried to shoot the Nazis with the rifles against the violent menace, but he noticed that dodge too fast to be hit, and the ammo run out quickly. The plasma rifle also fails, since the plasma charges ended with malfunction once shot the last time. He don't wanted to risk cast more spells that would drain their vitality, already weaker, but he don't have more plausible alternatives. Go, Sai, Cross, ancient god of explosive destruction. Release my wrath and become the carrier of doomsday tempests. That unleashes a turret of magic fire missiles that stuns or burns them, Van War. Meanwhile the wounded creature suddenly flashes and unleashes a storm of magic energy that blind and defeat all quirk students in a blink of an eye. Fortunately the Def Leopard only fades after the surprise attack, and much of them ended defeated, but not killed. You said that you don't like Midoriya Shonen use black magic at full swing, but this disaster proves that he really needed to master it. All Might sighs when noticed that Aizawa was breaking their psyche. It was almost a miracle that a Viraiko warlock could avoid any causalities when faces several monsters and a supernatural army. The onslaught enraged Izuku like the first days on Yui, making him cast the same annihilation spell that caused a localized but total destruction on USJ. The sudden blood flow around the sorcerer that forms a giant floating circle on front of him, while the remaining blood are spilled around the cracking floor around the target makes Aizawa sense panic. Midoriya, please don't use high-level Dark Schneider's spells just for rage. Grand, Keen, Hill, Alfred, I summon my 4 giant servant demons. And the creature was surrounded by 4 magic circles perpendicular to him, opening 4 ghostly creatures which crafts a stack of blood-red magic circles that encircles the main target. Now, cackle and bray your utter agony and hatred. That form a spherical magic domain that begins to compress and heats the creature, rise of mega-atomic destruction. That collapses at the same times when Izuku also releases a strong energetic beam against the target, crafted by the initial magic circle, Judas Priest. The strong magic cast causes Midoriya to be hit by the recoil, while the magic sphere domain collapses and disintegrates the monster. The aftershock of the Judas Priest demolishes and tear apart that was too rust to handle the explosion that was partially shielded by the magic domain. Aizawa quickly rescues the fainted Midoriya and uses the vampiric telekinesis magic, that rarely uses due to his human anti-quirk given by interspecies breeding, to make float almost half of students and bring them to the exit tunnel. Numata under military attack. The U.S. military was finished the 3rd round of Tomahawk cruiser missiles against Numata and Yui High School. The later one was finally liberated from the Chisakis combined by the U.S. Marines with the SDF. The Funabashi HQ was under heavy bombing when U.S. Air Force decided to use the F-35 and F-70 fighters and B-21 bombers, unleashing cluster and anti-bunker bombs to destroy the invaders. Meanwhile, the Wild Geese's Argent D'Nur assault helicopter witnessed the inclement bombing of Numata by the new B-21 USAF strategic bomber, trying to destroy the invaders' strongholds by unleashing cluster bombs and laser-guided penetration bombs. In the meantime, some of remaining potential villainous safe house was also been bombed, or shot by either a sniper or an infantry soldier, much due to the irresponsible desire of villains that decide to break the martial curfew that ended to be locked as a military threat and killed right on spot. Still, the enemy was entrenched on Numata, and the presence of artillery that counterattacks makes the landing very dangerous. Pip Bernadotte starts to scan the area from the bombed and razed summer camp facilities until Numata, and detects an horrible carnage with dozens of burned civilian cars and trucks, a local railway blasted on several sections, and lots of Nazis roaming around the partially destroyed urban core of the town. Finally, the exit. Aizawa ended exhausted when opens the shelter doors that connects the intermediate bunker to the surface. Luckily, it was very simple to access the shelter from the railway depot. And faints, along 44 persons with major and minor injuries, and under the line of fire of the enemy. When an enemy tank menaced to fire, since a patrol detects a strange movement on the area, the tank was destroyed by air-to-ground missile fired by the Argent D'Nur that also approaches them. Attention! This is the Wild Geese from SDF. Numata are under military control of the enemy. Pip Bernadotte warned with a loudspeaker, replying all National Security Council warning bulletin, beginning at 20 hours of yesterday. The Honshu Island are under military curfew due to a foreign military invasion on Numata, SDF HQ and Yui High School. All pro-heroes agencies of Great Tokyo area are under military control to avoid conflict of SDF and US Navy allies on ongoing military operations. Aizawa and everyone opens their eyes, WTF. Heroes under military control. For the survivors of Yui High School, please stay calm and follow our instructions. And before someone could reply, the monstrous cybernetic spider or flying chimeric dragon that the leader of Combine was also arrived to Numata. Especially you, Chisaki Kai, leader of the Combine, said Pip Bernadotte when the helicopter finally landed on the ground. Aizawa blinks when noticed the leading unfriendly vampire roaming outside the strange combat helicopter, dressing a suit that barely resembled a military costume, but more a crossover of a cowboy and a mad cop with all revolvers loaded with ammo and ready to shoot. Their own astonishment only grows when more vampires, ranging from different ages and postures, unloaded from the helicopter while locked their military-grade weapons against him or the students. When Aizawa glares when the toughest one had a jacket with the Wild Geese emblem, he almost passes unnoticed the raging aura of a particular green-haired student. Izuku's mood swiftly changes from astonishment to total anger, exposing the sharp claws popping from their hands, while knacks their knuckles. When the angry younger vampire hisses with their fangs exposed, and marches in direction to a pony-faced Pip Bernadotte, as he also plays dumbfound, I never expected to my internship tutor to arrive here with all your buddies. Before he tries to punch him, once I barely survived the North Korea's heroic adventure. The older vampire swiftly draws an upward pentagram on midair using the right index finger, casting a paralysis spell to stop Midoriya, just in time to Pip grabs him and thrown against the floor, while menaced to break the joints of their arms. Trying to punch our captain. Our menaces to hold the Murasama sword against Izuku, even you fight briefly with us, not mean you should disrespect us. Mutiny cannot be tolerated. Even invited to a special Black Ops mission, you don't forget that you have a military patent, if you don't mind, said Pip, since Midoriya Shounen had a military rank. All Might shouts angry as he tries to reach the first line filled with the teachers that was confronting the mercenaries. Once summoned by the army, on the army he belongs, as long he don't commit treason. Pip fire their Magnum 45 into the air, especially when those North Korean bastards decided to lay their grave here. So far Izuku even ignores the stupefaction outlooks from their own classmates, when faced the mercenary vampires live from the first time, while even Katsuki or Todoroki also tries to hold their rage and frustration, since they tough that the army shouldn't bring a civilian pro-hero in training to a military game at first place. Maximum armor. Pip Bernadotte, once certified that their authority will not be menaced, he signaled to Serpico to bring several boxes and a laptop. During the flight from Yui to Numata, he managed to reassemble the DKL-1 armor and plug the add-ons that the SDF research team was developed. During the tactical withdrawal from your clown school, I assembled this mighty upgrades on the original DKL-1. WTF you said about? Bakugo intervened explosively. Teach him a lesson. Pip ordered a Gara which cast some martial arts that immobilized the explosive blonde, and ended with the Murasama blade ready to slit Katsuki. A part of Yui been bombed by either the North Korean Combined Special Forces, or the US Navy, or even us to dislodge the real villains. This rearranged armor now have classified military technology that will make perfect to any future missions where our future partner Midoriya shall join us when requested. Pip pauses their monologue when many notice the increasing bombing and shrapnel by several parties. Until that moment, the fighting was still at a meager safe distance, however they don't have much time. 3 US Navy helicopters are underway and accepted to rescue the students. Silver Fang intervenes once receives the information. Since this zone was somehow safer to land, they will land 2 Marines units. This zone will become a battlefield. Pip nods to Silver Fang. Everyone, except Midoriya who will come to me, shall maintain around us until the military rescue arrive. After some rant and annoyance, Serpico managed to open all packages and asked to Midoriya where the complex armor that was resonating with their magic. By other hand, Gaara was positioning around the potential troublemakers, like Monoma, Shoto or Bakugo, while the Elder Vampire Bomb was scanning the surroundings for potential unwanted surprises. Midoriya had a hard time to assemble the armor and the additional techno-magical upgrades that made him a kind of sci-fi space marine. The base magic metallic armor can only be assembled using a ritual blood pact that luckily work without problems. Further components increase the depth and complexity of DKL-1 by adding filaments made by carbon nanotubes that dynamically stretch and fill the gaps and joints of the original armor. Other feature was a new helmet and an interface to a backpack covered by metallic plates which laid the foundations to an embedding computer. Such improvement enables to retract the two magic cannons to their back when not needed. Finally, Serpico plugs the final pieces to power up the sophisticated embedded computer hardware that was slightly adopted by Serpico. Once he fiddled the complex electronics and software with guidance by a German military company, Krynet Militarforschung GmbH, which was the original manufacturer of all those components. I must have a natural wisdom when FPS games plots turns out to happen on reality, like Doom or Wolfenstein, or better that series of games played by that younger. I think it was called Crises. Izuku mumbles when remember all the absurdities of the last half a year, like the original North Koreans on Crises, the same happens now. The major feature of the helmet visor was the HUD functionality that serves as an interface to the several microprocessors that scans the soldier vitals and powers all military sensors, ranging from the magic emanation to the GPS and military radio. It will take up to 90 seconds to all systems goes online. Please do not use any magic or any movements to avoid failures or erroneous calibrations, said Serpico while Izuku taps the hidden switch that turn all crank wizardry online. Crytek Systems, firmware version 5.12.6, TPM bootloader, kernel hash signing. OK, Crytek OS, based on Linux kernel 9.22.3, booting. Krynet Military Hardware Development, a subsidiary of Crytek HQ, presents the Mage military suit. Mounting root file system at devm0n1 divided by. Hardware checking. Starting enumerating devices. Scanning devices. devzone p03n1 divided by. OK. Scanning devices. devtwo z9-7 divided by. OK. Izuku quickly noticed from the new computer interface are using some specific fork of the Linux operating system, but the uncommon lines for several devices quickly made him notice there was a very heavy custom modifiable and probably hardened compared to their own computers that runs Linux, especially the Steam machine that uses to play games. Once the initial lines was displayed giving barely time to him read, since several hundreds of lines scrolls speedily to the vampire could even read, but he thinks that was the initialization of several software components. The booting stage don't take more a few seconds, as the text interface as seen by the Izuku's visor switches to a raster graphic mode, warning the user that their vitals are been scanned and calibrated. Krynet Mage suit prototype DKL-1. User ID, Izuku Midoriya. Species, Vampire check. Medical monitoring subsystem activated. Auxiliary armor enhancement for DKL-1 activated. Radioactivity, chemical, biological hazard monitoring activated. User magic monitoring activated. User quirk monitoring activated. Loading digital user grimoire activated. Weaponry database online activated. Munitions and weapons management protocols activated. GPS and Aegis subsystems activated. Hacking toolbox activated. All those lines was under the banner please wait while DKL-1 suit self-calibrates message. The booting and initialization was taking up to 5 minutes, making him worried when the enemy could pursue once again, when the worries slightly fade when the screen finally switches to unworkable mode. The HUD displays the active Witcher sign and their 5 main vitality charges bar on the top left screen portion. Once the GPS signal finally calibrates, the top screen displays the compass and current coordinates. A mini-map, that could be enlarged using mind gestures, also pops on the bottom left part of the screen with a threat scanning gauge on the border. The lowest part was filled with the health, magic, armor status bar. The weaponry monitoring subsystem also places on the lowest right part of the screen the active weapon and their status, such as the ammo or the magic energy available. Izuku, once he could stand up and walk with the supernatural combined with exotic military technology costume, scans the environment, especially the ruined and bombed town. In a matter of seconds, he noticed that their colleges or important sites was also marked by the onboard armor computer, placing tags and status information. Maximum power. Tactical options available. The onboard computer suit warns Izuku with a robotic voice. WTF. The green-haired vampire who is still trying to move with such heavy armored suit swears, which kind of options such bizarre computer are trying to do. Midoriya-kun, relax and think that you are tapping a button to open items or options. Serpico explains, trying to not be rude as Pip Birdknot. Warning, extreme magic energy depletion detected. Making Izuku sighs as he don't knew already, as casting Dark Schneider's spells would make more vulnerable. Crystal magic energy regeneration engaged, said the computer again. Serpico sighs while unpacks the last item to help Izuku fighting the enemy horde before the rescue could arrive. In fact, Serpico don't blink when the elder vampire brothers unload the armored vehicle with heavy military-grade weapons attached on top, turn their engine on. Hit Benedot orders to everyone, our first strategy is to hold on positions forming a defense ring around Argent Dinner. As he points to the helicopter, while Gear Sanctum, the armored vehicle, will drive to the road intersection to the railway station. If our enemy leads a ground assault, he may need to flee around Namato to reach the secondary extraction point. Since when the Yui shall obey orders from a maniac? All Might thought, fuming their thoughts. Serpico finally assembles the bizarre electromagnetic plasma coilgun rifle with rotatory railgun features that was the SDF 666 and delivers to Izuku, making himself annoyed with the monstrous size and weight. Such thing are twice my size, and probably weight 1 ton or more. A vampire can handle this, but in fact the weapon is so massive that Izuku needs to hold the 2 handles. But the most bizarre thing happens then: slightly shape-shifts as connects to the armor by the magic-enhanced fibers. Once connected, the onboard computer Christianized the weapon as Termpla's Mageware SDF 666 while places the ammo type and the number of shots on lowest part of HUD screen. Mission briefing updated. Status: Combat Mode. The onboard computer of DKL-1 switches Izuku position to full combat mode. And just in case, some shells and a 2-barrel old-fashioned shotgun that I found earlier inside the tunnel, said Izuku before put on suit slots located on back. And just before anyone could comment, the menacing young vampire now loaded with big guns, the North Korean army thugs and the Millennium Army vampires decided to launch another ground assault against the group. Without any warning, the railway ward, which everyone was positioned, was under a mortal shelling barrage, causing instant chaos and destruction. Many Yui students react quickly, but many of them was sitting ducks since they are exposed. Except some natural troublemakers that wanted to use their quirks to drag the enemy to a chaotic fight, the majority of students swift to a more defensive position. And some of them simply scream in panic or make panic moves, such as the underrated boy with purple balls quirk called Minta. All Might and Blood King decided to take advantage on initial attack to use their quirks against the weaker enemies. Blood King creates a sword made from their blood and use it to slash the zombies on a surprise frontal attack. All Might stretches their powerful arms and start top punch the zombies, where managed to throw 3 of them against an annoyed vampire. Since this attack revealed to be apparently successful, it prompts the powerful quirk students to lead another wave of attacks. Some wild geese mercenaries such as Serpico unleash their giant chain gun to kill several minor zombie soldiers, while Bang and Bomb obliterate several enemies using their signature martial arts. However, the rejoice don't last enough time, since the yard ended overrun by a larger wave of zombies, armored cars and menacing vampires. If you have any magic left to cast something powerful, do it now. Hit Bernadotte talks directly to Izuku using the military radio, which opens a small audio window of the top left corner on the suit's HUD. Izuku knew without casting a devastating magic spell, the chances of occurring several causalities are grimmer. He hoped that the suit will bring the necessary energy to cast. It's too risky to use again that Bethlehem spell. Since I'm now too weak to cast, I should use this. The vampire opens the digital grimoire to search for alternatives. This appeared to be fine. Without waste precious seconds, Izuku aligns their legs, putting the left on front size, aligned to the north, while the right leg was placed back to the south. Finally, the left arm was partially bender, still tilted halfway to the ground, while points the index finger to the west, and the right arm was also tilted, but raised with the index finger to the east. The head was tilted to make it perpendicular to the arms. With this preparatory position done, Izuku starts the incantation formula. My 4 ancient guardians that protect the Forgotten Vices realm, where the vicious shell burning under the stake of brimstone and salt that makes the hell spawn. Izuku casts and holds a crimson circle of fire that encircles the entire yard, before releasing a storm of deathly corrosive brimstone that catches fire. Then all my enemies shall perish by releasing your mercilessness strike. When many enemies was briefly coated by the magic crafted substance before they catches fire and explode, Gomorrah. Like the biblical destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, the vampires and zombies was overwhelmed by the heat and self-combustion delivered by the falling burning salt. All weapons also melts and catches fires, or transmutes by the effects of alchemy to a pist of deadly toxic salt, exploding in a matter of seconds. Excellent, Midoriya. Hit Bernadotte spoke over the military radio. Take out of this yard to railway station plaza and search for possible alternative safer landing sites. As ordered by Pip Bernadotte, Izuku leaves the railway ward and with the proper cautions, scans for possible threats lurking above the rubble and the damaged buildings around the streets that connect to the railway station, now obliterated by the earlier bombings. Suddenly Izuku's annoying suit emits an alarm to him, prompting to turn their head to an obstructed road, and what he saw was not good sign. Threat level high. Izuku was slightly annoyed with the constant warnings, pop-ups or audio script alerts appearing on the helmet visor. You don't need a futuristic cybernetic hardware to know how was the enemy or to act. I was expecting to train to be an hero, not to play Call of Duty. The threat was tank positioned around a destroyed small plaza, and their main turret cannon positioned it against Izuku. With this sequence of events, the DKL-1 makes a red alert warning, with all background of the HUD flashing red, and point to a Maker the tank with some information delivered by the Aegis. Warning, threat lock. Distance, 140 meters. Izuku mind freezes when faced the rapid fire rate of the tank cannon, and the error message delivered by the on-board computer suit of warning that he had too low magic energy to cast barriers was not good news. Still, the DKL-1 activates a last resource option. That was to shapeshift the carbon nanofibers of the suit to increase the armor defenses and expense to drain the batteries inside the armor that was charged by Izuku's magic or other power sources. Maximum armor engaged, 99%. With an armadillo-like suit form, Izuku's suit was able to deflect a direct impact of the projectile, but also not capable to avoid defall due to the momentum impact. The suit disengaged the extreme armor mode before the energy drops to 0. Maximum cloaking. When Izuku slides around the rubble and tries to hide inside a ransacked house, and partially obliterated by shelling, he faces a horde of zombies led by a minor vampire, prompting him to pick from back and fire the SDF-666, releasing a stream of 12 simultaneously plasma pulse, making several zombies and vampire either or both burn, rip and tear. Izuku sweats a lot when the SDF-666 cools down, reacting to the insane firepower that such weapon obliterates on their path. The house wreckage becomes ever bigger to the point to an imminent structural collapse. When the vampire leave the zone and follow along a secondary street on the business area, which was now a complete war zone with several severed bodies and roaming civilian zombies, Izuku's suit alert again and prompts to try the optical camouflage mode. Izuku activates without query, meaning that the DKL-1 on-board computer had last resource options to certain options. He only noticed the cloak engage. Power level, 56% warning. The vampire could cast cloak spells if their magic energy was not so depleted, instead to rely on a pure technological solution, still impressive. More suit freaks like me, Izuku shouts when notice a tall man with a suit that resembled the human musculature, with some metallic parts, while holds a heavy submachine gun. A mice somewhere, said one of the mysterious armored suit men, Gold Lion on duty. To all KPA soldiers under King Tiger command, hold your positions on defense stance. Prepare to evacuate no more later than 3. Izuku simply hide inside a ransacked ramen restaurant, hoping that would pass unnoticed. General Rai Chang Kyon, also known as King Tiger, a powerful military empowerment, even that born quirkless. But with the Millennium Army funds he made capable to advance the conception and crafting of a suit powered by special metallic and ceramic alloys, and expanded with the new carbon nanotubes. When he was granted as the first of the 12 wise men of Europa due to the strict leadership capabilities to lead what he wants to do. One of really trusted allies, the Colonel Lee Kim-sum, or Gold Lion, was also on Numata to test the capabilities of the new military suits. In terms of ranking inside the Anthrax organization, it was a companion of the first ranking member. By other hand, the Abigail's reincarnation Shigaraki was lurking around the rooftops of the destroyed Numata, along their ally Kurogiri, working under direct orders of Anthrax, making them the second in tie position of the 12 wise men of Europa ranks. If wasn't a strict order to bring back those North Koreans, I could spend my time to play around, maybe finding Dark Schneider, said Shigaraki. You only need to await a little longer, once Anthrax Dono main base would be completed. Kurogiri hums, fine with that. I can play another time, especially when Chisaki Kai turned to be a nice sacrifice to Dark Schneider reaches higher expectations. Still, we need to wait about half an hour to evacuate the Tiger and Lion away. Both two don't comment when notice when suddenly around them some missiles hits against several targets, creating more explosions and wreckage. Maximum strength. Izuku was resting a little while noticed stiff cries from some place on the ramen restaurant, that like many small towns, many local commerce shops are held by familiar businesses, and was not uncommon to the residents and shop shares the same house. Probably, many survivors barricade inside their own homes. Izuku thought inside. Suddenly, Izuku heard gunshots, falling furniture, and persons crying. This prompted to run and break off the makeshift barricade made from heavy tables, wooden doors, stacked together with some glue to hold together. The home was without light. Then Izuku uses the vampiric night vision that the DKL-1 even helps to add more useless information on top. Night vision analysis engaged, said the DKL-1 on board computer, for Izuku dismay. Please, spare my children. A middle-aged woman and mother of 2 children screams in horror when she was under the line of fire of a Nazi vampire. You don't make me mad. Izuku intervenes with their right arm stretched to cast the Axii sign against the vampire, which was punched hard, maximum strength engaged. Power level, 11%. The DKL-1 suit also uses the carbon nanofibers to increase the user's strength, even a vampire was superpowered enough. Still, Izuku managed to stun the enemy enough, before bring the shotgun and fire 2 shots simultaneously directly on the head. The bastard are dead. Who are you? The father finally appears on the scene once he tried to find a katana, but shakes uncontrollably. Don't move. I'm Dark Schneider working on Yui and the SDF, said Izuku with the empty shotgun and a couple of shells ready to fill. What? You are a pro hero. The one who won the Yui Sports Festival. When children remembers who was from the television. Izuku nods and alert Pip Bernadotte, Izuku calling. I found 4 survivors nearing the alternative evacuation point. Pip Bernadotte waits several seconds before answer. The railway yard are lost, since the US Navy throw 5 Tomahawk missiles straight against anything around the site. Luckily, Argent D'Nur and Katangir Sanctum are fine in reaching the evacuation zone. Then bring them to join us. The Americans are literally bombing everything, damn it. Izuku then orders, bring the basic of the basic stuff that both of you can handle, and follow me. The army will either assault or raze to the ground as soon they can. In fact, the 4-member family don't have time to bring even a candle, since the house with a ramen restaurant was torn apart by a sonic boom with an explosive burning detonation. In fact, the entire street with shops and long-aged houses was obliterated by a blink of an eye, and the culprit was the infamous combined transhuman monster Chisaki Kai, which finally reaches Numata and start to cause havoc. Maximum armor enabled. Power level, 3%. Critical low energy. Automatic disengage. The DKL-1 activates the emergency shield function and protects the family that was covered by Izuku. Now, WTF is that monstrosity, said Izuku when faced the chimeric monster that will be quickly the final boss to be defeated before Numata could be liberated. Sky above Numata. Under the disguise of a dark night, a swarm of USAF Prime MV-24 airplanes, that was known as VTOL, swiftly reaches the havoc battlefield that a rural village on the middle of Japan ended with a fierce fight between 2 vampire paramilitary groups where one was leading a group of pro-heroes in training versus an elite group that was helping, dominating the North Korean army. By Pip Bernadotte perspective of things, the cavalry finally arrived when they noticed that their ammo was running low, and the quirk students was frailing due to the repeating wave pattern attacks from the enemy. The second one that included 3 tanks, 7 howitzers, and a full horde of zombified former villagers that could kill half of the students if Serpico don't intervene in time. What the? Serpico barely spoke when suffer a concussion from nowhere and faints against the rubbled asphalt. Pip Bernadotte reacts and breaks a grenade cast with a potion around himself to make possible cast a magic spell that slows their time perspective, just to clash their own shotgun with the sword's enemy, which was a vampire with an unusual extreme dashing ability that also wears the Millennium Army outfit. Everyone, don't interfere with this fight, both of you won't beat him. Pip Bernadotte yells to his allies to demote any quirk student or pro-hero to the quagmire, this bastard are my prey. Ruxichlos und egoistisch wie immer, Pip Bernadotte, said the enemy. Woher kennst du meinen Name? The mercenary vampire answers to him in plain German. Again the vampire clash from backyard, delivering a painful stroke that stuns Pip Bernadotte, say kein schmutziger Hütler. Just in time, Serpico uses the empty chain gun as a shield to protect their captain. Erinner'n sich nicht an ihre erst Begegnung auf Norwegian. Als sei die großen Deutschen Bemühungen den Bau der Atombombe sabotierten. For all past vampires I ever knew, Pip Bernadotte mumbles softly, before grits with rage, I never expect that the top security guard on Vemork still follow the twisted Nazi fantasies. And shots to the vampire, Den Vampir Zirkel soll sich schämen. Pip Bernadotte was surprised that one of the surviving guards of the former Vemork hydroelectric plant that produced heavy water as byproduct, and a key ingredient to the failed Nazi Germany atomic bomb program, was still alive as a vampire. The Second World War happens when Pip Bernadotte was a younger vampire, and was the first real conflict that once participated. Unfolded surprise. The green-haired vampire recovers from the suit low-energy status, and releases the saved frighted family under their arms. Then releases his faint magic energy to help power up the suit just when near some strange airplanes approaching the town and unleashing fire against the entrenched enemy. The US Army here, what a nice day. Izuku blinks when noticed the USAF logo painted at the airplanes. Attention! Rogue Technomage suit user spotted in situ, please identify yourself. Just great. Izuku noticed a small window with data that was the built-in military radio Thar connects to the VTOL mainframe. I'm Midoriya Izuku, a member of the Wild Geese and student of the Yui High School of Heroics. As he spoke over the encrypted military radio telephony, the US Marines swiftly approach the vampire while their leader signals to not harm while tries to contact everyone inside the chaos. I never expected Pip Bernadotte would gift a classified weapon on a child, even a vampire, said the commander Dominic Lockhart, which was inside the landed VTOL in the middle of wreckage, with a high-tone voice. For now, I will take custody of this family. My mission is to evacuate all your friends. And mumbled to himself, the DKL-1 suit problem will be treated later, if ever. You may leave and face the enemy. All Marines signal to Izuku and let them leave. Raptor team, assemble immediately and rescue the Yui students and teachers, including the Wild Geese groups to evacuate the place. Lockhart orders to the Marines to their main mission. Meanwhile, Shigaraki noticed the arrival of the USAF just when was planning to leave from Kurogiri's warp portal. Damn it, Shigaraki Kai will not survive a full assault of the US Mighty Muscle, let alone Dark Schneider one. He mumbles before warns Kurogiri, wait, I need to use that thing on that punk. Roger, said Kurogiri while noticed Dark Schneider dashing to the chimeric monster that Chisaki Kai becomes which landed on the west side of Numata. At the same time, Izuku blinks inside the DKL-1 suit when he witnessed a familiar face that was fleeing from the main target that quickly made him remember the onslaught on USJ. That absolute disgrace that makes a conflagration on USJ, where later I discovered that was a covert operation by the North Korea to provoke me. Including their name, the infamous Summoner Sorcerer class, descendant of Dark Schneider's archenemy once known as Abigail, now named Shigaraki. Chisaki Kai was fused their cybernetic hardware with energy-based weapons, and some synths that enabled him either to fly or to fixate to the ground, using all robotic legs like harpoons. This giant robotic form makes the extraordinary form of defense against long-range projectiles while makes the ground up to offensives. The swift shift of their abilities was the key ingredient to gain any battle against their enemies. However, for some kind of enemies it could be not enough. Attention! Rogue ally approaching. Warning, enabling autonomous judgment against maligner infections. Code, pressure, sword, sterilize, said the lifeless cyborg. Not so fast, inhuman cyberpunk aberration. Shigaraki summons a demonic spike and conjure an ominous spell, der alt damen kane, der en den dunklen bereiken der Hall lebt, ik bij dem totem des Skixels main blood en unbesiegel diesen Vertrag, die uij Zerstorung zuernten. DOOMTHRONE. Shigaraki throws the enchanted spike against Chisaki Kai robotic body, which quickly make a conflagration of red hue energy dispersion and black lightning that could kill Inhuman in seconds. Instead, this makes the cyborg more magically powerful and buffs all their defenses and shields. This also created a domain magic field filled with dark energy. After several seconds of instability, the chimeric cyborg was layered by a dozen of magic fields, including the ones that could buff demons around a radius of half a kilometer, although the effectiveness decreases by an inverse square law. I never respected the cyberpunk mishandled terrorist, said Shigaraki with envenomous voice. However, I was requested by our father to help him against Dark Schneider. During the USJ incident, Shigaraki summoned several golems that he Christianized as Namas, but to sabotage the Izuku's mission to fight and kill Chisaki Kai, the summoner opted to help the NKA plan to raise Numata to the ground before leaving. Jägerset seist du das Großbos, Herr des Terrors und Meister der Dunklen Lander des Todes. Ich ehre Leubeltäter der Menschheit, den Verboten Siegelpack zu brechen. Shigaraki points to the enchanted spike impaled on Chisaki Kai and then resumes the dark incantation. Ich lass das Opfer frei, dir, dem dunklen Lord des Terrors, die Schwell des Schmerzes zu bringen und denen Bosen Pack zu ehren, which transformed physically the cyborg to a demonic creature surpassing the technology in terms of powers and magic. Mein großer König der Uigen Zerstorung und des Todes. Ich bitte meinen Tribut und Befehl ihm, les für den Schurgen in das Land der Verzweifelten Sterblichen zu rufen. ARCHVILE. With such deadly magic spell, Shigaraki makes Chisaki Kai to summon a swarm of barbaric demons from hell, where the majority are only a mindless raged horde of golems, orcs, gargoyles, mancubus, imps, demonic wolves, and other horrific abominations. The summoning mechanism are grotesque since the possessed Chisaki Kai's body releases red flares to the ground, opening portals that connects to the hell realm. And all demons, if the summoning energy are fulfilled, are passes to the portal ready to cause havoc on earthling ground. With help of the buffed and possessed Chisaki Kai, all those monsters gains a red glow and becomes more agile and deadly. Several seconds later, a second wave of portals opens, which appear to be concentric to one main portal, releasing a single species of demons that appears to be a warrior caste and quickly dominates the mindless demons from the first wave of summoning. The entire horde appears to be commanded by those group of warriors that appears to have human-like intellect and speech. Both are pale with 4 giant red horns and wore in heavy-coated mail and armor. One of them, quickly followed by the other ones, recognized Izuku's aura and spoke with a sinister tone. Oh, he's here, the false prophet of doom that misleads the eternal evil. Dark Schneider. Izuku quickly counts 15 similar demons, carrying an heavy axe that convert to a kind of a plasma rifle and a 4-barrel shotgun. Another one that appears to be their captain carry a bizarre kind of ballista and was taller that Izuku don't want to speculate their internal mechanisms. I hope that you will enjoy those marauders, Dark Schneider, said Shigaraki while finally exits the scene using Kurogiri's portal. Against all the evil the hell can conjure, all the wickedness the mankind can produce, we send to them only you. Rip and tear until it is done. Izuku had a nice flashback with one game that played with other vampires during the last birthday party, and remembers the sinister quote from Doom Eternal with the current situation. He barely had time to contemplate, since 5 marauders swing their axes, releasing each one a red pulse of plasma against him, obliterating 3 residential houses to pieces even they was severely damaged. The vampire was quickly overwhelmed by successive waves of spitting acid gargoyles, packs of hellhounds that try to bite or snap Izuku's body, imps that slash their claws, or mancubus releasing acidic smog or flames. The marauders also are capable to summon flaming carcasses of houses or wolves that cast blue flames or black spears at high speeds. Izuku never felt such fear with such merciless barrage of enemies, while are fighting to low magic energy that needed to cast powerful spells in order to destroy the majority of creatures. He also noticed that the USAF or their colleges was split about a kilometer apart. It was a considerable distance to flee to reach help, and the worst part was the radio interference caused by the magic barrier. When Izuku snaps from their thoughts and face 3 imps trying to impale him, he instinctively reacts and fires the Termpless Magewire SDF 666 on Gauss cannon mode against them, blasting them apart. Still, it was a more panic move, warned by the low remaining ammo that slowly regenerates by Izuku's magic energy. Tactical options available, pending analysis. The sophisticated AI inside the DKL-1 makes their annoying intervention. Dark, Schneider, and the military radio also pop up another window notification inside the HUD. Hit Bernadotte. After the US Marines, Izuku sighed. We are facing a single annoying vampire while the Americans are trying to pass the rubble and prepare. Noisy static, our evacuation. Glad to hear. The green-haired vampire makes a sarcastic smile. First of all, what the hell happened to Chisaki Kai? It appears that one of 12 wise men of Europe, much probably the same sorcerer that makes a wonderful appearance during the nice and pleasant USJ fireworks, intervenes and makes the robotic crankiest terrorist turn into a berserk chimeric aberration. Don't mean that was Shigaraki and Kurogiri duet. So you knew them? Oh, Izuku continues to make sarcasm. Actually, I don't know much about them since their position and relative importance are so little detailed on every intelligence report I had in my personal possession. Once that Shigaraki makes their Sine flee, once possess him, making them summon a wonderful welcome party of demons, and ends with a gaming-themed remark, and now I will be the new Doomslayer, ready to rip and tear until it is done. WTF. That bird not lost the encrypted radio connection at this stage, when the possessed Chisaki Kai releases another wave of dark energy. The impact of the dark wave shatters the derelict house that Izuku uses shelter. Luckily, the suit reduced the damage from the failing debris and the collapsing ceiling. However, the relative silence that lasts several seconds won't last long, when fells a sudden punching impact against him, partially hidden by the rubble. Izuku had to dodge from another attack of imps and gargoyles, just when load the dual-barrel shotgun and fire against the leading gargoyle, blasting their skull in pieces. Then the vampire punch hard against the imp head and snaps their neck, just to hold and smash against the wreckage. In a matter of a minute, Izuku's predatory instincts, much for the vampiric nature, kick in and quickly their mindset changes to prioritize the fast movement, including dashing, jumping and dodging. He quickly learned that on the similar video game, if they stand still or try to maintain a stealthy behaviors was a swift way to be dead. Even vampire are too thought to be killed. He's not one of trustful. He never was. Izuku felt a spectral voice emanating from everywhere, the traitor of dark lands, he really was. Until he noticed the malign Kai flow pointing to the Captain Marauder. Damn it. Izuku barely had time to focus him, since he managed by a split second to dodge a plasma bolt fired by enemy captain's ballista bow. The vampire swirled to find another shelter when he bumps against a barrier that was cast by a marauder, just to be wound by a quad-barrel shotgun fired by another marauder. Izuku changed their suit mode to maximum armor just in time to face 7 new marauders swing their axes and hit severely with their plasma pulses. When the marauders dashed back, making Izuku a little annoyed, he had to dash quickly when the combat area that was a second ago was been hit by a dark ball of black magic emanated and shouted by no more that Chisaki Kai, seriously. WTF. The giant explosion blasts Izuku, making him flying apart about 100 meters, just to land near a derelict NKA jeep filled with some ammunition and a giant chain gun, convertible to a quad-barrel turret Gatling gun. The vampire just had to punch the rusty attachment to load the weapon and start firing. With such a powerful weapon, the turret quickly dissolves many cannon fodder demons into mincemeat, while it overheats too fast to be a viable weapon. And the worst it could happen was a mancubus slain from nowhere. Luckily, Izuku had enough vitality to cast a magic spell to weigh out the chaotic mess, Skis, Skurat, Shumega, and the Ono Wind, and releases against the mancubus and the gargoyles flying around, release the endless fire and brimstone from fiery hell, killing them. Sodom. The 5 brimstone blades make with hell's magic energy had a devastating impact, but still had less than a third of the ideal energy emission. Also, it appeared to take down a marauder in position off guard, but the debris and dust occult the moment of impact. However, it takes 2 seconds to Izuku notice that the Sodom magic spell failed to tear any marauder, as they activated an energy shield that nullified the attack. Then he tried to fire the turret against 3 other marauders just to the bullets make ricochet when they activate their shields. Izuku had to dash backwards when another dark ball of magic energy hits against him, and dodge it at the last second, fired by the source of all problems, the buff Chisaki Kai. Tactical options available, enemy analysis radar. Enabled, start analysis. It may take several seconds. Now what? Izuku was annoyed and shocked with the unbelievable resistance of the marauders. What kind of stupid software, since it don't give any useful tips or requests. In fact, the onboard DKL-1 computer was analyzing the formidable Chisaki Kai's cybernetic armor and enhancements, including the magic sealed within, and gives the following unsurprising conclusion. Main enemy, Chisaki Kai, terrorist leader of Combine. Abnormal magic buff detected, several magic shields activated. plasma weaponry detected, found some electromagnetic with magic intermixing active shields. Weak spots analysis finished, use of DKL1 dual magic cannon with full charge using your current skills, 125% overcharging recommended. Use your magic regeneration to charge about 1% per 13 seconds. Realistic time to fire, 15 minutes. Notice, use of the Termplas Mageware SDF 666 with Annihilation Cannon mode are recommended to damage partially the enemy. A single shot will delay the full charge of DKL1 by 3 minutes. Overall tip, just shoot him until he dies. Are you serious? Izuku was fuming with the last suggestion. This monster are the grandparent of Cyberdemon or what? Enemy profile, Marauders. Info, they are sentient demons with a great resistance to magic, quirks, and weapons. However, use a stun spell or weapon, and then fire at mid-range with a heavy shotgun or the Termplas Mageware SDF 666 using the Gauss cannon mode within a fast cadence until he falters. Useful tip, be quick to shoot him until he dies. Izuku made a mental swipe on the HUD to close the annoying windows that pop up the analysis made by the AI software. He was so irritated that changes the SDF 666 weapon to the full power and experiment to fire against the annoying giant cyborg. The huge flare emission and recoil due to the momentum makes Izuku flying backyards. All monsters on vicinity simply disintegrated, including some marauders that was facing Izuku on their path, while Chisaki Kai was barely stunned with the gigantic energy impact. Holy moly, Izuku tries to not falter in the middle of this insane battle, using full brute force actually kill this pests called Marauders. But the real issue is the use of this weapon will delay the charging of DKL1 and making the fight with Chisaki Kai dangerously too long. Still, the remaining Marauders and other monsters retaliate relentlessly while the main enemy was briefly stunned. The buff effect fades, making more easy to Izuku finishes the fodder demons with less ammo. After a full minute of intense fighting that includes a few Witcher signs, like the art to stun the Marauder at not so nearest range, Izuku spots the better timing to fire the shotgun against the stunned Marauder, which happens when finishes to swing their axes, but before it had time to activate their shield. Izuku also learned that dash around a Marauder while shot or fire the SDF 666 at lower energy was more effective to damage the pesky demon. At least, at the 20th round of firing, Izuku cast an Igni sign to burn alive the Marauder, killing them. Meanwhile, Chisaki Kai recovers fully from the damage and reactivates the buff magic, making again much harder to kill the demons. Izuku ended killing more 2 Marauders, where the last one become much harder to stun or kill it and now rest their captain and more 8. Anti-Citizen 1 detected. Top priority order, exterminate malignant heretic. Order codes, lockdown, inoculation, termination. For the first time since Shigaraki intervention, Chisaki Kai was able to talk, albeit with the usual robotic tone, and then morph the weapons attached from the synths and combine to a kind of cannon fueled by all techno-magic organic reactors of the cited synths, including himself. It was not the first time that Chisaki Kai uses their cannon, since every time Izuku had to dodge from the dark magic bombs, it was the inner mechanisms. This time the combined leader triples the power output and overloads the plasma capacitors to increase the damage. When Izuku, who is trying to fight 2 Mancubus on opposite sides, while encircled by imps and gargoyles, with dashing Marauders that bombard Izuku with plasma bolts, carcass spirits that explode or even barriers that slow him down, he only noticed the impending doom almost too late. In fact, instead to the enemy fire a ball of concentrated dark energy, this time all energy was released into a continuous beam that lasts half a second. This time Izuku had to thank Sakura's perseverance to master the Witcher signs, since he cast the art against the ground to propel to midair, just to avoid being destroyed by the beam. Unfortunately, all demons dodged prior to the impact, but several building was destroyed with the impact that almost reached the railway yard. In fact, Chisaki Kai almost killed all pro heroes and their students, instead Izuku. This dangerous situation was making running out of options. Although he knew that would be marginally possible to the US decide to launch a nuclear attack against Numata to defeat the retracting enemy remnants. Any sane commander-in-chief knew that the enemy had combat capabilities that was make him undefeated by conventional weaponry. It will delay a little, but I don't have real alternatives. Izuku fires again the SDF 666 at full power to make more damage, overloading part of the cybernetic hardware of the main enemy. DKL1 dual magic cannon charging at 22% informs the AI of Izuku's suit, which also alarms him. The bloodthirsty and failing stamina was a real threat that can make him lose focus and ended defeated. You will never been part of us. Izuku don't had a second to spare or test, since another Marauder casts more spirits and more attacks derived from the swinging axes. Eternal treason means death. Where's the wild geese when I need them? The vampire starts to question the absence of real support when he was fighting alone dozens of enemies at once. Meanwhile on Railway Yard, During the insane fight with Izuku and the Horde of Hell, a single vampire was taking out the patience and energy of the wild geese. Few students like Bakugo or Todoroki tried to help them, but the vampire dodges them and decreases the combat effectiveness. Finally, Gaara requests to their captain to intervene since it was the least damaged on previous combats and decide to make a combat of attrition in order to spot weakness. Except some burning bins, the whole combat happens with the darkness of night. Both vampires had excellent night vision, and this also explains why the quirked humans had several difficulties to sustain a fight or to dodge them. When the enemy vampire makes enough attacks, Gaara detected their fighting still and start to use their sword to counter or block until he could make a decisive blow. Gaara finally hit with their Murasama sword the swiftly vampire that was dilating the fight more than 20 minutes. Silver Fang and Bomb, which both was severely exhausted, combined their remaining powers and crushed them. Senpu Ryusui, Koga Ryusatsu Ken. Finally, we managed to repeat that final technique, Whirlwind Water Stream, Cross-Fang Dragon Slayer Fist. However, the toll was immense. Pip burned outside with the dire exhaustion. At least the cavalry finally arrive. Serpico mimics their captain. Dark Schneider needs backup quickly. Pip did not recognize that Izuku was not a Doomslayer fighting alone. An army from hell. The USAF Marines reach the chaotic former battleground, while one of them signals by radio a request to 1VTOL directly land on the middle of wreckage since it was safe to land and evacuate. Still, the Wild Geese combat helicopter will also help the process. When 1VTOL was aligning to land, 6 covert NKA equipped with optical camouflage techno-mage suits suddenly cast spells and cause more panic and chaos. Raptor team to HQ. The North Koreans are attacking us on evacuation site. One Marine broadcast the alert. I never expected that the NKA had an elite group of techno-mage suits. Other Marine complete the warning message. Let's fight this bastards. And both of Marines activates their techno-mage suits. The Battle of Numata was still ongoing, while Izuku had to fight alone since their allies are crammed to a trap made by successive enemy waves. Again, this useless notification. The green-haired vampire grits the teeth while facing the demonic horde that breaks from the ceiling, floor, and wreckage spattered along the damaged building that Izuku tries to take shelter. If those damned marauders don't had such rush. He spoke as fired short plasma pulses from the SDF-666 weapon against the horde. The SDF-666 super weapon also dealt some damage to the main enemy, enabling him to use the dazing side effect to the vampire flee from an open space that could be nearly impossible to dodge a ferocious counterattack, to a nearby building that he thought to be relatively safe. However, it wasn't that safe due to the demons and possessed corpses that was once the local villagers attack him a short time later. Since the zombies are relatively weak once cleared the few problematic golems and imps with the plasma weapon, Izuku could punch the weaker zombies or grab from their torso or leg and break them apart. A task easily done due to the natural vampire super strength, as he rip and tear several zombies like the infamous Doomslayer the proper recognized earlier. Honestly, Izuku never expected to join a hero course to ending murder brutally former humans converted to undead due to the enemy magic. When he passed through the zombie horde by ripping while cast some fire spells, he jumps over the windowless frame to the ground, that was 3 stories high, just in time to catch more demons to fight below on the road level. WTF, another damned marauder. Izuku said, annoyed, before impale the demon's head with a iron rod from a broken scaffold that holds a building facade under repairs. Instinctively he shoot from their shotgun and cast some fire spells to burn the corpse, just in case. Izuku don't have any second to rest, as he was punched by a demon wolf, and almost beheaded by an axe from a kind of flurry biceps bull dressed with a rusty red armor and helmet, mostly due to insane amount of armor protection and magic barriers cast on DKL-1. Still, the remaining marauders was pursuing him, while the remaining demon fodder encircles and melees the vampire. Made a succession of volley into the air and throwing the vampire to the cracking ground, not forgetting that the heavy creatures stomp him. Meanwhile, Chisaki Kai notices from the commotion that Izuku was there, separated by 400 meters, and decides to strike as he noticed that he can use the wreckage in own favor. The young vampire almost freezes when feels an unnatural aura pressure from nowhere to Sine. Izuku headbutts an annoying marauder just to be punched hard from every conceivable way, ranging from swiftly spears that partially manage to break the formidable DKL-1 armor or corrosive spit that catches fires. Still, the hounded vampire freezes when notices the chimeric tower made from the former synths and Chisaki Kai all growing blue like a giant wisp during a dark night. The monstrosity activated their insane telekinesis to levitate a random NKA military vehicle and throws almost surgically against Izuku, don't caring about the demons around him. They are just cannon fodder after all. I hope this works. The vampire suffers from agony when cast the art sign at higher intensity that could either killed or badly injured, not counting the possible explosion if Izuku don't cast such alchemical magic spell to slow the military van enough. A part of the twisty overturn, the vehicle survived the impact, and any potential hazardous material don't self-ignite. I hope that broken vehicle had some useful items. Izuku notices that the remaining marauders, now overpowered by Kai's malefic aura, was reaching him, just when notices a giant weapon that occupies almost 2/3 of the inside. I need some caution when I spot some dangerous weapons. Weapon analysis. Complete. NKA model clone of GSH-G7. 62 minigun with incendiary napalm launcher grenades. An octuple barrel rotary machine gun designed to use lead or incendiary phosphorus shells, although banned by international laws that no one cares, as main weapon. This model contains an add-on to fire incendiary rocket grenades made from napalm, phosphorus, and other highly inflammable substances. Why I need enemies when I had a weapon maniac AI. The green-haired vampire could sigh within a brief moment, while scans the weapons with curiosity independently the onboard computer reasoning. Luckily the shells are loaded by magazines, and the crate have 3 spares, while the rocket grenades are only 7 and requires to manually loaded and locked. He said before he senses a marauder slashing the vehicle derelict, damn it. Izuku fires a grenade against the marauder that was caught off guard in the middle of the confusion, which was the slight time frame when he was vulnerable, catching an atrocious burning and fire that spread to the nearest minor demons, making them burn or explode successionally. Once Izuku recovers from the slight daze, starts to fire the main weapon to kills and burns the remaining demons on their path, while yells like an enraged madman. Suddenly, the vampire was almost caught off guard when barely dodged to be bitten and twisted by a giant possessed demonic wolf with 3 heads that was similar to the Cerberus that fought earlier morning, and then notices with gruesome horror that faces 6 of them and overpowered. Come on, filthy dogs. Izuku enraged that starts either to cast any Geralt signs or fire the minigun, alternating with the double-barrel shotgun. However, it not take more than 10 seconds to Izuku been thrown away by a leg stoke against the nearest solid obstacle, making Izuku fells hazed and spills blood from their mouth. The dazed state lasted some seconds, and is barely enough to stand up and dodge from the energy pulses emanated by 4 swing axes from the marauders that could make a direct hit. The vampire tried to launch one grenade against one marauder until a zombie intercepts them, and another one shoot their quad-barrel shotgun against Izuku, suffering damage as the DKL-1 starts to break down. Suddenly, the vampire starts to hallucinate due to the injuries, and the results will be extraordinary. Sightseeing the havoc and inferno makes Izuku snaps badly with a sudden magic energy surge that was also converting and unleashing all repressed rage deepen into the lost soul of Berserker Guts. Izuku's mind are now constantly bombarded by ancient memories of a strong man with a sword, who Izuku already knew who was, slashing horde after horde of demons and enemies. When the minigun run out of ammo, Izuku was already covered by a malicious aura that unravels a chant in loop, but with the words overleaped twice. The vampire noticed that was an incantation for a magic spell, and immediately when replace the magazine and lock another set of incendiary grenades, he tried the spell simultaneously. Treblinka, Samedui, Kazaklube, Magnificat, ancient warlords and worshippers of the Berserker that slay the eternal evil. Making Izuku's eyes flashes black and changes their body to a black hue, while sprouts 2 giant black wings with 5 meters span. I break the unspoken seal from Cimmerian lands that locks the proud warrior worth of 1,000,000 Vermax, while also morphs the DKL-1 armor, growing spikes and black magic fields that increases their defenses, descend from the hell and heaven and conquer the mortal realm. And also any weapon in possession, XENOMORPH. At all rage, brutal, without mercy, but he will be worse. Rip and tear until it is done. Swiftly the vampire fires against the remaining demons, including the surviving marauders, noticing that the new spell increases his stamina, and the damage carried by melee attacks or even weaponry 10 times with little damage or side effects to him at first, ignoring the fact that the real hazard occurs if Izuku maintains the berserk state too much time. Izuku uses the new buff state to punch, slash, rip and tear limbs and heads form everything that crosses their path, eliminating at least the annoying marauders that was impeding to recharge the SDF 666 super weapon enough to fire against the chimeric monster that stands above him. Izuku reaches a full buff berserker state about a minute after the cast, using the forbidden xenomorph magic spell unlocked from Guts' genetic memories, increasing the gore destruction of any zombie or monster that crosses their path to reach Chisaki Kai. Anticitas in 1 reach security domain wall. The cyborg derelict inside the chimeric monster tower reacts with greater dark magic emission, authorization code, rip and tear, and faces the new challenge by summoning a new swarm of demons, including 30 marauders, 5 captain marauders which carry heavy weapons, and finally 2 of the heavy armored general marauders, with all 10 more times the absurd amount of mindless demons that the vampire fought so hard to destroy previously. Who are you to defy the sacred tradition? One of the general marauder raises their dual-wield swords made from red plasma. The eternal apostate traitor shall burn to die. While the second one made the same, just in time to spoke sepulchrally at unison, arise. The guardian mastermind of hell, lead our unholy legion and punish the eternal apostate, Dark Schneider. Within this time lapse, the 2 major demonic leaders swing their blades from the heaven to the ground, while maintain a certain distance between them, creating a red flashing burning arc that begins clockwise for each marauder until both complete the circle, making the inner area shambles and glow red, and create an inverted pentagram which was swiftly flooded with demonic blood. All vertex triangles of the main pentagram shines and projects a pillar of dark light straight to the sky, and seconds later a monster raises from the deeps of hell, as the entire setup acts as a summoning portal. Even within a berserker state, Izuku freezes when spotted 5 giant versions of the Namu Golem raising from the demonic portals, wider like the span of a small airplane jet. With honest terror feeling, Izuku noticed that the new monsters had covered their face with a metal shield and dark magic amulets. The monsters are sustaining their massive height with robust robotic legs, and also they had a giant exposed brain that spawns the entire body size. Even it had a retractable shield with poisonous strings that covers if necessary. The cybernetic enhancements includes 3 plasma rifles attached to each body side along the abdominal line, capable to make precise locking to a target. An array of missiles launchers was attached to close dead zones unreachable by the main weapons or abdominal rifles. Finally, the main weapon was a giant plasma cannon that was mounted like a tail, intended to take the most massive destruction possible. Izuku was mind rampaging badly, since if a single of this cybernetic arachnid, before even been buffed by Chisaki's Kai black magic, are a terrible situation, let's alone 5 of them intended to kill. The DKL-1 onboard computer named them Chamu Broodmother Arachnotrons, by playing the kanji meanings between the brainless golems and the new aberration with a full brain exposed. Useless computer. Izuku shout badly, I don't mind WTF such thing or an arachnotron or whatever. I need reinforcements, or I need to evacuate. And he was shut up when fell a giant earthquake that brings another swarm of demons. Reinforcements are not currently possible, said the DKL-1 onboard computer. Around the group of chomas, that was quickly filled the empty space between them with different demons that was immediately buffed or possessed by evil spirits guided by the marauders. This horrific scene not excuse every minor monsters to chokes and bows when 10 giant demons taller than 5 stories high covered by siege weapons raises from the central again inside the pentagram portal and unleashes an unearthly uproar. With 4 arms covered by armor in flames where their left hands was replaced by robotic cannons, a torso covered with metal and rotten bloody flesh, and 2 mastodon legs that glows like a smith. While the face was covered by glowing red smiting metal, the monster unleashes a powerful telekinesis explosion followed by falling lava molten projectiles. Such aberration was called the Siegebreaker Assault Cyberdemon Beast Engine of Hell, which can be shortened to Cyberdemon. When the second wave of monsters was finally full summon, the tower-shaped Chisaki Kai morphed with the giant Sins changes again to recharges and locks to battle all heavy plasma cannons, and a magic field that overpowers all the major demons which in turn buffs the minor ones. WTF. Izuku notices that he was levitating without using any spell of their knowledge. What the hell? He faces wave after wave of bulk object throwing straight against him, and barely managed to dodge using either the art against a nearby ground of wall of some random construction, or at least resource he jumps and dashes in midair. The new grown bat wings was more useful to glide than to fly, or it was simply the lack of expertise for now. If I could slow enough. The vampire points to a bent tank that was missed him by 5 meters. To make the things worst, Izuku had to dodge from a relentless falling fire from sky, followed by a sudden energy pulse that could shatter in pieces if the DKL-1 magic fields don't protect him. Izuku makes an annoying face when he concludes correctly, as the AI inside the armor does the same, that the main enemies shift their strategy. The chimeric cybernetic tower controlled by the remaining organic parts that once belonged to Chisaki Kai starts the wave attack pattern using a massive telekinesis attack that grabs everything detachable and then throws at high speeds against a target. That was Izuku. Once completed the telekinesis attack, Chisaki Kai's cannons would fire plasma bolts to the sky, before failing partially randomly to the ground, causing explosions or fires depending of the type of material under impact. If the main target was not hit or destroyed, and slightly before a new telekinesis attack, an array of supplemental cannons can unleash as a ground bombardment or simply discharges a magic shield to destroy everything at full circle. The deactivated magic shield are then recovered and then the attack cycle pattern repeats. Izuku quickly notices, even he dislikes too much the onboard AI that powers their suit armor, that the real drawback of the Xenomorph spell was if he lost his mental focus a slight second. He could lose their consciousness and becomes a mindless berserk monster until run out of mana or stamina with lethal consequences. The vampire wanted to unleash the real attack against the real enemy, not playing and wasting time and magic energy against spawn demons. But the onboard DKL-1 computer warns that he still needs more 10 minutes to fire the SDF-666 super weapon until then. So you walk eternally through the Shadow Realms, standing against evil where the others falter. May your thirst for retribution never quench, may the blood on your sword never dry, and may you never need you again. Tactical options available, rip and tear until it is done. Hint, cast the Ard-piercing cold that are always activated during your berserker state to clean the minor annoyances, and then attack the swiftly marauders using the same technique. Not forget the golden rule, kill them all by shooting them until they die. Izuku discovers if they mumble some heavy metal songs into their hell, he can counteract the dangerous effects of the xenomorph, while also serves adequately to tear apart every minor annoyances with bare hands, or fire either with the SDF-666 using a weaker plasma shot or the minigun with incendiary shells that burns them alive. Once the vampire was done killing everything on their path, he is encircled by 6 buffed marauders. That Izuku quickly casts the Ard sign at full power that makes them freeze, due to the Ard-piercing cold mutant sign that was active in this berserk state. And due to the recent experience, Izuku swapped from the shotgun to cast Ard-piercing cold back and forth quickly fast until all 6 marauders becomes dazed enough to break them with the SDF-666 super weapon, blasting their head and ripping their body apart. Izuku has finally spotted the major weakness of this extraordinary defensive demon, if he frees fast enough when he was to prepare to attack either by the axe or their shotgun, and then fire straight to him, the marauders becomes dazed and vulnerable to more powerful weapons or spells that requires up to 2 seconds to lock and fire. However, Izuku, who manages to buff himself, he suffer an off-guard blow when some cyberdemons, marauders, and arachnotrons makes a coordinated attack by firing against Izuku, making the vampire fly due to the explosion and smashes against a nearby building. The shockwave of the impact tears the concrete and iron apart, collapsing afterwards. If Izuku don't have the DKL-1 armor dressed, he could have several injuries. The sudden impact against the wall had the unwanted side effect to disable the xenomorph spell, as Izuku regains some active consciousness and notices that the newborn wings dried and crackles, reverting to the normal state. Damn it, the berserker state was needed to defeat such aberrations. Izuku mumbles with pain and a slight daze, and now any conditions to recast again are slim to none. Izuku spots a tank that was fairly intact, some meters away from him, but the injuries makes him feeling an agonizing pain, slowing them enough time for the main enemy spot them again. Any human-made weapon are useless against any of this major monsters, but it should at least make a shelter long enough to request help. The vampire noticed that the tank, which was from the North Korean army, once he managed to open the lid lock and enter inside, he tried to power up the vehicle but the onboard computer denies. The messages are displayed with plain Korean, but the red background color means that he couldn't use. Still, the onboard computer intervenes with a pop-up message, Enable Hacking Module, making Izuku surprised, but it not impede him to try, even he was very skeptic. The hacking procedure sends several exploit codes via radio frequency digital communication between the suit antenna module to the receiver, in order to trigger certain software exploits that some foreign military weapons had. Fortunately, the procedure was successful, since it uses an ancient software version of the military hardware that is exploitable, unlocking the tank in less than 10 seconds. Hacking completed, and Izuku could turn on the engine and drive, if he could. Tactical options available. This NKAT-150 tank, modified with some custom Chinese parts, had a 88mm medium-range cannon, and 4 high-energy plasma cannons that are probably a modification created and installed by the Millennium Army. Conventional shelling using the standard cannon is not effective against any enemy. The plasma cannons can cause some damage, but expect to be overwhelmed quickly. I bet that this vehicle will not endure more than a single minute, said Izuku while trying to drive. The best solution I tough is to drive quickly to the railway yard. If the young vampire had some kind of premonition ability, it could be right, since once Izuku tried to drive avoiding the debris and burning spots, the cyberdemons quickly block their path and start firing, prompting him to fire either the main cannon that had only 1 shell loaded or fire the plasma rifles with moderate damage. Fight, Dark Schneider, fight, and let your determination clash mine convictions. From the opposite side, a Captain Marauder and 1 general raise their bows and swords and attacks the tank from behind using their red pulse demon energy emission, causing malfunction on impact. Izuku was mad, and remembers the terrible way his teacher wanted him to learn the Silver Mountain healing spell, which Izuku had natural affinity, and cause a downturn of vitality when he really needed at this critical moment. Since you had a deplorable demeanor on the Battle Royal exams, I will teach Punishable a high-ranked healing spell, said Sakura-sensei with her fangs fully deployed and red eyes emanating a natural paralysis technique due to her vampiric nature. Hey, healing spell. Why I need to use white magic, when both of us are natural black magic beings. She never answered back until a certain album recorded on 1985 during a live show in Japan called Hibiya that makes Izuku perplexed, starts playing. I will play all Silver Mountain discography until you synchronize their magic flow and learn the secret spell. Another metal band. Arg, not forgetting the usual biting punishment that Sakura or Aizawa made when Izuku falls from the tracks. In fact, many of magic spells that Izu learned along the years, especially the later one on Yui, was placed on older vinyl records, and Izuku should sync their mind when listen or use blood rituals to unlock them. He needed 2 full weeks to decode, learn and cast the Silver Mountain for the first time, which was the longest time he spent to learn a single spell, which was still reduced due to his previous expertise, and now he cursed for the side effect that impeded him to cast 2 or 3 powerful Dark Schneider's magic spells at the right moment. Great, the real monster was starting to levitate, including this damn tank. Izuku don't hide their slight panic, trying to arm the explosives scattered inside the vehicle, and trying to bring a laser-guided rocket-propelled launcher that had some ammo. When Izuku feels the sudden acceleration that pushes against the closed hatch, he starts to use the Ard sign with and without ice freezing, until a single strong punch blow apart, and jumps a second before a direct impact against a solid concrete water deposit, but managed to divert the tank to collide against an Arachnotron in position. The armed explosives detonated on impact, and the tank filled with active ammo exploded, causing the demon's own explosives to blow, destroying the creature apart. I think Izuku had certain he need to use everything at their disposal to win this insane fight before it is too late. For he walk among us, and he will smith the evil from this earth. For he who comes in our time of need is not of mortal breed. He is the destroyer, the right hand of our Creator, and the one who brings fear where there is no hope. Some seconds before the tank impact against the Arachnotron, Izuku jumped straight from the tank's hatch to midair, hoping that some advanced Dark Schneider's spells could be cast, in order to gain strategic advantage and not simply slowing down to the nearest point that could be an easy target. Luckily, a familiar flying spell could be used, as Izuku makes their incantation, Wako. I pledge the sacred mountain's wind spirit to become my flight's mage, celestial flight raven. Normally the spell would last few minutes, making possible to fly the distance between the chaotic war zone and the relative calm railway yard with their classmates in the U.S. Army. Due to obvious reasons, the spell breaks swiftly and Izuku had to abort the flight just 30 seconds after the spell casting. He was under the direct range of Chisaki Kai weaponry, and due to the increment fighting and heavy bombing, all major buildings of the Numata are razed to the ground. The chimeric cybernetic adversary will spot Izuku in a matter of seconds. Warning, Termpla's Mageware SDF 666 reaching dangerous overcharging. At least less than 1 minute at current charging time to be ready to fire. Hit, activate the 2 rear magic cannon that DKL-1 had previously, and fire in sync to maximize the damage. Izuku nods when read the text about the original DKL-1 that require a spell to unlock, and requires a full week of rest to regenerate their magic energy. Damn it, those monsters and their insane master are preparing to fire again. And the vampire noticed that all weapons still needed more 20 seconds to fire. Without warning, Chisaki Kai overcharges himself and their demons, who starts to fire and burn everything at full circle. The telekinesis force in effect in this turn was more than double of the previous one, making Izuku levitate and accelerate straight to the sky, about 100 meters from the ground. Izuku notices that the railway yard, now at their sightseeing, the Yui students, the mercenaries, and the U.S. Army was still fighting, but nowhere the sail of Izuku was fighting alone. The military radio on board was also trying to connect to the Pip Bird Knots radio, but was no more stable to send short character-based memos into an encrypted channel frequency. When Izuku notices that was falling down at greater speed, that means the enemy was pulling straight to the ground. He makes a terrorized face when several marauders and cyberdemons point their weapons and fires straight to him, and aligned to the Chisaki Kai's cannon, makes Izuku activate the DKL-1 cannons to counterattack. Legendary gunner living on Nolan Plains, with a godly precision that makes the hell fears in despair. This makes the magic cannons unfold and coupling to the SDF 666, I summon your ancient doomed soul to honor the demolitioner gun that shall eradicate everything in our path. Where at this stage the SDF 666 warns that was finally ready to fire at the annihilation mode, accept the wisdom of the gospel of annihilation and purge my enemy to oblivion. And Izuku fires the cannons and the SDF 666 in total synchronization, demolition. The casting spell creates a giant circle, roughly 10 meters of diameter, that was perpendicular and centered to Izuku's weapons when upstanding. From the main circle, several parallel smaller circles detached and follows the immense magic blasting energy path. Compared to the Halloween spell that Izuku managed to cast alone, this was too much powerful to compare. The energy emission and impact was clearly much greater. Chisaki Kai was brutally hit by the immense energy and pressure that break all magic barriers, and armor in pieces, and starts to melt and self-combust. This immense spell fueled by the DKL-1 breaks the insane buff effect that was overcharging all demons. Many of them exploded with the sudden disappearance of the overcharging field, but for the marauders and other big monsters, they survived, but staggered. Without wasting time, Izuku shifts to the unbeloved shotgun or starts shooting at the staggered demons, while use some basic art signs as they lost the frosting ability due to the side effects of the SDF 666 cannon blast until they falter and killed. The damaged Chisaki Kai tries to recover from the massive blow, but it entered into a catastrophic berserker state that begins to punch and rampage randomly. This chaos and disarray would be the best situation for Izuku to request help or continue the fighting. Izuku, suddenly Pip Bernadotte opened a radio channel to the vampire. WTF was that monster and that insane powerful blast? The vampire waits several seconds. To everyone on the other side fell the emanating rage. Before replay back, thanks for your help. Wild geese, if I never noticed the weak points of the marauders, arachnotorns, and cyberdemons, you could be invited to my funeral. Pip Bernadotte ignores the provocation, and instead orders, your clowns are safe, since the last big blast stuns the remaining enemy. In a few minutes, everyone will take off and evacuate. while M makes a direct order to him, "Stay where you are since Rohalek are driving the Katangir Sanctum to reach you, and I will fly with Argent Dinner to reach both." "That bastard," Izuku said, before notices that the General Marauders was not so friendly. The major Marauders, joined by their lower-ranked survivors, joined their powers, first to cast some demonic spell to the enraged Chisakika, making them even more possessed, while the remaining demons changed their alliance from the former cybernetic terrorists to the Marauders themselves. Finally, the General Marauders raised their sword to renew their defiance against Izuku. "I must thank you to release your compatriots from the false idols, but you cannot shall leave you alive. So, for the last time, Dark Schneider, the eternal traitor of hell, fight to prove our righteousness." With greater horror, Izuku notices that the remains of Chisaki starts to levitate, probably due to their natural telekinesis, once discarded the damaged and destroyed cannons, and starts to convert to a flying target. The remaining magic energy that was equipped by Shigaraki was mutating to form a new kind of magic barrier that was not so powerful as before. The problem was the fact that he needed a full week to recharge both the SDF-666 superweapon and the DKL-1 magic cannons, and the enemy will not let they wait a minute, let alone a day or a week. Suddenly, Izuku had an idea. If the super helicopter Argent Dinner was under their way, then he could use their weaponry to destroy the cybernetic menace from the air. "Sorry, but I need a VIP ticket to evacuate." Just when resume their fight against the General Marauders. Until the Wild Geese reaches, Izuku will need to continue their fight. Izuku quickly noticed that the radio communications went down for another time. In the precise moment when the chimera gigantic monster that was the cybernetic monstrosity called Chisaki starts to recover from the demolition spell and restarts to emit the demonic aura that are also capable to jam the radio communications, which was worsened by the mandatory heavy encryption required for military equipments. The main monster was also starting to recover from the inhuman impact delivered by the full discharge of SDF-666 superweapon. This weapon that could rival the Unmaker and the BFG 9000 in terms of raw power now was overheated. And unlike the Doom Eternal magical technology that managed to return to work by refilling the ammo, the SDF-666 weapon requires some days to cool off and recharge properly. Dark Schneider. Without taking a single split second to break, the General Marauders resumes their relentlessly attack against the exhausted young vampire. Izuku barely dodge or avoid direct damage of the red plasma sword swinged against him. The problem is not only the number of swords the enemy could handle. The remaining lower-grade Marauders also swing their plasma-based axes or fire their shotguns according to their usual strategies. Izuku starts thinking that he don't have major manpower to continue the fight until the promised reinforcements from Wild Geese arrived. He thought that the main foe still needs several minutes to recover, but he underestimated badly. In the meantime, by retreating and going back again to fight means that he loses an excellent situation that could blow the enemy apart. Since all magic and other supernatural powers are not viable until he rests properly, the only possible option to continue to fight, or at least in retreating fight, until help arrive are to catch more powerful weapons scattered around the whole chaos. The vampiric telekinesis power still manages to make it work, and uses to attract the ammunition scattered that was needed to fill the GSHG 7.62 heavy machine gun. If Iori witnessed this once I manage to survive, I will play Brutal Doom with all mods 100 times. The greener vampire first irked when make such statement, later sighed with such stupidity. Meanwhile, along this strategic retreat he teared down an entrance door to a convenient shop, only to find some zombies that Izuku grabbed their neck and twist off, killing it. Other two is ripped apart without much trouble. The final zombie was killed by stabbing the overheated shotgun barrels, while cast the yard sign to burn the rotten corpse. Quickly he noticed that what could be once the balcony and the cash dispensers that was torn apart or damaged, was replaced by some sandbags and a heavy machine gun abandoned ammo and a bizarre weapon at first sight. Once grabbed from the rubble, he noticed there was a 6 rotary barrel combat shotgun with a passive cooling pipes and a single trigger. The weapon had an automatic rail feeder that fills the 6 chambers, making the absurd shotgun to fire consecutively, instead to the old pump-action model Izuku had in possession. Izuku also picked the required ammo and the heavy machine gun along the bullet belts. Once he toughed that was safe, a rampaging marauder stormed the shop derelict with the axe plasma blast swinging. The violent impact breaks a stand that had another similar combat shotgun placed on the top, and falls almost straight to Izuku. Weapon analysis from database completed. Hollenhammer Z, a 6 rotary barrel combat shotgun designed by the Millennium Army, designed to operate on automatic fire, and cause great destruction, much due to the oversized shell ammo. Slitten Spear Maskin Engineer MG-150, and heavy machine gun developmented by the Millennium Army combining features of WW2 German machine guns, and the modern US heavy machine guns. This weapon, nicknamed Sledge Spear Machine Gun, had 12 rotary barrels, and a retractable blade similar to bayonets, which can be swapped to place a mortar grenade launcher. The retractable blade could be useful to stab unwanted enemies, as long you manage to carry on the 1-ton weapon. Thank you for your wisdom. Izuku annoys while dual-wield the shotguns, and attaches the shotgun with a stripe along the armor belt. Without thinking or wasting more seconds, Izuku hold the shotguns with one of each hand and start firing against the annoying marauder. 3 fast full rounds of shoots breaks the flesh and armor in pieces, making the enemy agonized and dazed, and then the vampire casts the Axii sign to break the will of fight. Just in time to bulldozer him with the machine gun that managed to hot swap and finishes him with a direct stab to their skull with a retractable bayonet that was attached to the machine gun. Just burn in hell. And Izuku finishes with an Igni sign to burn the corpse. Without surprise, the onboard computer inside the DKL-1 armor decides to intervene, ignoring Izuku's wish to rip and tear that annoying feature. Tactical skill acquainted, quick swap, also known as fast switching, as any wild geese mercenary needs to acknowledge. To enable fast switching requires to specialize one hand to make a thing, and another to prepare the next move. For example, cast any spell with your left hand while sideload a charged weapon with your right hand, then switch quickly to fire a weapon. This are a necessary trait to subdue quirked humans or supernatural beings. Mastering quick swapping needs to exchange in tandem 2 weapons, or a spell and weapon quickly, to fire or cast several times in a matter of few seconds. This will break your enemy defenses, making more prone to be subjugated or killed with a finishing move, or a third kind of weaponry. Either way, it is insane that I need a cunning superlative shotgun to kill a single marauder bastard. Izuku is suddenly grabbed by a beast with thick arms which twist and thrown violently to ransack locker room. The vampire had a bad time to gain a migraine, especially when he faces a kind of cybernetic monster with 3 meters tall, holding a super heavy machine gun like Izuku just grabbed earlier. The enemy's armor appears at first sight, by Izuku's point of view, to be composed at least with 3 layers of metal alloy. The chest part was dominated by a styled black Hakenkreuz overlapped with a white-shaped rhombus shield of arms which combines with a styled black eagle. Chase. Izuku strafed quickly and panicked before the enemy starts shooting at will. The enemy's insane machine gun reduced all metallic lockers to a random amount of scrap metal in a couple of seconds. The vampire also snaps from their bewilderment when he was pushed against the ceiling, and then to the scrapped metal by a kind of telekinetic force. He had a quirk too. Without much amusement, the DKL-1 confirmed the identity of the enemy. Enemy analysis from database completed. Super Soldaten, a breed of genetic engineering superhumans, planed as backup to place genetic modified quirks on normal humans. It was a parallel project of lower priority that also conduct horrific human experimentation that created several strains of stormtroopers soldiers in order to alleviate the scarce Nazi vampire units. Due to the lack of information or required higher-ranked confidential information, it was believed without proof that experiments on cybernetics replaced the original quirk soldiers into a hybrid of organic and mechanical parts. Such advance was only possible due to the involvement from the cybernetic unit of Millennium Army led by Chisaki Kai, that quickly overtakes the original research unit led by a mystical magic practitioner only known by the nickname of Shigaraki, and their comrade of arms called Kurogiri. Note, the Super Soldatens was also the foundations of the combined special military units, where the cybernification of the original humans was greater. WTF, where you got such brilliant information? Izuku was a little shocked with the computer database had some information about the damned too. Stop inside Jeno Hire, Sei Barbarischer Vernichter. The voice echoed when the part of the ceiling and wall behind the lockers was torn apart by a giant robot, but piloted by an elder dressed like a Nazi official. Ich muss einen besonderen Magneten haben, der nur Nasabanditen ansieht. Izuku just replied back in plain German. Für einen Word Krieger, ein Agentin des Todes an der Zerstörung, braucht dies Vielmut, uns zu diffamieren. Then after a slight pause, wenn nicht so gefährlich wär vielleicht wie die Überlebenden in dieser Stadt, die ein Ausgezeichnetes nichts Versuchskanischen abgeben worden. And finally the elder pilot orders the giant super soldaten to attack Izuku, Zerstor DC's Hindernis. A heavy super machine gun from the super soldaten quickly unleashes a barrage of bullets that was barely deflected by the Quen sign combined with the DKL-1 modded suit that activates the maximum armor. Izuku suffers severe damage, still manages to divert when try to strafe, until the piloted robot's turret tears down the remains of the locker room, which makes the upper stages collapses over the panicked vampire. However, Izuku suffer an electrical discharge from nowhere, causing the DKL-1 suit to malfunction, or reboot at the worst time possible. Izuku awakes briefly and notices that the building was collapsed, and once turned slowly their head he faces the Cyberdemons and Arachnotrons group that was approaching quickly. The building was torn apart due to heavy weaponry, reducing a viable shelter to a derelict. Those demons may have the sheer advantage in terms of absolute numbers. Izuku mumbles, however a single intelligent monster are too worse to overcome. And the worst was the thirst for blood that was snapped out after this long and ongoing fight. The vampire was still trying to recover from the shock when he was pulled off the rubble and punched against the torso. WTFRU. Izuku faces a younger female, dressed with the Schutzstaffel Obersturmbannführer uniform and insignia. This is the infamous Untermensch Dark Schneider, as she appears to active a kind of quirk that cancels or jams supernatural powers, as Izuku noticed that the simplest magic spells are barred to activate. Do you think that you are a kind of hero? I never expected to fight against Nazis during a hero summer camp. Neither I expected my former failed foster father, as she points to the horrible machination that Chisaki Kai turn out, to end like an experiment of Zauber Shigaraki. Damn those unhonored cult of freaks. The Millennium Army loves rivalry and fighting. Izuku thoughts before asks, Fraulein. Damn it, don't make a fuss against the Schutzstaffel, especially me, Irene Angel Chisaki, also known as Iri. As she still tries to grab Izuku from the neck, but the heavy armor avoids that, thought the vampire noticed the activation of a kind of muscle strength activation to her. At first sight, Izuku thought that could be a quirk activation, a second one, but the green glow on muscle fibers and the appearance of metallic patches along the unexposed clothing gives that the super strength of Iri are due to a kind of cybernetic implant. What a wonderful caustic name. Izuku releases his right arms and tries to punch Iri, without great success. For our information, my quirk only caused malfunctions to another one's. Explain Iri, psychotically to the entrapped vampire. Main doctor at first uses ancient Aryan magic rituals to control my damned quirk. However, only when he implemented a quantum computer inside my brain that control a powerful artificial intelligence system, my quirk are now more manageable. Still later cybernetic implants to power up my body was necessary to achieve my superiority. How advanced technologically are those Nazi freaks? Izuku thoughts to himself. Main Fraulein Iri. The older doctor inside the robot approaches her. If you arrest this abomination, it can be possible to save your foster from. Don't be so silly, Herr Dr. Totenkopf. She throws away Izuku. Chisaki Kai was too idiot to recognize that was a ploy made by those two Zaubers that managed to join the Schutzstaffel on her. Although arresting this vampire are fundamental to the Millennium Army thrive. Izuku would cold sweat due to the danger of being tortured or executed, ignoring that the computer inside DKL-1 suit are just rebooted and reset all the internal components to restore the combat status mode. Immediately the suit switched to maximum strength to overcome the Iri grip. Meanwhile, the DKL-1 computer decided to reveal some strictly confidential information due to some unknown directives been achieved. Warning, due to the unexpected contact with key enemies, some information about them that are strictly confidential can be disclosed. The brief resume are the best available for now. Kurogiri, an old nickname derived from their warp quirk, probably when he was an undercover criminal. At an unknown time, he joined later the Millennium Army at the same time of Shigaraki. When he was plenty integrated on the current organization, he quickly climbed up the Nazi ranks and joined the Honor branch of the Schutzstaffel. Shigaraki, an old friend of Kurogiri with an obscure past, which now are a pathological true Nazi believer, that also managed to join the Honor branch of Schutzstaffel with Kurogiri and create a circle of close comrades that was the 12 Wise Men of Europa. He was also a monstrous malignant sorcerer, which managed to create an army of demons, later modified by black magic and cybernetic technology. His successes helped him to secure their position as a powerful spearhead to many Millennium Army machinations. Dr. Deathshead, a top Nazi researcher that once hired Kurogiri and Shigaraki from their former criminal group to the Millennium Army. He leads several secret Nazi projects from weaponry to genetic engineering, including the research of quirks that he believes that was once an ancient Nazi weapon or wonder from early 20th century. Many of actual super weapons that you witness today had a direct link with him. Did you asseverate Totenkopf as their master or doctor? He is also one of the major Montana Mac's closest friends, but do not become part of Shigaraki's 12 Wise Men of Europa. Irene and Jen Chisaki, a younger girl that are a distant relative of Irene and Jen, that once lived during the peak of Hitler's regime. She is a regular commander of the Schutzstaffel, and it is believed that helped Totenkopf research using a proxy enterprise that plays the ominous Weyland-Yutani Corporation from Alien franchise. In terms of human experiments, an absolute disregard to anything that she thinks are dispensable. Note, the quirk origin from a mutagenic weapon lacks some evidence, but the anthrax origin are one of the potential clue to solve this mystery. Still, it is a little unbelievable that a kind of chemical similar to Agent A03959X.91-15 could create the quirks and spread as fast that was recorded. This hypothesis would more assertive if anthrax resembles the biomechanical features of the infamous XX-121 xenomorph creature from the Alien franchise. It's too much coincidence the suspicious link between the quirks, the Nazis, and probably the unknown creature called anthrax. As Izuku tried to grin, at least no quirked human died by a chestburster. Before he faces the Iri trying to hold him before the Millennium Army could evacuate them and drag him as prisoner of war. Why you are obsessed with anthrax, untermensch Dark Schneider. Iri spoke with a psychotic laugh, while her face skinned tears to reveal golden printed circuits, which confirms that she had more cybernetic enhancements implants that not match or enhanced her cancellation type quirk. I would make the same question. It is a kind of divinity that you freaks worship. Mind your filth tongue, untermensch. When Izuku feels that he had accumulate dark magic energy to cast demon magic from Dark Schneider's spells, he makes a smile before cast with the corresponding ritual contract chant, Psycho, Psycho, known your worth, which appears to overcome the anti-quirk and anti-magic field emanated by your own quirk. I granted your wills into a ember flash of ash and wound. And then a mist of dark with red flashing releases from the Izuku casting domain, hitting Iri causing their flesh to burn, rot and disintegrate, suicidal tendencies. Vert enters Zauberer. Harry agonizes and leashes against Izuku that manages to break free. Attention Dark Schneider. Take cover now. Without warning, the encrypted military communication system inside DKL-1 opens an audio channel, and it was the gunman Silver Fang that gives the alert. A second later, several magic bolts fall and exploded around the enemy group, followed by standard guided missiles. The impact of the explosions and the sudden chaos makes a good cover to Izuku flee, just for the Eri group and overwhelmed by the ammo firing. The cause of this sudden attack was the appearance of the Wild Geese massive combat helicopter called Argent Denerfeld with conventional and magic weaponry. The collapse of Chisaki Kai massive force field dome permits to the Argent Dener makes a desperate sortie and start bombing the demons and bigger ones that Izuku was trying to fight alone. Meanwhile, the Marauders, Cyberdemons, and Arachnotrons arrived at the perimeter and start firing against all the targets. Beware the monstrosity. Izuku alerts Silver Fang via the intercom. In a matter of several seconds, it could regenerate the bare minimum to bombard everything. I will help you to prevent that. The gunner fires 40 heavy yield missiles and 10 full-charged elemental magical cannons against the remains of Chisaki Kai. The magical beams takes less than a second to hit the target, that's scattered along the entire body. 5 to 10 seconds later, the missile's warheads penetrate the armor and rotten flesh of the chimeric monster, causing a chain reaction of devastating proportions. When any common sense being thought that Chisaki Kai was finally destroyed by good, the core that creates the malignant magic and force raises from the metal scrap debris and creates another magic force field that menace again Izuku and their allies. The core was again covered by flesh, metal, and the remains of the Chisaki Kai body. Compared to the original chimeric monster, it was about a tenth of the original size, returning a normal human-sized being. Izuku turns his head to the site when was briefly captured by Eri and their entourage. The three Nazi beasts are now fighting against the Marauders and Cyberdemons. Shall we return to our fighting? The two top general Marauders cut the mesmerizing sightseeing with their plasma swords. Izuku answered by firing the Hollenhammer Z automatic shotguns within a quick cadence, one for each general Marauder. Both enemies reacted by pushing their plasma blades to slash Izuku. He noticed that one of them makes damage. It glows red and uses this aura sudden spike to spawn minor demons to aid them. Izuku also noticed that the two general Marauders created a magical barrier with a small radium for which many regular demons or normal beings cannot penetrate. It was confined inside a domain trap, and he had very few ammo for all weapons. The vampire had little vitality to cast magic spells, and he wanted to save the regeneration devices from the DKL-1 to save energy. With this choice, Izuku waited a little to one of the annoying specters summoned by the Marauder to attack him and fire the shotgun. Then Izuku noticed that the general Marauders stand still up to half a second to refill the red aura, which used to make an explosive expansion capable to cause physical damage or to summon more specters and minor demons. Eat that! Izuku catch the precise moment when the rightmost general Marauder tried to recharge and fire a barrage of shotgun shells. The enemy become dazed with the impact, and the vampire quick swap to the MG-150 machine gun and unleash a torrent of bullets that take 6 seconds to finish the bell. Just in time to the enemy recover and trying to counter-attack with this expandable sword. Quickly Izuku exchanged the belt and the cartridge slot for the machine gun and the shotgun, and this time he could make more damage to the other enemy as he was caught off guard. The combat spawns along 20 minutes or more, as Izuku realizes that if he'd been hit by the sword, the general Marauder regenerates a little. Still deal about 10 rounds of shelling when the vampire catches the correct timing to attack. At the same time, Silver Fang was trying to divert the massive combat helicopter from the vicious attacks from every conceivable enemy on ground. He still was genuinely horrified when he drops cluster bombs against an horde of Marauders. Their shields block every explosion, and simply step up to dodge the explosions. Also, the gunner witnessed from the view of field cameras from the cockpit that the trio of Nazis fighting them was partly damaged with the successive waves of relentless attacks. When that appears that Chisaki Kai was agonizing with a former shell of itself, a giant magic field explodes straight to the sky like a pillar of red hue light. A second later, a chain of dozens of concentric circles forms made from black reddish mist, until a rain of fire and smoke falls from that magical domain. Flares similar to the worst solar protuberances and corona mass ejections also erupt from the ground from a certain distance measured of the chimeric cyborg. The flare breaks the magic dome shield made by the general Marauders, although their body shield protect them from the worst damage. The DKL-1 suit armor suffers malfunction and real damage for this time. Izuku knew that the minor-ranked Marauders and the surviving Cyberdemons and Arachnotrons can now attack him, and he was now terribly outgunned. WTF, those Nazis was a rescuing drone. For some oddly reason, Izuku reacts badly when he noticed that the SS official, the giant mutant soldier and the piloting combat robot by a crazy scientist was pulled by a Millennium Army combined synth drone model and flee from the chaos that they cause at first place. This subtle rage outburst helped him to grab a damaged Marauder and throwing him against the nearest Cyberdemon that caused their particle cannon to outburst and explode. Then Izuku wasted the last ammo supplies from the shotgun and machine gun in possession to severely damage one of General Marauders and punch the damaged armor, causing a chain explosion that due to sheer luck ended to kill the second General Marauder that was only 5 meters apart. Izuku managed to strafe and backflip to escape from the explosion. However, when the dust settles, the two swords held by the formidable foes was still shining with their plasma blades. The DKL-1 computer still managed to reboot and make a quick analysis of this findings. Weapon analysis completed. Hell Sword. This magic sword forged by the supernatural realm of Hell had a reserve of demon lost souls that charge a plasma-like blade capable to change according to the user wills. Izuku threw away the damaged weapons and picked both swords to test them. With a genuine surprise, a single slaying movement cut a marauder or any annoying demon with a single movement. However, Izuku noticed that each time the sword powers are used, their bright that was related to the energy stored inside the handle, reduced each time it kill an enemy. With other words, those swords are useful to destroy the main core of the horrible Chisaki-kai chimeric monster. And Izuku alerts to Silver Fang, Silver Fang. I grab those wonderful swords that are capable to defeat demons with a single swoop. However, I fear that once the magic energy are depleted, those things will go burst. I need your firepower to clean the damned hostiles. Roger, be careful with this move. I was ordered to retrieve you and leave this inferno together. Other members of Wild Geese join the US Raptor team which are now evacuate your classmates to their VTOLS to an anchored aircraft carrier. Silver Fang said with a worried voice tone. This means all pro heroes and all human heroes in training leaves this hell successfully, said Izuku as he runs and slashes another marauder. Izuku still had to run more 200 meters in straight line around the debris and the annoying 2 remaining cyberdemons and a damaged arachnotron that was shielding the main target. Luckily for Izuku, the left rocket launcher was still intact at the roof of a partially damaged house which had a dental clinic on floor and an habitation flat above. The vampire jumped quickly to the top and checked that the rocket launcher still works after 3 hours of hellish fighting. With a fast sequence of rocket launching, all 26 rockets dealt the annoyances, although he had to rely to the demonic magic swords to kill the cyberdemons for good. Finally, Izuku jumped from a 3 stories high building and locked the swords in position. The vampire also tries to cast a good dark Schneider's ancient spell to end this horror, Kai. Aberos, Plateros. Oh, I summon the ancient dread king of Night's Pact, which starts by casting from the right index nail a purple slime substance. Come forth, my demon king, flying on bat wings. That resonance their vampire nature, including a spectral form of giant bat swings spawning his body, helping him to fly to the target. May your ancient will seal this cursed pact. And Izuku thrown the swords against the main core, just a second before he nailed the infected nail against the organic parts of Chisaki-kai's body, accused. The sword's blades cut the remains of the chimeric monster like in cross-shaped pattern, but the accused spell activates causing an instant necrosis of the rotten flesh that Chisaki-kai had during the cyborgification process. All electronic and crystal matter also decays and shatters, leaving the damaged core to collapse at an alarming rate. Wako, I pledge the sacred mountain's wind spirit to become by flight's mage. Izuku cast the same earlier spell to fly away the danger, celestial flight raven. When Izuku wastes the remaining little vitally to fly at high speeds, the collapsing core explodes, wiping everything around a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers. Silver Fang could not done more than scream when faces an extraordinary explosion, and questioning if Izuku Midoriya manages to escape from the massive explosion. Battle of the Railyard comes to an end. When Izuku fought against all the devilish monsters that the rotten Chisaki-kai had summoned due to a spell effect delivered by the betrayal of the Shigaraki, the remaining students who had fighting the zombie and vampire horde of the Millennium Army had their own moments of battle cry. When Dark Schneider was fighting the chimeric monster that Chisaki-kai had become 30 minutes earlier than the monster defeat, the US Army Raptor team was fighting along the hero students against the zombies commanded by a group of elite vampires. The students with stronger quirks had caused many damage against the foe, but the exhaustion and the unwillingness to follow orders from military officers who had better rational strategies was causing to the derailed students a dangerous breakdown. At this stage, about a third of the students had lost their offensive will and started to comply the military orders to retreat for a more fortified makeshifted position since either the Raptor team or the Wild Geese had placed barriers and weapons caches to defend from the enemy's raids. They hoped that once the enemy had been damaged enough, they could retreat to the VTOL and fly away from this hell as quickly as possible. The most prestigious students had the opposite stance, such as Shoto Todoroki wastes their stamina to create barriers of ice using their quirk, or the troublemaker Bakugo Katsuki, which due to one of this explosions breaks the defense traps, leads an officer to intervene. For the 1000th time, you may have the capability to deliver explosions, but your natural stamina and material are getting too low too fast if you don't waste it without thinking. The U.S. Special Force Marine grabs the enraged Katsuki out of living fire. Shut up, you mongrel. You think that I'm weak? The explosive blonde was knocked out by a strong thud delivered by Pip Birdknot, which was nearby. The explosive blonde recovers from the stun, only to be tackled with their head facing down to the ground by a swift hand grab by the mercenary vampire. I don't think that you weak. You are a rebellious thug that are lucky enough to not be sent to the firing squad. Sir, the U.S. Marine make a formal remark. It is not a little extreme to apply a death sentence when you don't have the authority of a martial judge. The last thing I want to face are mutinous soldiers, said Pip Birdknot when he faces the unfriendly vampire Aizawa. Why are you to treat my students as your soldiers? You are only a bloodthirsty tyrant. As Aizawa pretends to hiss to show their authority, as he was in change to check and balance their students. Since I'm the highest commander present in a war zone, I have the right and duty to put any subordinate on right line, and point the Magnum 44 loaded with magic-enhanced bullets against Aizawa's forehead. And remember that until the martial law are in effect, every clownish hero shall obey the instructions given by the military leaders of each site. Once the brief standoff between Pip and Aizawa cools down, Izuku was at the same time ready to fire the demolition spell which breaks more than half the combat powerfulness of the giant cybernetic monster that becomes Chisaki-kai. Many of teachers and students protest the decision of the senior vampires to send the combat helicopter to help Izuku deliver the final blow. But the US Raptor team intervened to order them to retreat and embark the VTOL before the combined task force of the SDF and US Army resumed the final wave of bombings. Attention! To optimize space, only 14 pro heroes or hero students can embark at one VTOL each, which are enough to evacuate all of them. The Argent Endure will carry the Dark Schneider, said an US Navy official. All Might was very unwilling and upset due to the strange retreat of the vampire sorcerers that caused havoc a quarter of hour. But soon he noticed a strange mechanical beast that make a stealth approach and almost snapped the neck if he couldn't dodge. The quirked humans had barely resisted the zombie assault, and witnessed that once the vampires dressed with an exotic suit similar to Izuku's DKL-1 retreated, another kind of enemy arrived. Unlike the supernatural beings that all teachers and students was fought relentlessly during hours, the final army was composed by machines. Around the horde was a human approaching, and the worst was the Nazi insignia placed over the uniforms. Like the SS officialry who dares to make appear against Izuku, that was happening approximately at the same time, a new cybernetic human Nazi officer arrived at the wreckage scene. Two of brand new Übersoldaten, from the rarest Führungskraft Rittersortor class which was another creation from the human branch of Millennium Army, are now accompanied with the superior Utnacht. The top cyborg speaks to the scandalized humans. I could congratulate you to fought against my fellow vampires' creations, but as a Übermensch, I decide to join along Fräulein Iriangel and Dr. Totenkopf to make an inspection. Why you call yourself inhuman when you are like an horrendous machine? Some teacher dare to reply back. Mein grosser Herr, soll ich die Ketzer zum Schweigen bringen? The right Übersoldaten by the Nazi officer perspective asks to intervene, as the cyborg mechanical hand reshapes to a sword handle, and fires a red bulk plasma that once confined, it resembles a 1-meter wide blade. Halt den Schwertvorst in einer Kampffeltung. The officer wanted to their subordinates to hold, dies Idioten, die von Maris Fletchabstammen, wurden I errecht bekommen. When sei überraschend angreifen, können sei einen Gegenangriff starten. And he gives the conditional order by electronic messaging using their implanted auxiliary computers. The officer treat all quirked humans as demons from the mythological Mara, while the higher-ranked Nazi officer had clearly a male human with some cybernetic enhancements which like Iri are a kind of cyborg which enhances the original organic body. The Übersoldatens are fully robotic cyborgs. Due to the SS knighthood bias, the cyborg's armored body had colorful coated plates along the main body, legs, and arms. Also, the armored body are covered by some strips of metallic clothing, including a red and blue cape for each side. That was more to appease for the aesthetics than any real purpose, as the body unremovable armor provides the necessary protection against the environment by itself. At first glance, the cyborg resemble a fantasy kind of knights with an energy-based sword's blade. The armor also contains some etched black and gold Wolf's Angel and Hakenkreuz symbols. Additional weapons had placed over the mechanical equivalent of the hips which had magnetic strips to place them. The only thing more human-like was the head. The head have artificial golden hair and blue eyes, where it is another Aryan bias placed on the robotic head irrespectively the original face features from the original human body. The face skin was no more than an artificial build of synthetic fabric that served more mainly to protect the cybernetic brain composed by a quantum computer which their contents was once transferred from the original human brain. This also gives to the cyborg an artificial resemblance to link to the partially forged human past to the new robotic body. The places where should be the ears and the throat was covered by permanent fixed electronic gadgets. Such wonderful marvel of engineering also requires several auxiliary computers to bootstrap, monitor, and control several functions. Inside the robotic replacement of the torso, a part of the shielding and ballistic protection, it hosts an array of microcontrollers and batteries that make the robotic parts working. Exotic crafted crystals to channel magic energy was also placed inside the robotic body. Except some safety safeguards, all robotic parts should be commanded by the quantum core computer. In a nutshell, it was a robot with a human soul from a dying body that was converted to a quantum computer code, which replicates the inner working of neurons. Without debut, said the Nazi leader official, these class of fully robotic soldiers that had a pure Aryan soul attached to them are my fine patronage. However, for many pro heroes, mercenaries, and alike, this extreme kind of cyborg was gone too far to be considered human. Pip Bernadotte, who likes to cause nuisance both on enemy and allies, also remarks, basically you are like the OCP Scrooge who created the Robocop, although you even eliminate the human brain from the equation. And make a weird smile, although I would never denied any reason to hire a cyborg to my team if I had the opportunity to do so. Aizawa was honestly angry with the Pip Bernadotte stance on cyborgs built to break away from the human factor and serve only to create unethical killing machines. The teachers and mercenaries almost forgot to handle the hot-headed students like Kirishima, Kaminari, Bakugo, or Todoroki. That couldn't be worse. Those guys are basically robots with some weirdness, said Kaminari before uses and abused their electrification quirk, Unlimited Discharge. They can't speak Japanese and treat us like imbeciles. Enough bullshit. Katsuki unleashes a full assault self-propelled by explosions, howitzer impact. Robots are very vulnerable to shock and higher variation of temperature. Todoroki applies their signature fire and ice quirk attack, Freezeating Wave. And I end this quickly with a slam, said Kirishima while endures and slams with their body against the cyborgs. The night cyborgs immediately switch to the combat mode, processing their threat at least 10 to 20,000 times quicker than a human, although still need a tenth of a second to their robotic body react to the threat. The auxiliary computers activates to unlock the extra processing power of the main quantum computer that emulates the human brain, which was built using parts of the original human brain as a template, to coordinate the counterattack. Using quantum entanglement wireless broadcast, the cyborgs could relay part of their conscience and data commands to other robots operated by a normal AI, like the robotic armored Panzerhund that resembles more a tiger than a dog in size, or the sedan car-sized Mech Quackroboter carrying dual laser and plasma rifles. The use of such exotic transmission mode was due to the extreme difficulty to hack quantum encryption, which can also carry extreme quantities of information. The auxiliary robots deflect part of the first wave attack of the quirk students, while the main cyborg deploys their secondary weapon, which creates a giant oval-shaped plasma shield a little wider than the body itself. Like the plasma blade sword are activated by morphing the robotic hand from a mechanical analogy of the human hand, the left hand transformed to a short hammer that powers the shield. Also, both right hands can couple to a pair of Uberlasergewehr that are placed sideways from the cyborg main torso and retrieved as will. The shield deflects either the Shoto cryokinetic attack or the explosive Katsuki self-made mortar. Both boys was then smashed to the ground as the cyborgs rams with the shield while travels to higher speeds by applying magnetic repulsion from their mechanical feet using at first magnets and then some weird rune magic which permits to glide the body a few millimeters from the ground. The sacrificial mechs and dummy robots also gives precious seconds to the Ubersoldatans activate their magic from gems with runic powers that was embedded inside the robotic armor composed by a mithril alloy. Tauschungen Ketzerischer Seelen Legion Veriterischen Dämonen. Ich word meinem Herrn Nachstegen, main fein zu bestrafen. Juar mir das Reinigungsritual, die Besessenen zu Toten und das Heiligland zu reinigen, which creates a magic field that expands explosively up to 50 meters or more, SINBREED. Once cast the runic-powered magic, it disable all quirks effects and activations, render all quirk users virtually quirkless. This was another version of anti-quirk magic that hits a genetic flaw of all quirk factors that makes such spell very effective. From the hot-headed attack to the quirk nullification, the quantum-powered cyborgs only needed 1.5 seconds to activate their plasma swords and shields, and more 11 seconds to cast the Sinbreed magic spell. Before the bewildered humans could ever acknowledge that their powers was screwed up, both cyborgs switched their sword and shield to mount the dual-wield laser rifles and start firing at will. In a couple of seconds, half of US Marines was killed with an inhuman precision. Since they was blocking the quirk students and teachers, they could duck when the line collapsed. It was the precise moment when about more than a full kilometer away Izuku was detonated the chimeric monster that Chisaki Kai was turned into. The explosion that followed breaks the doomed battle as the shockwave and debris breaks the combat readiness of the cyborgs. Some damaged buildings and metallic truss falls miraculously to cut the line of sight from the enemy. Also, some random explosions caused by the detonation PF ammunition crates scattered around the chaos helped to everyone retreat to the 3 VTOLS in less than 40 seconds. And take off a minute later. Everyone embark immediately. In the end, the teachers, who was replying to military orders, ended defeated and frustrated, retreat. What kind of miracle was that? Aizawa was the few that break the state of apoplexy shock. The giant monster that Chisaki Kai had transformed had exploded. Dark Schneider finally defeat them, said Pip Bernadotte. The enemy cyborgs quickly evacuate the site once the chaos settled, knowing that the whole presence was more a terrifying warning that anyone who dared to fight them would be eliminated swiftly. It would take several hours to wear off the effects of Sinbreed, including the use of advanced healing magic to break the supernatural curse. The final boss. When the possessed cybernetic body of Chisaki Kai exploded due to a catastrophic chain reaction delivered by the activation of the accused's powerful curse, the shockwave was powerful enough to demolish derelicts and blast glass and pipes up to 3 kilometers from the center of detonation. Izuku managed to cast with the fainted magic vitality the Raven to fly away, and to be more easily propelled away from the blast. The assault helicopter Argent and Yor managed to survive the impact by a clever use of the magic reactor weaponry to make a swift shield that absorbed enough impact to avoid to lose control and crashing down. The explosion caused enough havoc to the surviving Raptor team members that was not slaughtered by the formidable Ubersoldaten carrying the students and teachers and fly away from the danger. In reality, it was a consent-given tactical retreat to intimidate further attacks against the Millennium Army. They spare the humans at the moment before they change minds. The elder vampire Silver Fang set the helicopter at autopilot and then used one of their signature martial arts to propel straight to catch Izuku at midair, and then reverse the course by jumping from anything that resembled a flat floor to return back the helicopter. Later, the elder vampire would promise to be more severe against youngsters that love stunts without thinking the risks. For God's sake, Dark Schneider, Silver Fang gives a severe reprimand. Why you choose to cast a very short-range magic spell, ignoring the fact that you couldn't had time to flee. Damn it, Izuku have a sudden frail due to the stamina burn, blood hunger, and severe headache. Either way, drink this. At least the older vampire deliver a fresh supply of blood to Izuku, which instinctively bite the bag with their fangs and drained as fast he could blink. Everyone managed to escape. Fortunately, yes, as the older vampire display a rare image of the new Führungskraft Ritter story Ubersoldaten, but due to this cyborgs, the Americans suffer some causalities. What a nice day. I started the day with Witcher, then a little Black Mesa at evening, and to avoid bias a sneak peek of Diablo, just to end with Doom and Wolfenstein. The green-haired vampire who was trying to disassemble from the damaged DKL-1 was sighed with frustration. Don't overdo with idiotic comparatives. Ending talking for now. Silver Fang was a little annoyed by the teenager vampire to compare the whole crisis with their favorite video games, but he noticed that a partial mechanized cyborg was also taken by the digital photograph, and the onboard computer software find a match on the database. This person, Oberskrepenführer Lothar Brandt, was missing several years only to find that was turned into a cyborg. The older vampire mumbles while search any data related to him, and he had the help of some vampire officials from the Millennium Army to build together the full mechanical cyborgs. And also notice a side note, that person are also implied with the incident of kidnapped young vampires at the past evening of the Yui Sports Festival, since the deceased ringleaders and that bastard both talk about the curse of Demon Mara as the cause of quirks. Basically, the whole incident was made by malicious purposes only to drag Dark Schneider to the fray. The 4 air vessels swiftly reached higher altitude to escape from the raised Numata, a couple of minutes before the SDF and U.S. Navy Joint Army delivers more missile and artillery strikes. The ground forces only enter the city at early morning just to discover a reenactment of a bloody war that resembled the worst urban battles during WW2 or more modern eras. Nevertheless, the raid causes a national crisis that wrecks the superpowered society. Many citizens start to questioning about the failure of superpowered heroes to avoid a modern war of extermination that caused about 20,000 deaths and the equal amount of wounded. The martial law was only lifted 3 days later, once the minimum work of cleaning hostile remains was done, and the country restart their economic activity. Still, the SDF was either ruthless or more softly to repress villainy that was causing havoc around some major urban towns, ending some of them liquidated during live firing, or the majority that was mass arrested. Some weeks after the crisis, Pip Burdenot would protest about the soft approach by pro-heroes and police force against the riots caused by villains and the like, since no military dispatch to quell the rebels or aid the police was ever considered to apply capital penalty by firing squad. Such suggestion was rejected ab initio due to the risks to the politicians and criminal pro-G's rebel against the government. However, the Yui High School, the Fudenbashi military headquarters, and the Numata would be placed under military control about a full month to make the investigations. Few hours earlier than the morning of reckoning, Izuku was fasting the blood meal while everyone was flying en route to the U.S. Navy carrier moored some nautical miles from the Japanese coast, as demanded by the military before they could discharge them. However, once they had 20 minutes past flight from the horrors of Numata, a giant flying specter that resembled a gigantic Shinigami with a scythe and a dark blue tunic that covers unlimited darkness appears straight against the vessels. WTF is that thing? Someone swears at the common intercom shared between 4 vessels. Dark Schneider, Silver Fang order him, reassemble the DKL-1 and prepare for battle. Great, we are all going again, said an annoyed Izuku. The Shinigami strike first the 3 U.S. Navy VTOL, which their body contracts a little to summon more than 10 meters in front of him a swarm of blue spheres of spectral energy that are thrown against the targets. Quickly the Argent Dinner fire the magic cannons to destroy the majority of blue spheres, although 1 or 2 hit one VTOL causing some damage on the hull. The untouched VTOL fire their missiles which don't affect the Spectre, as any physical object simply permeates the Shinigami without affecting it. The Spectre changed their strategy was it swings their scythe to deliver a white heavy bolt of condensed spectral energy at higher speeds. Luckily the VTOL managed to dodge with a dangerous dive that managed to recover several seconds later. Once Izuku secures with the harnesses to the helicopter cargo area, Silver Fang opens the rear lock door and set Izuku to face the enemy. Specters and ghosts are the worst kind of things to fight. Izuku quickly noticed that the Shinigami body had a distasteful skull inside the body that was barely covered by the tunic, resemble the former Chisaki Kai face. The powerful Archville spell from Abigail had a last resource curse. Once the Shinigami sends Izuku, the skull wails with reverberated sound waves capable to destroy metal structures. A dangerous threat that the Argent Dinner had magical and alchemical protections against it as long the battle don't prolong too much, or the accumulated strain will cause a catastrophic rupture. Suddenly the wail was reverberated to extreme levels, releasing a focused pressure wave filled with spectral energy that was fired against Izuku's view line. The elder vampire divert violently to the right side, avoiding little the direct impact of this kind of acoustic laser which hit some random hill that explode in pieces. Although Izuku don't like the sophisticated onboard computer that powers the DKL-1, he recovered a digital facsimile of their own grimoire and their shared notes with Sakura-sensei about specters. It said that specters are immune to many magical and physical attacks, let alone quirks. Few dark magic spells are effective, but he will need the magical empowerment of the DKL-1 to use them. That's funny that I already use one of those forbidden spells, but I never take seriously that some spells had alternative incantations formulas to empower the darkness catalyst. If you had some spells at your arsenal, use them. Silver Fang was listening, Izuku mumbling, Argent Endure may be tough, but it had a short limit against the worst supernatural begins. The Shinigami repeat the spheres and the scythe attack, where a single one makes a direct hit against the rotors. Although the runic magical barrier deflect the major part of energy, Dark Schneider, the runic barrier that protects the main propulsion engine, was destroyed. A second hit or the end of the flight. Damn it. Izuku grits his fangs and he noticed that Yui first days. He was trying to create a new spell, but the incantation formula was not good to sync with the ancient demon soul catalyst. Then Izuku had a rare moment of epiphany when he sensed the faint specter lines that resemble the Kai, and that forgotten and unfinished spell could cause damage to the Shinigami. Leather. Blue. Ozzy, the three ancient apostles that laid the forbidden seals of the three heads of Cerberus. I release yourself free from eternal suffering, decried Bythai's cursed forgotten pact. Which a silver coating ball of dark energy was crafted at front of the caster. Oh, ancient demon that laid the eternal judgment of hell, carrier of the unleashed absolute punishment. Then the magic ball are thrown straight against the central skull, morphing to a storm of metal that shall cast the burning metal hellstorm from the forbidden level of underground, where the great carrier of the ultimate plague reborn. Which once Izuku yelled the last incantation phrase of spell, the dark magic metallic storm shatters the Shinigami's body. All mine enemies shall repent that nobody will save them. While Izuku wails, Metallica, the specters scream with agony, releasing a swarm of ghostly lost souls, and an increasing weaker acoustic wave attack. When the VTOLS fires again with their missiles, at least few of them could explode and cause damage, a sign that Metallica breaks the specter invulnerability. Silver Fang also decides to fire the magical cannons, hoping they could cause more damage. And since the specter still flying at high speeds, any escape movement to leave it alone was not possible. The capes still provide an absurd level of protection, since it absorbs all elemental magic delivered by the Argent Dinner. After 2 hellish minutes of helicopter gunship battle, the specters swing their scythe again with greater force that makes slight damage of the VTOL frames even if dodged at the right moment. It appears that Metallica's spell acted to break the source of dark energy that empowers their invulnerability. If this happened, then I will curse the specter by tweaking that spell. If you know how to weaken that abomination, you need to act now. Izuku casts the second forgotten ancient spell against the spectral body partially covered by an untouchable cape. My trustful demon servants, under my rule, I release your duties under your cursed ancient pact. Release my grief that lurk on my soul. Which Izuku creates a magical domain capable to weaken many quirks and supernatural beyond the rational beings. Sages of the number of the beast, be eternally pleased under my forbidden contract, and curse my enemies' blood, flesh, bones, skills, and iron. Then a giant swarm of reddish needles made from the vampire's cursed blood unleashes against the spectral body. Under your guidance, I swear my honor and lend your will to punish the enemy. That causes a catastrophic collapse of their form, Iron Maiden. Once the Shinigami was hit by Iron Maiden, the entire specter reverberate chaotically, throwing all spectral energy spheres at random places, which means that was lost their capability to lock precise targets, but it was more dangerous due to the sudden storm of blue spheres that made a festival of explosions and destruction. Izuku had to switch to another spell that should destroy the aberration for good, since the first two destroy their unnatural defenses. Dark Schneider, beware the sonic cannon. Silver Fang was alarmed when an unstable version of the acoustic wave attack was suddenly fired by an agonized cracked flying skull made a direct hit against the Argent Dinner, which even with some magic barriers, caused severe damage and partial electronic failures on the avionics. If the specter was not weakened with powerful spells, the impact still couldn't explode the helicopter, but certainly it would crash on the ground after being hit. Once recovered from the sudden attack, courtesy of the DKL-1 armor, Izuku could cast another forbidden spell that was even used earlier today under the railway yard bunker, Gran. Tin, Hill, Halford, I summon my 4 giant servant demons, which the collapsing Shinigami are confined by a magic field created by 4 perpendicular magic circles which start to compress the target. Now, cackle and bray your utter agony and hatred, and start to heating and compress until reaches temperatures of several millions degrees and pressures over thousands of gigapascals, rise of mega-atomic destruction, which should destroy the Shinigami at the atomic level. Judas Priest. Once the Judas Priest make the Shinigami collapse and explode with a violent detonation comparable to a nuclear bomb. The vessels barely could stand the shockwave, but everything who was outside on the ground around the explosion was been killed at that moment. It was killed for good, Silver Fang asks, before he notices that wasn't. WTF. How such thing survived such explosion? It was damaged, but not vaporized. Izuku was also astonished and worried. This means that specters are not made by atoms, since even at the help of DKL-1 in the last blood meal, he barely had magic vitality to cast another powerful spell. Now I need to find a last try or else. This time the Shinigami contracts to summon a giant and unstable swarms of blue spheres, just in time before sway their sides several times to thrown white bolts along the spheres. It was too numerous to be dodged safely, since much of magic barriers was damaged. Izuku decided to cast the most unknown spell buried by several pieces of palimpsest that made their grimoire, and since it was also digitalized it helps to remember. Ancient Saint of Eternal Sin, the Great Priest Coverdale, which start the incantation by extend their arms with their hands curved. Then Izuku twists the arms with the hands following this movement. Like 2 snakes trying to bite their partner tail, with unforgivable sins and reckoning hatred, I make a requiem off my buried pact, which create the magic projection of 2 bidding snakes that flown from the caster to the Shinigami's skull, creating a powerful Ouroboros seal. Upon my pledge of damnation, I command the carrier of vice to strike my enemy, and once activated will drain the grief that fuels the Shinamagi. WHITESNAKE. Finally, after 4 forbidden spells in a row, the Shinigami explodes and was defeated for good, unleashing an absurd pillar or white light straight to the sky and shaking the earth that lasts almost a minute. For Izuku and everyone it was a moment of relief, and he feels a sudden malaise due to the extreme magic energy depletion. Still was needed more 30 minutes of nervous flight to all damaged vessels land on the US Enterprise. This act marks the moment when the dangerous rescue of an entire pro hero in training classes was completed, but they won't return to land until 3 days later once the nationwide martial law was lifted. Also, the first treatment was done inside the carrier medical installations, somewhere on Millennium Army Oberkommando. When the spectral soul of Chisaki Kai was finally destroyed by the sequence of 4 forbidden spells, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Whitesnake at last grasp of the doomed soul resonates inside the hidden sanctuary where Anthrax rests, which was located under the Millennium Army Oberkommando. That place was the most restrictive basement of the Millennium Army, located on Lada Terra, one of 3 continents of planet Venus, although it was a hot planet with almost 500 OC and a crushing atmosphere with 9 megapascals. Using the Kurogiri quirk as a private transportation plot device, Shigaraki can travel to Venus and back to North Korea on Earth. That cyberpunk was finally defeated, said Shigaraki inside their private cabin filled with several Nazi swastika flags. But at least I know how to full awake the Anthrax once I could decode the 4 ancient magic seals that was protected by 4 forbidden spells. Then he sipped some brandy before partly lost on their plans to complete the Anthrax deployment. I still need the Sonnenjuer and the Osmerzer to make my real plan of attack work. Dark Schneider, as he smiles like a madman. The final battle countdown are settled to detonate soon. About a week after the lifting of the martial law, the National Security Agency that managed the Numata crisis gives authorization to lift the censorship for the Yui School Board to broadcast to the nation a public apology. The SDF and their allied military wild geese and other mercenary groups maintained all buildings from Yui Hero School campus under military occupation. Aizawa and Nezu is present for the public conference, but the older vampire quickly raise their eyebrows and delivers an eye dart to their formal arch-nemesis, the infamous Pip Bernadotte that was also the former mentor of their problematic vampire student Izuku Midoriya. Like many formal attires delivered by top brass, Pip Bernadotte was under protection of Bang and Gara, and 10 military men with war-yield machine guns. The duo was placed just a bit off the Pip Bernadotte seat, but the press was quickly overwhelmed with the circling presence of few dozen of soldiers carrying weapons. Why they promote a war criminal to the high command? Aizawa was gritting their elongated fangs, while All Might was sweating, hoping that Aizawa's next outburst don't strangulate due to the fuming rage. Do you want tea? Nezu politely asks while sips the 3rd teacup. The Yui director was also making some tea more suitable to vampires with unacceptable bloodlust. If I could smash a cup of tea straight on that bastard face. It was 1 week ago that our nation awakened in shock when a rogue army of unbelievable Nazis invaded and erased a peaceful rural town. In the middle of the second row of seats, more reserved for the press sidekick, starts the television broadcast with an introductory note. About a minute later, the interviewers shift their focus to Pip Bernadotte itself, which himself signals to the security apparatus to make the curious in check. Mr. Vampire Pip Bernadotte, as a member of the National Security Agency, why this operation was so deadly. Oh, Pip Bernadotte slams hard with their hand to the table, starting with a nonsensical question. Or better, the interviewer quickly noticed the bloodlust and power grab emanated by the authoritarian vampire, why this operation ended with so much causalities, and an abnormal militaristic takeover of the police and pro-heroes. Oh, Pip Bernadotte answers with a high-pitched tone, do you think that a putative military operation from the enemy should be handled by the circus clowns? Since, when I managed a circus, Aizawa lose their temper. Please, don't fall to this provocateur. All Might pinches Aizawa hardly enough to avoid infighting. Nice try. Pip Bernadotte sighs without remorse, according to the National Security Agency that spearheads all law enforcement agencies, including civilian police and heroes. When a great emergency hit out sovereign territory, additional protocols are activated, including the declaration of martial law and forced conscription to tackle the threat. Martial law that curbstomp many civilians' rights and unnecessary causalities to civilians and even pro-heroes and villains. The interviewer was hoping to lead their position. Don't be so cocky. The older vampire was releasing a menacing aura when you face an enemy that only wants to murder and destroy. En masse like an invasion of pirates, the military or at least my unit don't hesitate to massacre them until nothing left. Pure mercenary greed. Someone at the rear-rest rows, usually filled with guests, shouts angrily. After a long minute of silence, an attorney read a full page of a note published by the civilian-based Hero Security Association that managed all legal credentials of all pro-hero agencies on Japan, which was the transcription of a formal open letter to the media to protest the brutal quelling of common villainy by acts of summary execution, including the abuse of heavy military weaponry against quirked villains and criminals by the SDF and many mercenaries. One of my complaints was the absence of a mandate to all mercenaries and regular military to carry out military arrests and lawful executions by firing squad. Some of them carry that practice by misinterpretation of the higher command. It was necessary to punish those unruly rebels, especially when you menaced to kill one of my students. Aizawa raised from the chair in wails. My orders was given by higher command to quell and use all military powerfulness to destroy the invaders. It also override the pro-heroes' authority to handle the surge of criminal opportunistic activity. Many was arrested, many was killed, and honestly it was clearly needed. More than 30,000 died during the Nazi-based Millennium Army invasion, and you waste my reasoning about some cocky criminals. The audience ended with a chaotic exchange of insults and menaces, until the military men orders the press to cool down, under threat of expulsion. According to some rare survivors, much of destruction was made by horrible machinations and a younger vampire dressed with an absurd military gear. Other interviewer asks once they notice that many of them skip the questions. Such information are highly classified material. No questions. Sorry, but some newspapers has published a photo of this incident. With a snap of fingers, the giant monitor flashes and shows the young vampire with the fully equipped DKL-1 and the SDF 666 super weapon, hidden Izuku's identity. All details that are confidential are obviously non-labeled. Just to put to stress or joking the audience, Pip Bernadotte uses the Doom Eternal soundtrack. This idiotic show happens with the green-haired vampire seat down just at the left side of Aizawa. God, it's Doom Eternal all over again. Pip Bernadotte, which already signed Izuku Midoriya as a plain member of the Wild Geese, were also received the military rank of sergeant and specialist for the military mage first unit, a common requisite for external hiring. Pip Bernadotte was now promoted to brigadier general, while much of close trusted vampires was lieutenant or captain. Basically, Izuku was now a mercenary with a formal obligation to fight along the SDF military forces when requested by military. Until he reaches the vampire maturity, he have legal limitations that reduce the obligatory of mobilization during crisis. The green-haired vampire now had the formal privilege to carry military weaponry and request all Japanese military branches to carry their mission, as long their superiors approve. Izuku will learn that military heroics are too blended to the military regulations and hierarchy, and also only under crisis of great severity he was authorized to use their military privileges. At least they are sane. Izuku sighed to unworried Aizawa, if a vulgar burglar villain assault a supermarket, I wouldn't request the SDF to carpet bomb the supermarket and their surroundings. Do not make any remarks, Aizawa mumbles to Izuku. However, Izuku needed a civilian credential to perform pro-hero regular stuff on civilian patrols. Their colleges like him will soon participate the Junior Heroic Credential Exam, which enables them to perform legally law enforcement as pro-heroes. The license for junior heroes normally expires after 12 to 18 months, and normally was open for students of second or third years of any pro-hero high schools. First-year students was discouraged, but it was an honor for UE to regularly invite first-year students to assign the exam. Izuku and their colleges was no exception. A week ago, on the US Enterprise, the chaotic battle ended only when the VTOLS and the Argent Dinner landed with great distress the main runway of the US Enterprise, an old US Navy supercarrier that was built in late 21st century, and now serving the chaotic quirked world of 22nd century. Many of students from UE was in state of shock and relief they could be rescued alive from the terrible hell that occurred hours earlier. and most shocking was the whole military apparatus that roamed swiftly to handle the crisis. Finally, I could remove that damn thing. Izuku was angry when he could disassemble the modded DKL-1, which it will be taken away to the SDF for security guarantees. Mr. Midoriya, an official of the SDF, entered the private room and make a formal salute that Izuku replied as intended, "Congratulations. Your deeds to fatherland was blessed by the National Security Agency." Great. Izuku opens the sealed letter and noticed the military badges and insignia. I just gained a formal military rank of sergeant, and also I now part of the military mage's first unit. A guest officer promoted to sergeant. The officer explains, some legal limitations are explained on the letter, but are useless if the Millennium Army decide to strike again. You are now a legal military kind of pro-hero, but you need to finish your regular studies to carry normal pro-heroic activity. The younger vampire also noticed that when he performs civilian heroic activities, even the basic costume that represent the Yui are mandated to place the military group insignia on the shoulder and just below it the military rank strip. In practice, it will take some years before joining the Wild Geese at regular basis, but if he promoted to captain, he can create a new vampire military heroic unit, which I hope to be better morally. A few minutes later he dresses the Geralt-based costume, but now with the new insignia, just to be called by another officer with a higher patent than him, Sergeant Midoriya. Sir, I prefer the Geralt nickname, but that's okay. You are now a member of our military, don't waste your pride. Anyway, what's the problem? The medical team has requested to heal your teammates from an anti-quirk spell. You can help us. I'm just trying to recover from a powerful healing spell that caused me break down my magical powerfulness, but I will need about a day to prepare correctly. No real problem. You will stay along your colleges up to 3 days, and luckily the martial law will be lifted. Izuku had to overcharge the Witcher signs with the Motorhead and Flesh God Apocalypse before he could cast the wonderful and painful Silver Mountain spell for 44 humans, including some survivors of the hero training camp. A day later of infirmary was enough for the students to recover, but either Bakugo or Todoroki was mesmerized with the new patches attached to Midoriya's costume. "Midoriya," said Shouta, "Deku, WTF is this thing?" Katsuki swears. "I gain a mandatory military rank on my official costume." Izuku deadpans with the fangs dropped. "Now I should be treated as sergeant. A technician sergeant of the military mage 1st Unit Battalion, which are now the legal name of the sidekicks that yields the Wild Geese. Sergeant Midoriya." All Might was partially hidden but overshoot loudly with the conversation. "You never had a chance to gain an heroic rank, but now you have a military rank. What's the legal problem?" Some student asks. Legally, pro-heroes that work within the military are ineligible to hold popular ranks, as their work are protected by the military law and classified. Aizawa explains with a grudging voice tone, "Still the vampires are barred to hold popular ranks, but it is too brutal to deny Midoriya a normal pro-hero work, as he are under the clause to be conscripted for dangerous missions when requested." "God," Izuku sighed. "However, Pip Bernadotte are the worst scum on earth." Aizawa outbursts. "He orders you to fight an insane army of creatures and monsters, and while you have some special weapons, I noticed from the report that you had to scavenge any munitions and armament to fight against them all alone. Except some help of some direct members of the Wild Geese, it was like playing the full modded game of Doom Eternal like it was the ancient Doom Plutonia. It was to kill fast or die faster. Please, it is criminal to be subject of a daydream of Wolfenstein and Quake fanatics. Our mission is not to fight against military enemies, or forcing the pro-heroes to be conscripted to fight them. And now with this promotion, we cannot forbid you to join special military operations, which enrages me, and I bet that a third are made under our noses since they want to destroy the anthrax for good." Few seconds later a new random officer enters the infirmary and delivered a letter to Izuku, which he opens and reads the contents once the office leaves, speaking the devil. "That's a direct order from the National Security Agency to Sergeant Izuku, which now treat me formally, to be ready to fight for a new mission that should be carried within a couple of months. At least until 4 months. Just unbelievable." Someone shouts, "The contents are confidential, and everyone here should not comment outside." And Izuku was perplexed. "It says that the next junior heroic credential exams for civilians pro-heroes, which I wanted and everyone also, will be managed by the Vandalay Technologies." Vandalay? Aizawa overacts. "Why, a bizarre company that makes robots, and more recently involved with cybernetics like the Nazis' enemies we faced, wants to do with heroics licensing. The public manifesto is they created a pro-hero school for cyborgs." Izuku darts an eyebrow. "I read yesterday that Vandalay managed to relax some laws on cybernetic implants that could open the doors for the quirkless be modded to use robotic parts." Then he notices something weird, and one of their top scientists managed to replicate an ancient defective musical-powered robotic parts to create different kind of cyborgs with such propriety, which was now officially called cyber quirks. This craziness are driving our heroic world to a cyberpunk one. It only lasts the all-powerful mega corporations to do the evil and legit things. The real motive are the Vandalay Ben excel on aerospace industry, and also found the real location of Anthrax in the Millennium Army Oberkommando. Why they love to use Germanic words for those villains. An array of radars and telescopes was pinpointed the presence of a massive military base on Planet Venus. WWWHHHATTTTTTT. Everyone was shocked. How managed to make an interplanetary move of heavy equipment to an hostile planet? Quirks, cybernetics, and aeronautics together, perhaps. Now I really worried. That insanely bastard want you to travel to Venus with the help of some secret Vandalay technology and storm a Nazi military base, without the involvement of all armies from the world. It also says that the exams will be held on Shikoku, where the Japanese campus of Vandalay are located. Izuku then tear apart the letter as mandated by the rules, hoping that this order are not a suicide mission like the last one he had to face. Vandalay Technologies, Japanese campus. Due to the damage done on Numata and Yui, a giant corporation requested and won the public concession for the Junior Heroic Credential exam that was done earlier years by companies that make gadgets for pro heroes, or when the Hero Security Association directly handled it. The Vandalay Technologies was a multinational which their economical and social practices resemble the cliched cyberpunk-themed mega-corporation. The company funded by Roxanne Vandalay about a century ago on United Kingdom have actually their main installations on a small island in the middle of Pacific, but their fiscal headquarters was on Singapore. About 5 years ago, they installed a smaller scale of the Pacific campus on the Japanese island of Shikoku. With a local permanent place, they are eligible to take the public concession to manage the Pro Hero exams. Vandalay's major expertise was robotics, and more recently with a second-generation Armstrong project they mastered the cybernetic implants to humans, including cyborgs. This company also managed to reverse engineering some of the Millennium Army cybernetic technology, which given to him a much wider presence on Japanese politics. The recent crisis also helped them to lift much of legal constraints to the cyborg making become more widespread, but still with mandated restrictions. Other of their expertise was the aeronautics, including rockets and spaceships. Why managed to restart a neglected industry that was underfunded even before the resurgence of quirks, and seized an almost monopoly, only breached by the United States NASA and European ESA. The cyborgs making unit by Vandalay was managed by the son of a former guitarist nicknamed Chai, which was also one of volunteers of the first-generation Armstrong project. When Chai the newborn managed to replicate the accident that gives to the original Chai defective musical robotic powers, he created the cyber quirks. While the organic genetic-based quirks becomes widespread during a full century, the Chai too used orphans and some volunteers from Japan and nearest places that was quirkless or with weaker common quirks as experimental subjects. This borderline illegal research was done on the Pacific campus, and it takes only a breakthrough 10 years before the Numata crisis. Meanwhile, about 4 years ago, a pro-hero high school for the Vandalay made cyborgs from orphans and volunteers of the second-generation Project Armstrong was created. Finally, after 4 of those long years, the first batch of cyborgs was ready to take the Junior Hero exam. It appears that DAB-1, nicknamed Dabai, are stable enough to participate the final cyber checks to be assignable for the licensing exam. A being half robot, half human walks to the medical yard. This poor burned former teenager endure the most extreme robotic implants. Their level of cyberification are around 95%, with artificial organs and a synthetic cyber brain. A taller white robot called CMNM6 answers to Chai 2, compared to the older CEO Kale, which still have much of their organs. This kind of cyborg are too novel. I hope he can fell the beat, the quintessential foundation of the cyber quirks. Still, why you don't inserted the Armstrong chips to program their techniques? Don't be awkward, CNMN6. Dabai should consciously choose how to equip. Don't forget that he must listen to the beat. He was so damaged that was only be able to participate the theoretical classes inside the Vandalay R system. CNMN6 had a slight break, which was made by Zanzo many years ago. A part of some calibration process, he was never fused their consciousness to the robotic body until now. However, I will put some standard Armstrong chips to help him synchronize their cybernetic mind to their own robotic body. Either way, he appears that the organic quirk was based on pyrokinesis, and the persevered tissue on the phenol container mixed with the hard-to-manufacture Vandalay chips managed to reactivate the original pyrokinesis quirk. When one of our survey drones found him about 10 years ago critically burned, it was a miracle that he managed to rescue still alive. That's why you personally choose as one of 25 enhanced cyborgs that take part of your Pro Hero School. More recently, I discovered that the rare organic remaining cells had their DNA signature match the Todoroki family, much probably a lost son of the infamous Endeavor. When Dabai was released from the cyber surgery chamber, the whole environment started to reverberate to the strongest beat that Chai 2 witnessed. Except the face made with synthetic white hair, eyes, nose, mouth, and skin, except some metallic attachments that make some kind of cyberpunk fashion. The Dabai body was covered by a strong metallic armor with a beautiful light red color with some blue lines. The armor could open along the torso to expose the internal mechanisms. A circle feature within the chest was a kind of music player was connected to audio cables, making the source of the defective musical robotic powers that makes the cyber quirk work, as Chai names that. a complex matrix of phenol-persevered spine and brain cells with cybernetic quantum circuits made an artificial brain and spine, called the cyberbrain, which was also extended by conventional processors and memory that fills more than half of the mechanical torso volume, shielded by at least 4 layers of protection. A biofuel compost and batteries powers the robotic parts in the cyberbrain needed to synchronize with the former human memories. The arms and legs are simply robotic parts which also store a junk guitar that should synchronize with the musical powers, and luckily with the organic quirk that Dabai had. Not again. Dabai talks a little dazed, and speaks using an internal microphone since the original vocal cords don't exist anymore. 1 minute. Why now awake? Welcome to Vandalay. DAB1, also known as Dabai or Tauya Todoroki, answers Chai 2. What? Who's Todoroki? He was mesmerized with the pop-up HUD that meshes with the external vision. I remember that I use my quirk and burn. Then I was learning something weird inside a mishmash non-nonsensical classroom. Then when he noticed there was a full armored robot, why I have robotic arms and legs, and why is my body like that? I expecting some kind of about a week after the lifting of the martial law, the National Security Agency that managed the pneumatic crisis gives authorization to lift the censorship for the Yui School Board to broadcast to the nation a public apology. The SDF and their allied military wild geese and other mercenary groups maintained all buildings from Yui Hero School campus under military occupation. Aizawa and Nezu was present for the public conference, but the older vampire quickly raised their eyebrows and delivers an eye dart to their formal arch-nemesis, the infamous Pip Bernadotte that was also the former mentor of their problematic vampire student Izuku Midoriya. Like many formal attires delivered by top brass, Pip Bernadotte was under protection of Bang and Gara, and 10 military men with war-yield machine guns. The duo was placed just a bit off the Pip Bernadotte seat, but the press was quickly overwhelmed with the circling presence of few dozen of soldiers carrying weapons. Why they promote a war criminal to the high command. Aizawa was gritting their elongated fangs, while All Might was sweating, hoping that Aizawa's next outburst don't strangulate due to the fuming rage. Do you want tea? Nezu politely asks while sips the third teacup. The Yui director was also making some tea more suitable to vampires with unacceptable bloodlust. If I could smash a cup of tea straight on that bastard face. It was 1 week ago that our nation awakened in shock when a rogue army of unbelievable Nazis invaded and erased a peaceful rural town. In the middle of the second row of seats, more reserved for the press sidekick, starts the television broadcast with an introductory note. About a minute later, the interviewers shift their focus to Pip Bernadotte itself, which himself signals to the security apparatus to make the curious in check. Mr. Vampire Pip Bernadotte, as a member of the National Security Agency, why this operation was so deadly. Oh, Pip Bernadotte slams hard with their hand to the table, starting with a nonsensical question. Or better, the interviewer quickly noticed the bloodlust and power grab emanated by the authoritarian vampire, why this operation ended with so much causalities, and an abnormal militaristic takeover of the police and pro-heroes. Oh, Pip Bernadotte answers with a high-pitched tone, do you think that a putative military operation from the enemy should be handled by the circus clowns? Since, when I managed a circus, Aizawa lose their temper. Please, don't fall to this provocateur. All Might pinches Aizawa hardly enough to avoid infighting. Nice try. Pip Bernadotte sighs without remorse, according to the National Security Agency that spearheads all law enforcement agencies, including civilian police and heroes. When a great emergency hit out sovereign territory, additional protocols are activated, including the declaration of martial law and forced conscription to tackle the threat. Martial law that curbstomp many civilians' rights and unnecessary causalities to civilians and even pro-heroes and villains. The interviewer was hoping to lead their position. Don't be so cocky. The older vampire was releasing a menacing aura. When you face an enemy that only wants to murder and destroy en masse like an invasion of pirates, the military or at least my unit don't hesitate to massacre them until nothing left. Pure mercenary greed. Someone at the rear-rest rows, usually filled with guests, shouts angrily. After a long minute of silence, an attorney read a full page of a note published by the civilian-based Hero Security Association that managed all legal credentials of all pro-hero agencies on Japan, which was the transcription of a formal open letter to the media to protest the brutal quelling of common villainy by acts of summary execution, including the abuse of heavy military weaponry against quirked villains and criminals by the SDF and many mercenaries. One of my complaints was the absence of a mandate to all mercenaries and regular military to carry out military arrests and lawful executions by firing squad. Some of them carry that practice by misinterpretation of the higher command. It was necessary to punish those unruly rebels, especially when you menaced to kill one of my students. Aizawa raised from the chair and wails. My orders was given by higher command to quell and use all military powerfulness to destroy the invaders. It also override the pro-heroes' authority to handle the surge of criminal opportunistic activity. Many was arrested, many was killed, and honestly it was clearly needed. More than 30,000 died during the Nazi-based Millennium Army invasion, and you waste my reasoning about some cocky criminals. The audience ended with a chaotic exchange of insults and menaces, until the military men orders the press to cool down, under threat of expulsion. According to some rare survivors, much of destruction was made by horrible machinations and a younger vampire dressed with an absurd military gear. Other interviewer asks once they notice that many of them skip the questions. Such information are highly classified material. No questions. Sorry, but some newspapers has published a photo of this incident. With a snap of fingers, the giant monitor flashes and shows the young vampire with the fully equipped DKL-1 and the SDF 666 super weapon, hidden Izuku's identity. All details that are confidential are obviously non-labeled. Just to put to stress or joking the audience, Pip Birdnot uses the Doom Eternal soundtrack. This idiotic show happens with the green-haired vampire seat down just at the left side of Aizawa. God. It's Doom Eternal all over again. Pip Birdnot, which already signed Izuku Midoriya as a plain member of the Wild Geese, were also received the military rank of Sergeant and Specialist for the Military Mage First Unit, the common requisite for external hiring. Pip Birdnot was now promoted to Brigadier General, while much of close trusted vampires was Lieutenant or Captain. Basically, Izuku was now a mercenary with a formal obligation to fight along the SDF military forces when requested by military. Until he reaches the vampire maturity, he have legal limitations that reduce the obligatory of mobilization during crisis. The green-haired vampire now had the formal privilege to carry military weaponry and request all Japanese military branches to carry their mission, as long their superiors approve. Izuku will learn that military heroics are too blended to the military regulations and hierarchy, and also only under crisis of great severity he was authorized to use their military privileges. At least they are sane. Izuku sighed to worried Aizawa, if a vulgar burglar villain assault a supermarket, I wouldn't request the SDF to carpet bomb the supermarket and their surroundings. Do not make any remarks, Aizawa mumbles to Izuku. However, Izuku needed a civilian credential to perform pro-hero regular stuff on civilian patrols. Their colleges like him will soon participate the Junior Heroic Credential Exam, which enables them to perform legally law enforcement as pro-heroes. The license for junior heroes normally expires after 12 to 18 months, and normally was open for students of second or third years of any pro-hero high schools. First-year students was discouraged, but it was an honor for Yui to regularly invite first-year students to assign the exam. Izuku in their colleges was no exception. A week ago, on the US Enterprise, the chaotic battle ended only when the VTOLS and the Argentiner landed with great distress the main runway of the US Enterprise, an old US Navy supercarrier that was built in late 21st century, and now serving the chaotic quirked world of 22nd century. Many of students from Yui was in state of shock and relief they could be rescued alive from the terrible hell that occurred hours earlier. And most shocking was the whole military apparatus that roamed swiftly to handle the crisis. Finally, I could remove that damned thing. Izuku was angry when he could disassemble the modded DKL-1, which it will be taken away to the SDF for security guarantees. Mr. Midoriya, an official of the SDF, entered the private room and make a formal salute that Izuku replied as intended, congratulations. Your deeds to fatherland was blessed by the National Security Agency. Great. Izuku opens the sealed letter and noticed the military badges and insignia. I just gained a formal military rank of sergeant, and also I now part of the military mage's first unit. A guest officer promoted to sergeant. The officer explains, some legal limitations are explained on the letter, but are useless if the Millennium Army decide to strike again. You are now a legal military kind of pro-hero, but you need to finish your regular studies to carry normal pro-heroic activity. The younger vampire also noticed that when he performs civilian heroic activities, even the basic costume that represent the Yui are mandated to place the military group insignia on the shoulder and just below it the military rank strip. In practice, it will take some years before joining the Wild Geese at regular basis, but if he promoted to captain, he can create a new vampire military heroic unit, which I hope to be better morally. A few minutes later he dresses the Geralt-based costume, but now with the new insignia, just to be called by another officer with a higher patent than him, Sergeant Midoriya. Sir, I prefer the Geralt nickname, but that's okay. You are now a member of our military, don't waste your pride. Anyway, what's the problem? The medical team has requested to heal your teammates from an anti-quirk spell. You can help us. I'm just trying to recover from a powerful healing spell that caused me break down my magical powerfulness, but I will need about a day to prepare correctly. No real problem. You will stay along your colleges up to 3 days, and luckily the martial law will be lifted. Izuku had to overcharge the Witcher signs with the Motorhead and Flesh God Apocalypse before he could cast the wonderful and painful Silver Mountain spell for 44 humans, including some survivors of the hero training camp. A day later of infirmary was enough for the students to recover, but either Bakugo or Todoroki was mesmerized with the new patches attached to Midoriya's costume. Midoriya, said Shouta, Deku, WTF is this thing? Katsuki swears. I gain a mandatory military rank on my official costume. Izuku deadpans with the fangs dropped. Now I should be treated as sergeant. A technician sergeant of the military mage 1st Unit Battalion, which are now the legal name of the sidekicks that yields the Wild Geese. Sergeant Midoriya. All Might was partially hidden but overshoot loudly with the conversation. You never had a chance to gain an heroic rank, but now you have a military rank. What's the legal problem? Some student asks, legally pro heroes that work within the military are ineligible to hold popular ranks, as their work are protected by the military law and classified. Aizawa explains with a grudging voice tone, still the vampires are barred to hold popular ranks, but it is too brutal to deny Midoriya a normal pro-hero work, as he are under the clause to be conscripted for dangerous missions when requested. God, Izuku sighed. However, Pit Bernadotte are the worst scum on earth. Aizawa outbursts. He orders you to fight an insane army of creatures and monsters, and while you have some special weapons, I noticed from the report that you had to scavenge any munitions and armament to fight against them all alone. Except some help of some direct members of the Wild Geese, it was like playing the full modded game of Doom Eternal like it was the ancient Doom Plutonia. It was to kill fast or die faster. Please, it is criminal to be subject of a daydream of Wolfenstein and Quake fanatics. Our mission is not to fight against military enemies, or forcing the pro-heroes to be conscripted to fight them. And now with this promotion, we cannot forbid you to join special military operations, which enrages me, and I bet that a third are made under our noses since they want to destroy the Anthrax for good. Few seconds later, a new random officer enters the infirmary and delivered a letter to Izuku, which he opens and reads the contents once the office leaves, speaking the devil. That's a direct order from the National Security Agency to Sergeant Izuku, which now treat me formally, to be ready to fight for a new mission that should be carried within a couple of months. At least until 4 months. Just unbelievable. Someone shouts, the contents are confidential, and everyone here should not comment outside. And Izuku is perplexed. It says that the next junior heroic credential exams for civilians pro-heroes, which I wanted and everyone also, will be managed by the Vandalay Technologies. Vandalay, Aizawa overacts. Why a bizarre company that makes robots, and more recently involved with cybernetics like the Nazis enemies we faced, wants to do with heroics licensing. The public manifesto is they created a pro-hero school for cyborgs. Izuku darts an eyebrow. I read yesterday that Vandalay managed to relax some laws on cybernetic implants that could open the doors for the quirkless be modded to use robotic parts. Then he notices something weird, and one of their top scientists managed to replicate an ancient defective musical-powered robotic parts to create different kind of cyborgs with such propriety, which was now officially called cyber quirks. This craziness are driving our heroic world to a cyberpunk one. It only lasts the all-powerful mega corporations to do the evil and legit things. The real motive are the Vandalay ben excel on aerospace industry, and also found the real location of Anthrax in the Millennium Army Oberkommando. Why they love to use Germanic words for those villains. An array of radars and telescopes was pinpointed the presence of a massive military base on planet Venus. WWWHHHATTTTTT. Everyone was shocked. How managed to make an interplanetary move of heavy equipment to an hostile planet? Quirks, cybernetics, and aeronautics together, perhaps. Now I really worried. That insanely bastard want you to travel to Venus, with the help of some secret Vandalay technology, and storm a Nazi military base, without the involvement of all armies from the world. It also says that the exams will be held on Shikoku, where the Japanese campus of Vandalay are located. Izuku then tear apart the letter as mandated by the rules, hoping that this order are not a suicide mission like the last one he had to face. Vandalay Technologies, Japanese campus. Due to the damage done on Numata and Yui, a giant corporation requested and won the public concession for the junior heroic credential exam that was done earlier years by companies that make gadgets for pro-heroes, or when the Hero Security Association directly handled it. Vandalay Technologies was a multinational which their economical and social practices resemble the cliched cyberpunk-themed mega corporation. The company funded by Roxanne Vandalay about a century ago on United Kingdom have actually their main installations on a small island in the middle of Pacific, but their fiscal headquarters was on Singapore. About 5 years ago, they installed a smaller scale of the Pacific campus on the Japanese island of Shikoku. With a local permanent place, they are eligible to take the public concession to manage the pro-hero exams. Vandalay's major expertise was robotics, and more recently with a second-generation Armstrong project they mastered the cybernetic implants to humans, including cyborgs. This company also managed to reverse engineering some of the Millennium Army cybernetic technology, which given to him a much wider presence on Japanese politics. The recent crisis also helped them to lift much of legal constraints to the cyborg making become more widespread, but still with mandated restrictions. Other of their expertise was the aeronautics, including rockets and spaceships. Why managed to restart a neglected industry that was underfunded even before the resurgence of quirks, and seized an almost monopoly, only breached by the United States NASA and European ESA. The cyborgs making unit by Vandalay was managed by the son of a former guitarist nicknamed Chai, which was also one of volunteers of the first-generation Armstrong project. When Chai the newborn managed to replicate the accident that gives to the original Chai defective musical robotic powers, he created the cyber quirks. While the organic genetic-based quirks becomes widespread during a full century, the Chai too used orphans and some volunteers from Japan and nearest places that was quirkless or with weaker common quirks as experimental subjects. This borderline illegal research was done on the Pacific campus, and it takes only a breakthrough 10 years before the Pneumata crisis. Meanwhile, about 4 years ago, a pro-hero high school for the Vandalay made cyborgs from orphans and volunteers of the second-generation Project Armstrong was created. Finally, after 4 of those long years, the first batch of cyborgs was ready to take the junior hero exam. It appears that DAB-1, nicknamed Dabai, are stable enough to participate the final cyber checks to be assignable for the licensing exam. But being half robot, half human walks to the medical yard, this poor burned former teenager endured the most extreme robotic implants. Their level of cyberfication are around 95%, with artificial organs and a synthetic cyber brain. A taller white robot called CMNM6 answers to Chai 2, compared to the older CEO Kale, which still have much of their organs. This kind of cyborg are too novel. I hope he can fell the beat, the quintessential foundation of the cyber quirks. Still, why you don't inserted the Armstrong chips to program their techniques? Don't be awkward, CNMN6. Dabai should consciously choose how to equip. Don't forget that he must listen to the beat. He was so damaged that was only be able to participate the theoretical classes inside the Vandal AR system. CNMN6 had a slight break, which was made by Zanzo many years ago. A part of some calibration process, he was never fused their consciousness to the robotic body until now. However, I will put some standard Armstrong chips to help him synchronize their cybernetic mind to their own robotic body. Either way, he appears that the organic quirk was based on pyrokinesis, and the persevered tissue on the phenol container mixed with the hard-to-manufacture Vandalay chips managed to reactivate the original pyrokinesis quirk. When one of our survey drones found him about 10 years ago critically burned, it was a miracle that he managed to rescue still alive. That's why you personally choose as one of 25 enhanced cyborgs that take part of your pro-hero school. More recently, I discovered that the rare organic remaining cells had their DNA signature match the Todoroki family, much probably a lost son of the infamous Endeavor. When Dabai was released from the cyber surgery chamber, the whole environment started to reverberate to the strongest beat that Chai 2 witnessed. Except the face made with synthetic white hair, eyes, nose, mouth, and skin, except some metallic attachments that make some kind of cyberpunk fashion. The Dabai body was covered by a strong metallic armor with a beautiful light red color with some blue lines. The armor could open along the torso to expose the internal mechanisms. A circle feature within the chest was a kind of music player was connected to audio cables, making the source of the defective musical robotic powers that makes the cyber quirk work, as Chai names that. A complex matrix of phenol-persevered spine and brain cells with cybernetic quantum circuits made an artificial brain and spine, called the cyber brain, which was also extended by conventional processors and memory that fills more than half of the mechanical torso volume, shielded by at least 4 layers of protection. A biofuel compost and batteries powers the robotic parts and the cyber brain needed to synchronize with the former human memories. The arms and legs are simply robotic parts which also store a junk guitar that should synchronize with the musical powers, and luckily with the organic quirk that Dabai had. Not again. Dabai talks a little dazed, and speaks using an internal microphone since the original vocal cords don't exist anymore. 1 minute. Why I now awake. Welcome to Vandalay. DAB1, also known as Dabai or Tauya Todoroki. Answers Chai 2. What? Who's Todoroki? He was mesmerized with the pop-up HUD that mashes with the external vision. I remember that I use my quirk and burn. Then I was learning something weird inside a mishmash non-nonsensical classroom. Then when he noticed there was a full armored robot, why I have robotic arms and legs, and why is my body like that? I expecting some kind of cyber psychosis, not this panic attack, said CNMN6. 1 minute. Why this building are made for lunatics. Spare parts scattered everywhere, robots of nonsensical shape roaming around, and everyone had robotic parts. I'm CNMM6, an abbreviative consciousness review allocation personnel, Model 6, a fully operated robot with a program for psychology assistance. Dabai was dumbfounded. It is not crap. You boy, you hit the spot, unlike the original Chai, which around me are their son. But the most important thing, he was in state of shock due to their insane level of mechanization, what's done to me, and where's the heroes, and more important, where I am. We are on the Shikoku Island of Japan, a satellite site of Vandalay Technologies that operate on a small Pacific island. We rescue you badly burned, and before you organically die, he managed to make a cybernetition process to recover your brain and place automatically to a cyborg project that are handled by the new Armstrong project. When Chai 2 ends their explanation, all robots burst to launch fireworks and other unfolds planks with the Project Armstrong figurines etched on it. A security robot called SBR-1 intervenes. The most ambitious cyborg ever made by Vandalay finally awakes, but I expected more excitement. As he unfolds the sword and releases a strong strike against the middle of torso armor, reverberate the musical core. Dabai lose their equilibrium and feels that everything around him was pulsating. When he falls, but uses their robotic legs and arms to reduce the impact, he accidentally touches a black robotic cat that was humming the 9 Inch Nails discography while roaming around. The sudden contact with a musical rhythm played by the robotic cat, while shape shifts to a sphere, synchronizes with the musical core from the cyborg Dabai. 10 seconds later, after a psychotic leverage of encircling colored patterns, they achieve a full synchronization status, gaining a robotic partner that was mandated by some weird law of Vandalay, and later accepted by Japanese government to the cyborgs carrying a robotic pet for some hidden nonsensical security requirements. And just to add more comical embarrassment, 2 artificial cat ears pops from the artificial hair, and a hidden fluffy artificial white cat tail about a meter-sized sprouts. The tail hidden the fact that are made with a strong material that can be used like a whip. The tail can be retracted and placed under the body armor plates. Both robots just meowed with a hard rock accent, Naya. Chai 2 was never so happy and jealous with this defective incident. CNMN6, call the security. Oh my, a great cyber quirk was made successfully. The white robot quickly requested security robots to make a test. During the long minute that about 100 robots of lower yield roamed around Daba. He was also deployed 2 catching stick for each robotic arm which magnetically catch fill spare gears and junk to form a dual yield guitars that was reverberating and synchronized with the spherical robotic cat red pulse that was fluctuating around Dabai head. What kind of test? And then he tried a blush, made possible with the cybernetic wonders of artificial skin, when saw to some grass fragments scattered around the floor, and why I had cat ears. Get him. ASBR-1 model robot orders their mates to fight against Dabai. Fight. Chai 2 shouts while their cyborg form exchanges to a kind of silly spectator. Dabai quickly learn how to sync with the beat, while use one or both guitar to slay a robot. Then a hint was broadcast directly to their cyber brain and visualized by the HUD to count regularly to 4 and more, and to strike heavy at 6th beat in order to deliver a more damaging strike, which was a beat hit. Those basic techniques was stored on special hardened circuits that can only be accessed by the cyborg quantum circuitry, which are the Armstrong chips. It takes about 5 minutes to waste the robots, but Vandalay can manufacture more to replace and clone the artificial intelligence firmware to the new ones. Chai 2 was a little disappointing, Dabai. It was barely a rank B classification. You need to feel the beat around you and use the 919 cat to help you to find the best beat. 919 from 9 Inch Nails. Dabai asks since any music he was gaining traction was musical sketches from that band. Close your eyes and try to focus at one chorus of The Perfect Drug, and then release your energy. CNMN6 suggests to him. The guitars are catching fire. Their organic quirk based on pyrokinesis are reverberating with the beat. Chai 2 was more excited. Fight. This time some heavy robots joining the mock battle, requiring more strikes to damage them and tear them down. Dabai takes some time to master the fire emanated by the artificial device that enables him to use the original quirk when he was a teenager human, about 10 years ago. Chai 2 orders to repeat the same kind of test 5 times without much rest, until Dabai was capable to use a rhythmic chord to power up the fires that was whirring around the spinning guitars, and then unleash a tornado of fire followed by a swift guitar slash, where each phase was enhanced by a mandatory beat hit. Fire Tornado Chorus. Like the older Persona, Dabai named his first but too complex special technique. The last spare Armstrong chip recorded the custom code needed to help Dabai make the new technique more automatic. It was almost like Corsica. Dabai too remembers the older chief of security that had their time during the first Project Armstrong era. It appears that he almost ready to train with their colleges, said CNMN6, however let's add one last test. Still a rank B evaluation. You need to study and training. With a swiftly move, the ninja robot YES2 appears with 4 fast rattling swords due to some custom modification. This time Chai gives a verbal hint before starting the battle. This robot require you to parry with your guitar, otherwise you will suffer unnecessary damage. What? Dabai questions just in time to the samurai robot trying to slash with all swords. After some damage taken, Dabai learn how to use the kind of precognition ability given by the cybernetic circuitry. A sparkling are displayed on the HUD from the enemy a fraction of second before a damaging attack are performed. Also attacking within the rhythm reduces Dabai's damage, and cause strain and confusion on the attacker. After 10 minutes of trial and error, Dabai are capable to parry about a third of YES2 attacks. Suddenly the samurai robot screeches, and make a comical pose that was a deceiving preparation for a strong chain of attacks. The HUD also alerts Dabai to be focused to a short parrying attack, while the musical-powered cyber quirk estimates the number of attacks. Dabai only had up to 3 seconds to stare this event, as the samurai furiously strike hard against the damaged cyborg. Then a new hint pops up with 2 pairs of circles that was about to overlap in less than a second, while Dabai noticed that the samurai had a temporary malfunction due to the parrying. When he activates the automatic attack from the beat hit code, he runs faster and delivers 2 successive and fully synchronized beat hits, as the second one displays only a fraction of a second. The YES2 suffers a stalling malfunction and almost explode with the rhythmic slash, but the test had finally over. Very nice. Chai 2 gives to him a hug, almost a rank a result. But for now, the cafeteria. Cafeteria. Dabai asks dumbfounded. You have a kind of compost device that transforms old food to biofuel in order to recharge your electronic circuits, which is one of signature Vandalay powerfulness. CNMN6 answers with a marker-made troll face. With this short sequence of testing, the cyborg Dabai gained some techniques but still needed about 6 weeks of severe training to be able to join the exam that happened at that day. It also learned how to use wisely the Armstrong chips to manage the special techniques needed to work in combat. However, I'm truly curious about the vampire nicknamed Dark Schneider and their heavy metal named spells, compared with our musical-powered robots, which Dabai are akin with hard rock. Cyber psychosis, not this panic attack, said CNMN6. 1 a minute. Why this building are made for lunatics. Spare parts scattered everywhere, robots of nonsensical shape roaming around, and everyone had robotic parts. I'm CNMM6, an abbreviative consciousness review allocation personnel, Model 6, a fully operated robot with a program for psychology assistance. Dabai was dumbfounded. It is not crap. You boy, you hit the spot, unlike the original Chai, which around me are their son. But the most important thing, he was in state of shock due to their insane level of mechanization, what's done to me, and where's the heroes, and more important, where I am. We are on the Shikoku Island of Japan, a satellite site of Vandalay Technologies that operate on a small Pacific island. We rescue you badly burned, and before you organically die, he managed to make a cybernetician process to recover your brain and place automatically to a cyborg project that are handled by the new Armstrong project. When Chai 2 ends their explanation, all robots burst to launch fireworks and other unfolds planks with the Project Armstrong figurines etched on it. A security robot called SBR-1 intervenes. The most ambitious cyborg ever made by Vandalay finally awakes, but I expected more excitement. As he unfolds the sword and releases a strong strike against the middle of torso armor, reverberate the musical core. Dabai lose their equilibrium and feels that everything around him was pulsating. When he falls, but uses their robotic legs and arms to reduce the impact, he accidentally touches a black robotic cat that was humming the Nine Inch Nails discography while roaming around. The sudden contact with a musical rhythm played by the robotic cat, while shape shifts to a sphere, synchronizes with the musical core from the cyborg Dabai. 10 seconds later, after a psychotic leverage of encircling colored patterns, they achieve a full synchronization status, gaining a robotic partner that was mandated by some weird law of Vandalay, and later accepted by Japanese government to the cyborgs carrying a robotic pet for some hidden nonsensical security requirements. And just to add more comical embarrassment, 2 artificial cat ears pops from the artificial hair, and a hidden fluffy artificial white cat tail about a meter-sized sprouts. The tail hidden the fact that are made with a strong material that can be used like a whip. The tail can be retracted and placed under the body armor plates. Both robots just meowed with a hard rock accent, Naya. Chai 2 was never so happy and jealous with this defective incident. CNMN6, call the security. Oh my, a great cyber quirk was made successfully. The white robot quickly requested security robots to make a test. During the long minute that about 100 robots of lower yield roamed around Dabai. He was also deployed 2 catching stick for each robotic arm which magnetically catch fill spare gears and junk to form a dual yield guitars that was reverberating and synchronized with the spherical robotic cat red pulse that was fluctuating around Dabai's head. What kind of test? And then he tried a blush, made possible with the cybernetic wonders of artificial skin, when saw to some grass fragments scattered around the floor, and why I had cat ears. Get him. The SBR-1 model robot orders their mates to fight against Dabai. Fight. Chai 2 shouts while their cyborg form exchanges to a kind of silly spectator. Dabai quickly learn how to sync with the beat, while use one or both guitar to slay a robot. Then a hint was broadcast directly to their cyber brain and visualized by the HUD to count regularly to 4 and more, and to strike heavy at 6th beat in order to deliver a more damaging strike, which was a beat hit. Those basic techniques was stored on special hardened circuits that can only be accessed by the cyborg quantum circuitry, which are the Armstrong chips. It takes about 5 minutes to waste the robots, but Vandalay can manufacture more to replace and clone the artificial intelligence firmware to the new ones. Chai 2 was a little disappointing, Dabai. It was barely a rank B classification. You need to feel the beat around you and use the 919 cat to help you to find the best beat. 919 from 9 Inch Nails. Dabai asks since any music he was gaining traction was musical sketches from that band. Close your eyes and try to focus at one chorus of The Perfect Drug, and then release your energy. CNMN6 suggests to him. The guitars are catching fire. Their organic quirk based on pyrokinesis are reverberating with the beat. Chai 2 was more excited. Fight. This time some heavy robots joining the mock battle, requiring more strikes to damage them and tear them down. Dabai takes some time to master the fire emanated by the artificial device that enables him to use the original quirk when he was a teenager human, about 10 years ago. Chai 2 orders to repeat the same kind of test 5 times without much rest, until Dabai was capable to use a rhythmic chord to power up the fires that was whirring around the spinning guitars, and then unleash a tornado of fire followed by a swift guitar slash, where each phase was enhanced by a mandatory beat hit. Fire Tornado Chorus. Like the older Persona, Dabai name is first but too complex special technique. The last spare Armstrong chip recorded the custom code needed to help Dabai make the new technique more automatic. It was almost like Corsica. Dabai too remembers the older chief of security that had their time during the first Project Armstrong era. It appears that he almost ready to train with their colleges, said CNMN6, however let's add one last test. Still a rank B evaluation. He need to study and training. With a swiftly move, the ninja robot Izuku appears with 4 fast rattling swords due to some custom modification. This time Chai gives a verbal hint before starting the battle. This robot require you to parry with your guitar, otherwise you will suffer unnecessary damage. What? Dabai questions just in time to the samurai robot trying to slash with all swords. After some damage taken, Dabai learn how to use the kind of precognition ability given by the cybernetic circuitry. A sparkling are displayed on the HUD from the enemy a fraction of a second before a damaging attack are performed. Also, attacking within the rhythm reduces Dabai's damage and cause strain and confusion on the attacker. After 10 minutes of trial and error, Dabai are capable to parry about a third of Wai's 2 attacks. Suddenly the samurai robot screeches and make a comical pose that was a deceiving preparation for a strong chain of attacks. The HUD also alerts Dabai to be focused to a short parrying attack, while the musical-powered cyber quirk estimates the number of attacks. Dabai only had up to 3 seconds to stare this event, as the samurai furiously strike hard against the damaged cyborg. Then a new hint pops up with 2 pairs of circles that was about to overlap in less than a second, while Dabai noticed that the samurai had a temporary malfunction due to the parrying. When he activates the automatic attack from the beat hit code, he runs faster and delivers 2 successive and fully synchronized beat hits, as the second one displays only a fraction of a second. The Izuku suffers a stalling malfunction and almost explode with the rhythmic slash, but the test had finally over. Very nice. Chai 2 gives to him a hug, almost a rank a result. But for now, the cafeteria. Dabai asks dumbfounded. You have a kind of compost device that transforms old food to biofuel in order to recharge your electronic circuits, which is one of signature Vandalay powerfulness. CNMN 6 answers with a marker-made troll face. With this short sequence of testing, the cyborg Dabai gained some techniques but still needed about 6 weeks of severe training to be able to join the exam that happened at that day. It also learned how to use wisely the Armstrong chips to manage the special techniques needed to work in combat. However, I'm truly curious about the vampire nicknamed Dark Schneider and their heavy metal named spells, compared with our musical-powered robots, which Dabai are akin with hard rock.